Money Smart Week South Africa 2021. The importance of being financially savvy cannot be underestimated. MSWSA 2021 is taking place virtually and will consist of a host of online events throughout the week, all of which will be live streamed on MSWSA.co.za. Learn from the experts, make better informed financial decisions, and empower your community. 1 week to take control of your finances and safeguard your family's financial future. Take charge, become financially literate, and influence an entire generation. Money Smart Week 2021, creating a money smart South Africa.
Good morning and welcome to day 6 of Money Smart Week South Africa. My co-host today is Mr. Lindwall Clark, HOD of Consumer Education at the FSCA. Welcome, Lindwall.
Good morning, Alicia. It's good to be here and welcome to all the viewers.
Once again, a big thank you to all our partners for making this week such a success. To our viewers, if you've missed out on a segment that you really want to rewatch, you can catch it right here on MSWSA.co.za. Have you filled out our consumer survey yet? Remember that there are some lovely prizes up for grabs.
We've had 5 days of awesome presentations, and today will be no different. First up will be Financial Care Corporation, and followed by Money Savvy Kids. Enjoy creating Money Smart Week.
Good day, and thank you for joining us on Money Smart Week, while we take you guys through the Know Your Cash campaign offered by Financial Care Corporation and solely sponsored by MSWSA. Today, you'll be joined with Nikki Motiba, one of the guys at Financial Care Corporation, who will be taking us through all the content that Know Your Cash has to offer. Basically, before I even get started, I think it's important that you guys actually know what Know Your Cash campaign is really about. So it is a consumer education initiative. It's focusing on insurance, financial literacy, specifically targeted to young adults in South Africa. The campaign was launched in January 2019, so it's already now in its third 10 year. And as mentioned, it is an initiative which is powered by Financial Care Corporation and solely sponsored by MSWSA. So what really inspired us to launch this type of initiative?
Yeah.
Well, at FCC, we're passionate about packaging holistic and financial wellness services, and one can't help but notice really the real lack of insurance and financial literacy knowledge, which I'm sure
especially within our South African young adults, the youth, the school leavers. You're quite right.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the statistics of debt management in South Africa, how many consumers are over indebted, how many people are uninsured in South Africa, and the lack of really proper retirement planning of South Africans. It's something like around 8% of South Africans can actually retire, and that doesn't mean retire well. It just means actually retire. So that, there's a huge gap in the market, and that's where we really saw there's opportunity to have such a campaign that can really help all South Africans from all different walks of life. So in today's session, we're going to be going through the different topics that are offered through Know Your Cash in 2021. And these are made up of budgeting, saving and investments, understanding the importance of non-life insurance. Okay,
that's very important.
Extremely important. And then also looking at budgeting and engaging with the financial sector.
Lovely. I think we should also throw in the consumer behavior.
Okay, we can go through that.
Yeah.
All right, perfect. So what really is budgeting? So budgeting is the process of creating a plan to spend your money, and the spending plan is called a budget.
Yeah.
When we look at creating the spending plan, it allows us to really determine in advance whether you'll have enough money to do things that you need to do, that you would like to do, pretty much. I mean, that's what it is in a nutshell. And it's really now about balancing your expenses with your income. So pretty much itemizing all your expenses, physically actually drawing up, as primitive as that may sound, but actually physically drawing up a table which takes you through all your different list of expenses.
So here I am, take a page, here's my income. Obviously now my income, Nathan, is just one income.
Yeah.
It's 100 rand that comes in.
Yeah.
Ask me about my expenses now. It's going to be a list of a whole lot of other things that I do. Do you have to write all of them down, though?
Well, essentially, you break them up. So you look at what is your fixed expenses, So as an example, obviously your rent or your mortgage payment, right? That's not going to change too much. Well, it has been changing over 2020 with the interest rates fluctuating, which has been favorable for us, obviously. Yeah. But generally, that is your type of your fixed expense, your car installment. You can also get a gauge of whether you're renting or whether you own a house, what your electricity and your rates and taxes are.
True.
So you can gauge that. Obviously, different months of the year will fluctuate, but essentially you get a bearing of what your fixed expenses are. Of course, then you're also going to have miscellaneous expenses. Yeah. So, I mean, what is a miscellaneous expense? So you're living in a house, there's a heavy rainfall like we've been having recently, and there's a major leak that's appeared in the roof in the next second.
And you didn't really plan for it. It's something that you hardly ever planned for,
Yeah. So it's important to provision some kind of a. I'm going to stay away from savings because that's its own topic, but to at least have some kind of a provision towards your miscellaneous expenses. So actually, and the only way that works is by putting that in your budget. So saying, I'm going to put aside 500 Rand specifically towards miscellaneous expenses, so that it doesn't compromise your whole plan that you've put in place from whenever it's been. Because that's what throws a lot of people off with budgeting is they start so well, they get into this nice routine, and then 3-4 months down the line, one of these miscellaneous expenses comes along, and it just totally, destroys everything. And then people literally give up on the whole budgeting exercise, and they think, well, it's not working. So it's important really to put those principles in place from the get-go.
From the get-go.
So that you don't get caught, by surprise.
I've seen. I think when I was still a bit younger, I used to spend a lot on food. And transport without me really noticing. And I'll tell you why on food. The days when I was lazy to cook or to prepare a simple meal, like your instant soft porridge, for argument's sake, I would feel like eating a full breakfast with bacon and all of that and a dessert. But then I realized that I was spending so much money on food, but it really helped me to write down how much I was spending. So each and every portion of my cent that I spend, I used to write it down. I didn't know how to budget in advance. But what I did was I wrote down my expenses, and then end of the week or end of the month, I would look at where did I spend more. Then I realized it was on transport and food. But then lately I realized I spend more money again on data. Because I'm live streaming, I enjoy listening to music, but I don't realize that I'm not really investing in myself. So those are some of the expenses as well that can, as you were saying, throw you off.
No, 100%. So yeah, I mean, it's really now about having that plan in place and following through with it. And like we mentioned from the get-go, and with Know Your Cash, it's all about creating that culture and that routine. And that's exactly what a budget is about. It's about having it throughout your everyday life, always on your mind. Well, not, I mean, frequently on your mind, that you're at least reviewing it once a month, let's say. And making sure that you are pretty much in line with it as much as you can be.
But it's difficult, Nathan. Let's admit. As much as we can say, as we speak about it now, you assume it's a simple process. Like I said, I started the reverse way. Instead of planning on where I didn't tell my money where to go to. I observed first. Where is my money going to? Okay. Where is the wastage? Where am I not saving? Not necessarily with the bank, but where am I not trimming the extra fat? Then step by step, I started eliminating all those other expenses that are too unnecessary. Once in a while, I'll go to a restaurant. But again, by the time you get to the restaurant, you wanted to go and eat breakfast or just a simple lunch. And then the waiter comes through with a menu that shows lamb shank. And you decide, I haven't had lamb shank for years. And the budget, it's not in your budget. Is that what you're saying? If it's not in your budget, try by all means to avoid it.
No, 100%. And just before we move on to the next topic, something very important I wanted to mention as well was how, when you structure a budget, creating and having the priorities first, obviously. So what are my priorities? Well, obviously it's housing, it's transport, it's education, it's food. But there's one other really important topic I'd like to mention, which is about having provision for insurance. So make that a priority. And why do I say make it a priority? So that you can have enough to afford the necessary covers that you need, that you really need. Instead of kind of creating this budget and leaving insurance last, where maybe there's not much to play with, and then compromising yourself by getting something that's not necessarily what you need. So our next topic we're going to go into now is consumer buying behavior.
My favorite.
Well then, please be my guest, and let's go.
I'll tell you why, Nathan. You remember when I said to you, the way I started using my budgeting skills reverse. It's simply because I looked at the way I budget and I thought, okay, Nikki, here you are budgeting, but you're budgeting the wrong way. Look at what's wrong. It all boils down to one thing, Nathan. Behavior. My spending pattern. Psychologists say it's a process that you use to take decision on what to purchase, and it can be too extreme sometimes. They summarize it as 3 points. There's planned behavior or planned buying behavior. That's where you do exactly what you were saying. I budget. I look at my income. I look at my expenses, and I stick to exactly what the priorities are. End of the month, you might find that there's discrepancy here and there, but it's not that huge. You don't necessarily regret,
But tell me, sorry, Nikki, tell me, when we look at consumer buying behavior, what really are the three main planned or the buying behaviors that we mostly encounter in our everyday lives?
Like I was saying, looking at the planned one, it's the normal behavior, for people who are relatively more disciplined.
Okay.
And then you have your impulsive buying behavior.
Okay.
And you have the other one can be too extreme. I'll get to it now. The planned one is exactly what I was saying. You plan accordingly, you behave accordingly. Impulsive is you going past a shop, for argument's sake, and then it's written sale 50%.
Yeah.
You did not plan for those sneakers. You wanted to buy a golf shirt. You wanted to buy a beautiful pen just so that you can go and write your exam.
Right.
But guess what? You end up buying other things which do not necessarily even complement exactly that which you were going to buy. So that's more of your planned behavior, And the consequences of both of them are different. With the planned behavior, you don't regret much. With your impulsive behavior, you end up being at a point where you regret the things that you've bought, and you might find that it's too late to return them to the shops. Then the spiral effect is your debt, as you're saying. You end up being engaged in a lot of debt simply because you did not plan properly. That's impulsive buying behavior. And then you have the compulsive one, which is the extreme one. Compulsive behavior purely is for people who are addicted. Think of somebody who eats a lot when they are depressed. People who shop a lot when they are depressed. So it's escapism. So you're escaping from your troubles or whatever that you're supposed to face. This morning I was reading about something. They say, face it until you make it, not fake it until you make it. So with that one as well, with the last behavior, I'm saying to you, face it. Don't go saying, I want to show the Joneses what I have. If I bought a Polo and you want to buy a Mercedes-Benz, all of a sudden I want to buy a Mercedes-Benz simply because people are giving you attention. And then you end up buying things just to please people or just to make yourself too happy, and you do not need. The consequences, again, you go slowly into depression. And usually we end up recommending that people should go and see a psychologist. So just be aware of those three behaviors. You plan properly or you are too impulsive, just like that.
I think as well, another important point before we move on is try and understand and look at your routine when you do shop. And analyze and see, do you really go and do an information search? For instance, if you go into the supermarket, you have an intention to buy dishwashing liquid. Have you done a search to say, okay, well, at this time of the month, or there's a certain special that's running on a quality of dishwashing liquid that you would like to purchase, or have you just simply gone and randomly just purchase it because you need it? So look at practicing these principles of consumer buying behavior. It does get quite technical, but like Nikki was saying, if you can get your consumer buying behavior correct or on track, it will tie in beautifully with having a proper spending and budgeting plan in place that will actually
always be aware. I think that's the message. We always be aware of your buying behavior, and the degrees they differ. I think we'll go to another.
So we're going to now move on. We're going to move on to something which is what I would say more of a positive type of topic, something that everyone is normally interested in, which is savings and investments. Why I say that's positive? Because it's really about looking ahead of time and planning for a brighter future. it's important really to build a good attitude towards saving and investing as young as possible, should I say. I'll give you a prime example. So when we look at retirement planning, okay, where people go wrong is they think I can start when I'm in a good position in my job. Let's say 30 plus, right? When I'm more secure in my career. Okay, I've finished my studies, I'm comfortable with my job now. Now's the time to start saving towards retirement. Okay. But one doesn't realize that the longer you leave it, the harder the task is obviously to get to that goal, which is why South Africans struggle a little bit to reach that goal. And what do I mean by that? So let's say I start at 20, you start at 30, right? Our retirement goals are the same. So we both want to retire with a certain amount of money at 65. Okay? I'm not even going to, you can retire at 55 with the retirement schemes. You are allowed to withdraw at 55, but let's be honest, who can really retire at 55? So let's just
go the whole 9 years.
Let's keep it at 65, right? So my intention is I'm going to retire at 65 with this amount of money, and you've got the same goal, all right? But you started at 30, I've started at 20. Suddenly your savings provision that you have to have is much higher than mine, because obviously I've started prior. So I've already built up a lump sum. And that's where people get caught up, because they almost feel like, geez, this, in order for me to attain my goal, I'm going to have to put aside so much, it's impossible. Let me just leave it. Let me completely leave it out the way. And just build my own savings and, whatever, invest into other vehicles, okay? Because there is obviously a market for different types of investments. But people, yes, they do ignore that, and it creates this bad cycle, which we have now. So once again, it's about creating that level of routine in your life. So even if maybe at this point in time you can't afford to save as much as the retirement calculator is saying you need to, at least start somewhere. Start with something,
I think I like what you've just said, Nathan. It ties in very well with. So are you saying I should put in, when I plan on my budget, I should consider that as well?
Absolutely.
You start early, it goes back to the way you behave as a consumer.
Yes.
You come up with those good practices.
Absolutely.
Now, savings, the one you're talking about would be retirement, would be sort of a longer term one.
Yeah.
And then what if I want to save now I want to buy a new laptop, or rather I want to buy a new cell phone, because would you consider that, can I use that example for savings?
Yeah, absolutely. So it's a very broad topic, and unfortunately, we as consumers have a lot of options to invest in. Okay? Different types of vehicles. So, and every vehicle has a different time period. So you'll have a short-term investment, which would be from a span of 1 to 3 years. You'll have your medium-term investment, which is like your endowment type of structured policies, where it's from 5 to 10 years onwards. And that's where, for instance, it's all really now about what your goal is.
And so choosing a vehicle.
And choosing the viable vehicle, as much as well as saying, okay, what is your risk appetite? So if you're a younger person, a young adult, it's advisable to go into more of a high risk type of investment. What I mean by high risk investment, I'm talking about investment potentially on the market, which is like an equity-based investment. So
your stock market,
so something where all right, you know what, this stock could go from 1 rand a share to 5 rand a share in the next year, okay? But it also could lose everything, so it's that high risk, game that you play. And then obviously for slightly older people, they can't afford to take that much risk, because there's not much time that you can recover from your losses.
Yeah.
So, they always say, like, a rule of thumb when you invest in stocks is don't dump your stock as soon as it hits a bit of a low. Let it recover, and that's why you need time. So it's about understanding what risk you want to place on this money, what your intention is, and how long you want to basically leave it in there. And that's how you'll pretty much look and choose the correct type of investment vehicle, should I say, that you can use.
Emotional people, I'm looking at my money. There's my 100 rands. All of a sudden, it's now 88 rands. And the first thing I'd want to do is remove it. If I'm investing long term, let me remove it, cut my losses, and move. You're saying leave it there for a while because it's long term. You need it for a long haul.
Yeah.
Oh, lovely. I like that.
100%.
All right.
100%. And, a lot of the time people, I mean, coming from a commerce background, studying accounting, time value of money was always embedded in my way of thinking. Okay.
Yes.
But what about the guys that are medical students, that are art students, that are, do they really understand the term time value of money?
No.
Time value of money is critical to us really understanding in how money can work for you, making money work for you. And a practical example would be, for instance, I've got 100,000 rand right now. Okay, I want to have R1 million in 10 years' time. Okay, however, I need to first understand what is R1 million going to be worth in 10 years' time.
10 years.
Because it's not going to be the same R1 million now.
Yes.
Okay. So there's calculations, obviously, that one does. So you can be aware and say, okay, well, that R1 million in today's time will be maybe about 730,000. Okay. So when I'm working towards my goal, you need to utilize both those values, the R1 million and the 733,000.
And the inflation
to put into your calculation.
Yes.
And it just makes you understand exactly how you can be realistic in achieving your investment goals. So time value of money, it's a principle we talk a lot about extensively in our campaign, in our content hub, and it's essential for you to get to understand fully.
Start early, basically.
Yeah.
Oh, lovely. All right. The savings vehicles, like you said, you can go to the bank, isn't it?
Yeah. So
you can speak to a financial advisor who'll be able to tell you about different options.
Yeah.
Whether it's high risk, it's moderate risk, or low risk.
Yes.
And I guess depending on your life stage, if you're still in your, I calculated with 4 20s, in your first 20 and the second 20 before you become 40, and then those last 20 just before you retire, and then you have your 60 to 80 years, and that's where you don't want to invest a lot. You just want to be taking care of your money, or your money taking care of you.
Yes.
If I hear you properly, emphasizing that we should get to a point where the money works for us. Yes, you sweat at the beginning, but you get to a point where the money works for you.
Yeah. So now we come to the point of debt management. It's once again something that a lot of people are not. They don't want to talk about it. They want to hide it. It is a problem in South Africa. I think when we initially launched the campaign in 2019, our debt levels were at a certain. How can I say we're not good at all?
Yeah.
And obviously from COVID, they've been really inflated. So now we're sitting in 2021. And it's become more of, let's call it a crisis at the moment.
And people have lost their jobs. I mean, really.
Yeah, it's nothing that a lot of the time, and that's what people don't understand, is that when people get to being in debt, it's not something obviously that they planned for. There's been events and a lot of the time misfortune that's created this problem in their lives. Okay. And debt management is generally refers to the process of where basically somebody is over indebted. There's then a company that comes and says, well, we will reduce your current debt repayments to something that's affordable according to what your current lifestyle, what your current income is.
Yeah.
And then they create agreements with the relative creditors. Okay. But we're not really going to speak too much about that today. We're really going to talk about the positive sides of actually realistically managing your debt.
Yes.
So we're going to talk about it in another sense. So from a young adult's perspective, you've now newly employed, let's say. You're getting your first paycheck. There's money that's being deposited into your bank accounts. So you're creating a track of money. The banks obviously pick up on that, and they come and they offer you various facilities, credit cards. So what is important to understand about managing your debt really is about making sure that your credit score is well maintained. So before you do look at applying for credit, you do have a good score. So what I mean by a good score? Well, a good score is made up of a number of different factors. Okay, it's about basically how you've been managing your debt in the past. So whether it was a student account, a clothing account, that's a credit history that you've created now. Okay, so how you pay your account, you pay it on time, or you're a slow payer.
You pay in full?
You pay in full, and actually what's favorable is basically paying according to the agreement. So funny enough, when you pay something and you close it, it doesn't sometimes actually impact as well as it should, even though you've actually closed this debt. So they want to see you honoring your credit agreement.
That's what they want to see. You've been paying on time, the correct amount.
Exactly.
Or the agreed amount.
100%. And what are the benefits of having a good score? Well, you get a better interest rate. So, which obviously in turn then saves you on your installment. Okay, it saves you down the line. I mean, a mighty load, especially with a long-term financing application like a home loan. If we're looking at a % difference, it's huge.
20 years,
it's massive. It's absolutely massive. I mean, people now are seeing that banks, obviously, with the repo rate being lowered to assist consumers in this time of need, people's bond repayments have been dropping a lot. So now people are seeing, gee whiz, if there's a % or 2% difference in the interest rate, my repayments are so much lower. So having said that, if I had applied for finance and I had a really good credit score, I would have even saved more. So we look at it from creating this culture in people to say, maintain your debt well, practice good behavior with your creditors, okay? And yes, there will be unfortunate circumstances where maybe you'll lose your job, whatever the case, and you cannot actually afford to be paying off this debt that you've initially taken out. There's processes that you can go about to avoid the worst case scenarios, for instance, where a company goes and puts a judgment against you, which basically then reflects on your credit report.
Would that a judgment would be now where the company has taken a legal action against my name?
Yes.
To inform other credit providers that this guy is a high risk payer. Either give him a high interest rate or minimize the amount of money that you can loan or credit out to him.
100%. That's exactly what it is. It's a signal to say this guy is a bad payer, and we need to notify you of that. But it doesn't obviously stop there. If you have borrowed money from an institution, you need to then pay it back. If you can't, they then come and attach. It's obviously a different level of exercises that they go through, but it can come to a stage of where they do attach your goods in lieu of the payment that is required, which is a nasty situation.
It's nasty.
But there are so many remedies to avoid a consumer getting into that position. As long as you inform your creditor about what your current lifestyle is, what your current circumstances are like. This is what you can afford. They generally have to accept what you put in place as an agreement. They have to give you that opportunity to say, this is what I can afford. Do you accept it? And 9 times out of 10, by law, they have to accept it. So instead of just running away and avoiding it and getting to that stage, correct it.
Have open negotiations.
Have open negotiations. Don't avoid calls. And then just keep a good relationship.
And what do? You get that 087 number and they call you a lot, and the person on the other side was just trying to say, this is so and so, you're owing us. And we're living in, especially with the COVID-19 pandemic and the lockdowns, we're living in times where people are very depressed. You know? They don't know how to manage their debt. They are intending to do so, but there isn't much income coming through. I know it's risky, and we will talk about risk and how to avoid it as well. I hear what you're saying. It's difficult though sometimes to actually take those calls, to go to the bank. To some people, it can be embarrassing as well.
No, it is, but But I think, to your point, so many people now with COVID are in those situations. It's not uncommon, okay?
So you're not the only one. I think
you're not the only. That's it. You're not the only one. So take that initiative, and rather get it cleared up and have some understanding, but don't hide away.
Yes.
Hiding away is definitely the worst thing you can do. It doesn't give you the opportunity to defend yourself. Something that I've also really picked up, I'm sure you've also been experiencing this with people not understanding the real term of blacklisting.
Yes.
Okay. So blacklisting was something that doesn't actually really theoretically exist anymore as how it used to back in the days.
Back in the days, yes.
And what I mean by that, so back in the days with blacklisting, you would have somebody who, once they reach that point, really the chances of getting credit again in their life is like basically gone. It's zero, okay? That's no longer part of how credits work, okay? It's now really about that if you have got into a situation where you filed for sequestration, which, yes, is a topic all in itself, but and you've now declared yourself insolvent, you have an ability now to actually rehabilitate. And it is an exercise of 5 to 10 years, but once you do rehabilitate, you then have an option
You're good to go
get
back
credit
to
again.
the market again.
So it's not all doom and gloom, should I say? You know, even if you don't get to the stages of sequestrating or declaring yourself insolvent, and you have all these all these debts that have kind of lined up, you can still make arrangements, sort them out, and your name can be back to how it was, and it's important because I think so many people get so bogged down about that term. And my last point I'd also like to make about debt management is, let's just not look at debt in the bad sense. Let's also look at it in the good sense. Why do I say that? Because we need to distinguish that there's different types of debts. There is bad debt, but there's also good debt. What I mean by good debt?
Show me the difference, yeah.
So good debt pretty much is you're looking to purchase something that is an investment, that is something that is going to serve you for your future.
Yeah.
What do I mean? A house. So most people are going to take out a home loan in order to acquire a property over 20 years, live in this property, and pay, obviously, your bond repayment every month.
That's good debt.
That's good debt. It's a positive debt. Your bad debt would really be taking out unnecessary store accounts, like clothing accounts. Do you really need that?
Just to impress.
Do you really need that? I mean, honestly speaking, if you're in a position to open an account, you obviously are, of course, earning an income.
Yeah.
So rather than say, you know what, I can't get that pair of shoes that I really like, those fancy shoes, I can get something for half the price, but then I don't have to take out credit to get those shoes.
Yes.
Rather look at that. That's bad debt. That's unnecessary debt. Okay,
So
taking out a credit card and for the sake of just going out and using it for entertainment and using it for this. And a credit card also can be used as good debt if you use it as a provision for when, for instance, there's a miscellaneous something that goes wrong and you need to access money. You have to have cash immediately. Then a credit card, or actually an overdraft, are those type of vehicles that can be used to save you in a bad situation. But yes, it's important that we do also approach debt in a good sense, because it can really help you. I mean, think about how major corporations started. They didn't just start with nothing. They had to go and they had a great idea. They had to go and get a business loan to build this great empire. That's good debt,
That's good debt, yeah.
So yeah, I think.
Thank you for that, Nathan. I
fantastic.
think one thing that you're just bringing in now that I'll roll with, it's part of your risk as well. I'll tell you why. Risk is I'll explain it to you, is when you anticipate something that could go wrong, or risk is the management of that which could go wrong, which is the risk management portion. Things that could easily go wrong in our lives is, again, your credit card. You go into debt. I was just listening to you talking about how you can use your credit card to get out of certain situations. It's risky for a house to be leaking, because chances are you will ruin everything, which is the house content. There's an insurance product for that. We will talk about it. We will talk about the credit card itself being used properly as a good debt.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it can be risky that if you lose your job, what happens now, Nathan? You will be owing the bank a whole lot of money. Now, what usually happens is the banks would give you an extension of a product, which is called a value-added product called a credit shortfall cover.
Yeah.
Earlier on, we were talking about risk, and I think we just wanted to define what risk is.
Yeah.
I think as human beings, we are always exposed to different types of risk. As we grow up, you were making an example about a young adult who's a school leaver, who's graduated.
Yeah.
Now they get their first salary. What usually happens is they start acquiring assets. Your clothing, the rental place, your household things like your appliances. There's always risk in that they might get lost through things like theft. I'm sure we're living in a country where we are exposed to people who are not employed. Chances are the place that you're staying at, it might not be necessarily safe. So there might be theft, there might be damage to your property. Damage does not necessarily come with cruel intention.
Yeah.
You might have a laptop, and when you shift, and it falls.
Yeah.
So that on its own, it's your risk in a sense that you risk losing that particular asset.
Right.
You risk losing your life.
Right.
You risk losing or damaging anything that you have. So I'm not going to go into the psychological portion of it or the technical aspect of risk, but one thing I would like you to know is how to manage your risk. Look, there are certain ways you can use, Nathan. Is first identify where the risk is or what are the possible risks.
Right.
If I do not clean my gutters and they dry up, they can be a hazard to blockage and there'll be flooding. If your geyser bursts, what are you gonna do? Do you leave your geyser underneath, above your ceiling or above the roof, or are you going to place your geyser somewhere where if it was to burst, it won't actually flood your house? So you start identifying all of those risks.
Sure.
And you analyze them and prioritize them accordingly. One of the ways of looking at the prioritization of risks is those that can cause too much harm. If I have a car and I don't maintain the car, what are the chances of the car breaking down? If I have a house and I do not maintain the house, either by cleanliness or even painting the surfaces, take your metal roof, you have to paint the metal roof.
Right.
Your butler doors, you have insurance companies saying you need to go into a place where your car is safe. Are you parking your car at a safe place? During the day, where do you park? At night, where do you park? So you start seeing where the risk is, and then now how do you mitigate it or how do you reduce your risk?
Okay.
So those are just the simple things that I want to talk to you about. Yeah.
No, I think you make a lot of sense, particularly as well now when we're looking at this pandemic that we're in. People have now become a lot more, how can I say, aware of having a proper type of risk management plan or the impacts of why you should have a real risk management plan, because no one intended for such a pandemic to happen, right? But however, if you plan accordingly and you have the necessary and you understand the principles of risk management, you would have some type of a contingency plan that can obviously rescue you or give you some relief in this time of need, which, as we saw, not just from a South African perspective, from a global perspective,
from the whole world,
there was not that type of real appreciation of risk management. So in today's times now, people should really start focusing more on these type of principles that you've been going through, and really looking at minimizing and mitigating, your risk.
And there are many ways, Nathan, that you can use. Look, some of things is just avoiding certain things. For argument's sake, if you are a mountain biker, the two risks: the asset that you have, which is an expensive mountain bike, and bodily injuries as well, where you can avoid it. Drag racing, you have a beautiful car which looks faster than my car. It's unnecessary to be a reckless driver on the road, because you're not only a hazard to yourself, but you're also a hazard to everybody else around you.
Yeah, sure.
Your house, do not neglect it. I'm sure every morning when we leave our house, we brush our teeth and we look a bit cleaner and neater. The same thing should happen with your house. So we encourage you to do things that will protect your properties. Your cell phone, especially with young adults, usually flash out the cell phone, but it doesn't have a cover, a screen cover. So those are some of the small practical examples that you can use to mitigate or minimize your risk.
No, 100%.
And talking about that, I think, Nathan, when it comes to minimizing of risk, get insurance as well. And I would like you to talk to us about insurance. Get insurance to cover those things, because the thing is, if you lose an asset, I'll give you an example. You have a car which is worth 200,000 rands. You're driving it around, you owe the bank now 180,000 rands.
Right.
But if that car is not insured and anything happens, whether it gets too damaged beyond repair, or it gets stolen, or by theft or fire, that total loss, you will still owe the bank the same amount of money that you were owing them before or after the loss. But if you have insurance, chances are you will be able to cover the total cost, or at least the bigger portion. And maybe, Nathan, talk to us about insurance as well, because now we've minimized the risk, we've identified the risks. Now we want vehicles that will assist us in sort of navigate this difficult time of, not knowing when the loss is going to come, what's going to happen when the loss comes. How does insurance fit in? We spoke about banking and the financial sector, savings and investments and retirement and all of those. How does insurance fit in now with what we've just spoken about now?
Well, I think you've definitely kind of created a nice platform for me to introduce insurance into the topic. Exactly like what you're saying. If you've already now gone through your risk management exercise, you've identified where there's risks, you've mitigated accordingly, and now you're in a position to say, this is my asset register, be it for young adults, be it cell phones, be it their first vehicle, be it a house that they've maybe an apartment that they've just recently purchased. What are the necessary insurance covers that they should have in place according to their asset profile, really? So non-life insurance really is about now looking at your short-term insurance policies, and this is based, and it's really now an agreement between your insurer and yourself to pretty much protect your assets, and pay a premium for that. That's what it pretty much in a nutshell is about.
Nathan, let me understand something. When you say non-life, life insurance would be that which has to do with your whole body, your death, your disabilities, and all of that. That's life. Non-life, life would be the long-term insurance, isn't it?
Yes.
Non-life, are you saying now? It's
yes, you're quite right. No, you're 100% right.
Because we saw used to be short-term insurance. Is that
so it is another term now commonly referred to.
Non-life. All right.
Non-life. So like I was mentioning, depending on your asset profile, there will be products, be it comprehensive type of structured policies that will work in tandem with your needs. So you have a number of different ways of how they categorize them. You have your motor insurance, you have your household or building insurance, and then you have your household contents and portable insurance, all risk covers. So essentially, when we look now at motor insurance, that's of course, like you mentioned an example, having your vehicle protected by a policy. So and having it preferably as a comprehensive type of cover, where you are now covered for your fire, your general type of things like fire, theft, third party. So what I mean by third party, if I have an accident on the road and I have a comprehensive insurance policy and I'm to blame for the accident, right? I now not only have to essentially cover my damaged vehicle,
yes,
but I also have to now look at catering to the person's vehicle that I've damaged.
Oh, yes.
So there's effectively like
yes,
a two-claim scenario.
Yes.
So having a comprehensive insurance policy obviously will, come in, you will kick in and assist you. And as well, once again, using your example, when you finance the vehicle, it's important to always insure at retail value. What does retail value really mean? It's so that you can address the real need of insurance, which is to be placed in the position that you were in before the event. So you're not disadvantaged, you're not advantaged, you just put back. And having a policy like a comprehensive one that covers your retail value of your vehicle will mean that you will get basically back the same type of vehicle with the same type of characteristics when you do decide to replace it once your claim is approved. So
what happens if I finish paying my car? I don't owe the bank. I don't owe anybody. Most people do that. Yes, my last installment. Please cancel the insurance.
Yeah. So therefore, you put yourself at risk, because now if you have an accident and it's you at fault, how do you now explain having to cover this person's vehicle? It's very difficult. And at the end of the day, your vehicle then, I don't like to refer to as your general vehicle as an asset. It normally is a liability because it depreciates in value. Yeah. But of course, when you have paid your car off, it is kind of an asset now, because you're utilizing it to execute your work arrangements, to execute your daily activities. So it does then. So yes, you should have insurance, and yes, there are the relative type of policies that obviously cover that nowadays. So yes, the market is shifting towards covering all your different types of vehicles, whether it's paid off or not.
Yes.
And then moving on to building insurance. So if you own a home, the bank will generally instruct you to take out a policy to protect your home against flooding, against lightning, against fire, against perils, basically.
Yeah.
Okay.
So would that be for the building itself?
For the building itself,
and the walls
roof
around
and
it?
the internals, as far as the geysers are concerned.
Yes.
Basically, all the structures of the building that make it work.
Okay.
So naturally, if a bank is affording you credit and they're extending you a facility to take out a home loan, they want to know that their asset essentially as well is protected. So they will then say you must take out a necessary building insurance, which you actually as a consumer have the right to go and look in the market and choose the correct product that suits your needs, that suits your budget. And obviously, there's a broad range of different products out there, which a consumer has the ability to go and pick. So you don't have to just, by the way, elect what the bank tells you.
So the bank will suggest, or rather will recommend their own product or the products they've used before.
Yes.
But you still
have the
encouraging
option.
people to go out there and do your quotations.
Exactly.
We usually say 3 quotations. It could be the bank that you're getting a loan from. It could be other 2 institutions. Just say I'm buying a house, or rather I've got this property, and then just get to see what is it that they cover and see if you can afford.
Yeah, and look at, well, just like you're concerned, everyone's concerned in the premium, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But also look at the excess. What is the excess really on that insurance product? Sometimes it can be
What is an excess?
Well, yeah, basically an excess is...
That sounds like a very fancy word.
So an excess is essentially for the insurance to make a consumer aware that when you do claim, you will have to pay what they call an excess on approval of your claim. Yeah. So an excess is a once-off amount on the claim, per claim, that you pay upfront on claim approval. And it's just a way of managing their customers to say, guys, don't just always claim. You know what I mean? There is something that it's not just free for all. Let's claim. It makes you think about it.
Can I call it the self-insurance portion? Insurance will give you the total amount, but in order for them to make you more responsible, because remember, insurance companies, you shake hands, you have agreements, you have your responsibilities and your rights, and they also have. So they're trying to discourage you from claiming too.
Yeah, and the higher, well, generally, if they're very happy with the way you've been, so if you're coming from a previous insurance policy, moving on to a new one, just like your credit score, they'll look at how you've managed that policy, and then they will also give you terms based on how you managed your insurance policies in the past. Are you somebody that's got a high loss ratio, someone that claims a lot? Are you not? They will give you preferential terms, obviously, if you've got a good track record. And going on to the excess portion, you'll have lower excesses, obviously.
You know what I like about this? You spoke to us about why it is necessary to take care of your credit score, because you get favorable terms with your financial institutions. You're coming back to insurance again, and you're saying they also look at that. It's almost like your credit score.
Yeah.
You've behaved according to the agreement.
Yes.
And therefore you are at a favorable point with them in terms of the premiums, the excess, but if you sort of misbehave, just like you said with the interest rate might be higher. This time it will be your excess might be higher because the insurance this is a delinquent.
And something else, when you do apply for insurance, they'll also do a credit check as well on top of that. So they will utilize a number of different indicators for them to best risk rate your product that you're looking to acquire with.
The rating of risk.
So so they will look at a number of different factors. But going back now to the building insurance, obviously it doesn't make sense that you're paying all this money towards your bond. It's your home, it's your future, and you don't have the necessary covers in place for one of these, like I was saying, a peril, natural disaster, perils, the risks that are involved with managing a property. It's a small portion, obviously, of what you pay towards the bank for your home loan, so it only makes sense to have a good comprehensive product for your building, your home. And then you have your household content insurance, which is actually covering the contents within the building. So your TVs, your fridge, all your contents that you have. So that's covering it against the main type of events are, theft, fire, damage. So now there's actually products out there that will cover if you damage one of your appliances. So let's say you've got a 3-year-old and she decides to throw something at the TV because she thinks it's cause and effect, and the TV crashes down on the floor. There are actually products now out in the market that will cover such events.
Such an event.
Which is great. So getting now to the cell phone, that's the all-risk cover. So that's now covering your portable possession. So portable possession being a cell phone, laptop, and actually giving you cover from the second you walk out of your property, and covering that particular portable possession. So if it gets lost, it gets stolen, yes. So that's now your all-risk covers.
Okay.
So those are the three main elements of insurance that we all should be looking at: is your motor insurance, your house, your home insurance, your household content insurance, and then of course your all-risk. So 4 in all actually is the ones that you should be focusing on and really looking and seeing, am I correctly covered? Do I have the right type of structured policy that will work for me?
Okay.
So that's pretty much now. I think we've comfortably wrapped up the topic of non-life insurance. And if we look at now the couple of terms, I think.
I was about to say, Nathan, when we speak insurance, there's always these jargon, these major terms that are used, and sometimes I'll be honest with you, they remove people away from wanting to inquire because they are scared they might ask wrong questions. Tell us some of the terms that we use in insurance. I can go ahead and mention something like excess, which you've explained.
Yes.
What policyholder, those words can be pretty confusing. I'm be honest with you.
So I mean, the general type of terms that you'll always see on every policy is you'll see insurance ombudsman. So that is a regulating body that really goes and assists consumers in line with the Consumer Protection Act.
Okay.
In the event of where a consumer feels they were hard done by. So let's say, for instance, a claim was repudiated, so a claim was rejected for whatever reason. A consumer still has the opportunity to now go and approach the ombudsman to say, this is a scenario, I have this policy with this company, please can you have a look at it from almost like a third-party perspective,
yes.
And advise on if
like
their decision is
of some
100%. It is. It's exactly that in the insurance space. So it does give consumers that level of protection, because there's always this general consensus about insurers that they don't want to pay or this and that. But you know what? It's really now about being fair. It's about having an environment
fairly.
It's all about applying that principle of treating customers fairly. And what better than having an actual regulating body that has no interest in an insurance company, that's not necessarily going to be completely on your team, but they're going to come, like I said, as a mediator and look and see and put the facts and figures together, see were they right, were they wrong. Okay.
That's an insurance ombuds.
Yeah, so I mean that's really looking at the terms, like I said, repudiation. We've discussed excess.
Repudiation would be when they when they reject your claim.
Yeah.
A policy holder would be a person who goes, that's me, going to the insurance company, isn't it?
Yeah.
So maybe let's just simplify it for them. There's an insurance company which we call the insurer.
Yeah.
And then there's you who becomes the policyholder, meaning the insured.
Yes, correct.
Now both of you come in, shake hands, and say we agree to take care of this item when such an event occurs.
Yes.
When that event occurs, you go back to the insurer and say the event has occurred, which is a claim now.
Yes.
You lay a claim. They look at what do you call this thing that you say? They look at the legalities or
like the whole scenario.
And then that's when they settle you back. You spoke about something about they put you back to where you were before.
Yes. That's the whole idea, essentially. I mean, that's what it's really about. So.
And let me tell you about insurance as well. It's a whole lot of people who come in. We put money into one basket. So if one of us gets a loss, we take from that amount of money, we replace. We take that money. So the more all of us claim at the same time, the more the kitty will be empty, which is why it is very important to be responsible, to minimize all the things that could cause harm to both your property and yourself as well. And remember, there are agreements as well. That's where you'll find your policy wording, your policy schedule, which we always encourage you to look at. But if you fail and you don't understand some of these things, you can go to organizations like South African Insurance Association.
Yeah.
Who are they, by the way?
So they're an organization that's been established to really assist consumers and really like as almost an information hub where consumers have the ability to know what their rights are within the insurance space. Okay.
Even to hold the insurance accountable, maybe as well.
Yeah. Essentially, it's basic. I don't want to put them in the same capacity as an ombuds, because they're not going to come and represent you like an ombuds would. It's actually really about just, if you look at the whole, it's exactly what I'm saying. It's an information type of hub where consumers can go and source the necessary information so that they know that they have peace of mind when taking out an insurance policy. There are these different type of bodies that are around to encourage consumers to say, you're not alone.
Yeah.
There's enough information going around to say, you can make an informed decision. And it's not just a case of a product being shoved down your throat,
Yeah, and I was looking at the other article, an article the other day where they said, always engage with a reputable insurance company. Just make sure that they are registered. They have an FSP license, financial services provider license. I think it's the financial FSCA.
Yeah.
They are a body which will actually look at or register all the insurance companies. If an insurance company is not in the FSCA's list, register, you worry about them. So I see how it fits in. So all these other bodies, and I'm sure even insurance companies themselves, they have the complaints department where you can go to.
Yes, they have the internal department. No, yes, 100%. The ombudsman is the last resort. And I mean, for instance, South African Insurance Association actually has, once again, like you mentioned now with FSCA, having
the Financial Sector Conduct Authority,
registered providers under them. The same goes for SAIA, where they've got the providers, your different type of companies that give you these insurance policies that fall under SAIA and actually, contribute towards the initiative in driving the promotion of insurance literacy.
Is this why we're here now?
Yeah, there we go. I mean, we've just pretty much, yeah.
Thank you. Nathan, I think it was very informative for me today.
Same, yeah.
Thank you for sharing the platform. And I'm sure most of us have learned a lot.
Thanks for tuning in. Thanks for joining us for this wonderful session. It's been a great pleasure.
I hope it was very informative. Thank you so much, Mr. Hellman.
And you guys have a great day further.
Hi, good day. I'm Lemise Coles. I'm a Money Savvy Kids licensee in Johannesburg Central. Today we're going to be discussing things about savings, and we're going to be talking a little bit about financial literacy. I'm joined by Roger. So Roger, do you want to explain what you do?
Thanks, Lemise. My name is Roger Jones. I work as the marketing manager for a company called SaveMave. We're a savings company based out of Cyprus, and much like you, Lemise, we want to teach people about financial literacy and savings and interest and anything else that's involved with financial matters.
So I think that's quite in Cyprus is quite a far way away. How did you land up in South Africa, and why South Africa?
I'm South African born and bred. I spent 15 years of my life in Europe. And a couple of other countries as well around the world, mostly in online digital. Worked for several large corporates, which I'm not allowed to mention. And then came back here and thought, let me see what I can use my skills to do. And SaveMave was a very attractive company to me. And I believe very much in what they do. And so that's become a large part of my life.
So I think it's actually quite interesting that you raised that. One of the things is South Africa has got a very bad culture of saving. We often hear that in the news, we hear it in different conversations. And I myself it's one of the reasons why I also wanted to become a little bit more involved in financial literacy, and especially at the introductory level with kids, young adults, graduates. We all find ourselves in the early stage of our careers in some form of debt, whether it's student debt, starting a family. And it's only through those instances that we start learning and understanding what savings and how savings actually marry with debt. A lot of the times I describe it as the other side of the coin of debt is actually savings. And had I understood that a little bit earlier, I could have probably circumvented a lot of events in my life or transition through a lot of more events. Any stories you can share with us, Roger?
I think I fully agree with you there. It's what resonates with me is that when I was, let's say, 5 or 6, late 70s, early 80s, our parents would take us to the post office, and we'd have a little savings book, and we'd put our 5 or 10 rand pocket money into the savings book. We'd get a stamp, and and the money grew. It was a thing of pride. And even into the sort of mid and late 80s, the banks were sort of, getting people to save. Admittedly, and this is possibly a fault of the system, but the schools never taught us about debt. The likes of credit cards and that sort of thing have come to the fore in the last, say, 20, 25 years, like never before. But nobody ever taught us about it and how to manage debt. And as you say, the saving side of things is also not something that's really prominent. You're not taught to save, and especially in today's society, with the younger generation, it's an instant gratification thing. It's a case of I want something, I have to have it now. And if I have to have it now, I'll appreciate it now, but I won't have spent the time saving for it. And that is where the disconnect occurs. And I think it's essential that we provide this sort of learning and education to our young people in order to avoid the financial crashes that we had probably in the last 10, 15 years. And that's where things come into play. And this is what really interests me in the field, is that it allows, this sort of product allows us to educate people from the age of 8 through the age of 60. And this is what I think the world needs. It needs to be able to get back on a level financial footing rather than the crazy experience it's currently having.
And I think that's an important point as to when to start having the conversations about finances with your kids. And I think a lot of the time people think it's a conversation for later on, when they're a little bit in their teen years and they can manage their money on their own, or when they get married, that's the time to start talking about it. But the earlier you can have that conversation, the better. I recall my son coming to me a couple of years ago, and he really wanted this particular Lego set. When we looked at the price of the Lego, we were a little bit, okay. The toy was much more than what we actually expected it to be. Well, he did argue that there is some level of investment in it. We said, fine, you can save towards it. It took him 12 months, and we said we'll match whatever it is you save. So however long it takes you to get up to half of the amount, we will put in the rest. And it's that instant gratification that you were talking about earlier. It's actually just letting them know that, look, we could probably go out, could probably swipe out a credit card, but we would be paying the interest on it. Whereas when you're saving it, you can actually achieve the same outcome. It's the other side of the coin where you're actually going and you're saying, okay, well, I'm going to gain that money during this period of time from a compounding point of view and go from there. How do you explain the concept of savings to young people?
I'd rather go the route of explaining credit and interest to them, and the fact that, as you mentioned, if you use your credit card and you swipe for your Lego, let's say $4,500, you swipe that, he's going to be paying off, let's say, 150, 200 Rand a month for the next 20 years. Yes, you're not going to charge him interest. And interest obviously is something essential in that process, and it's something that we need to be able to teach. And that you cannot borrow money for free. That's fundamentally against the ideal behind credit. And the fact that if you are saving, there are two types of interest. There are interest on credit, and there are interest on savings. And you far rather would be contributing towards the credit on the savings and actually gaining from it, rather than paying into almost like a bottomless pit, where you'd be, and it's almost, if you look at the example of a sort of home loan, and that you're paying off interest for the first 10 years of your home loan, and that is something that a lot of people don't understand. And again, it's not something that we teach, so it's something that needs to be taught and something that's essential in modern society. But the credit card companies are not going to tell you that. They're just going to say, well, okay, here's a credit card. You've got 100,000 Rand on your credit card. And you go, wee-hee. But they don't tell you about the 18% credit that's accruing on the back end. So I would far rather teach the positivity of interest, that if you put money in, you get more money back. Yes, it may only be a small percentage, but at least you're getting more back than you would if you just put it under your mattress, for example.
So I think you raised a couple of important points or interesting points. One of the things about financial literacy is actually understanding the definitions of certain parts of the financial industry. And it's not so much teaching people or educating them, but more just educating them on the definition of certain things. Honestly, when you say the word interest, for example, a lot of the time people lean toward the fact that there's debt involved, but actually they don't realize it's actually on the other side of the scale as well. And actually understanding where it is value. But when you mention a word such as debt, a lot of time people go into a little bit of a flinch and think it's a negative thing, but there's something called good debt and bad debt. I think the point is debt can be good as well. In the case of where you mentioned buying a house, there's capital gains. And obviously, if you've managed that correctly and understand capital gains as a definition. And I think one of the things that I'm picking up that is a consistency to any person that I speak to, financial literacy is not being taught at schools.
No.
It's not necessarily something we as parents necessarily have the conversations with our kids with. And this is probably what is perpetuating the cycle in South Africa, or globally actually, where people are not getting into the right habits of knowing how to manage their money, manage themselves, and more importantly, save towards a particular goal. And I think let's talk a little bit more about goals. I remember, like I said, saving up for a toy for my kid, but then there's bigger goals. There's retirement goals. There is, planning actually to have a family is a goal, or putting a good deposit down on a house. So you don't necessarily always at the means to buy the property you want, but if you start saving towards that, you might be able to get there closer. Thoughts on that, Robert?
Yeah, I agree with you completely. It's essential that, yes, let me go back to your initial point, that there can be good debt. In the case of buying a house, if you buy it for A and you sell it for A plus 20%, happy days. Your credit worked in your favor. As long as you can have that sort of stability and that sort of assuredness, if there is such a thing, you can go, okay, cool, I've borrowed X and I'm making Y on my house in 10 years' time. And I've had the enjoyment of living in it, et cetera, but now it's worth a lot more than I started with. So everybody's happy. The saving for a goal thing, this is interesting, if I can touch on the SaveMave side of things. SaveMave is set up for people, as the name suggests, for people to save. And what it does is, if I take an example, if for example you're putting $5,000 into a savings fund in your local bank account, the temptation is always there to dip into that. Oh, I'm having a bit of a short month. Oh, I want this, I want that. You dip into it, and all of a sudden your savings fund is half of what it used to be. If you put it in a fund that, although it's easily accessible, it's almost sort of out of sight, out of mind kind of thing. You're not going to dip into it, and it's just going to keep growing. And therein comes the positive interest in that with something like the product that I represent, we offer a 3% month-on-month interest. 3% per month interest, and that's a lot better than a lot of the local financial institutions will give you. But what it does is we have a number of different products, be it education, be it pension, be it saving for your house, for your wedding, for your whatever. And we're not going to say, okay, cool, you need to give us a set amount of money every month. That's fine, or minimum amount of money every month. We'll put it away. We'll do what you need to do for it. And we will then go, okay, this amount is available to you. We don't say, you're stuck for 60 months, you can't touch this money. If you need the money, if you decide, I'm saving for a house, but actually I have another baby, I need to pay medical bills, whatever the case may be, the money's available to you. We're not going to sit back and go, well, we put it for 60 months, we're going to charge you a penalty on X, Y, Z. But it's the core of saving, and we come back to it, we want to have that core discussion in that saving is important. It's important not only for at a local level, but at an international, global level, that we have those resources as a backup. If you look at the United States, there's something like the average person owes $34,000. in credit, in debt. And what I've seen coming back to South Africa recently is that sort of ideal is the same. It's starting to take foot in South Africa. And a good example would be you go into the shop and you go and they ask you, would you like, is that cash or credit? And you're going, and it's that easy. Yep. And the financial institutions, unfortunately, are so willing to give you that amount of credit that you don't really think. You just go, okay, cool, I need X, Y, Z. Let me just put it on card. And the savings is what we come back to. We look back to it. It's essential that we have that culture and reestablish that culture, that we're not just a credit-hungry society. We need to be saving at the same time and actually working towards something that's real rather than something that's just numbers on a piece of paper.
And I think that brings us to the point of how to budget and where does one start budgeting. And I think that's there's three key areas in any financial literacy program, and that is generally your budget, which basically looks at your income and expenses, savings and investing. And I think a lot of the time people confuse what is meant for what. Savings, you spoke a little earlier on about savings and you're having access to it. And I think that's the point of savings a lot of the time. It's normally a specific goal that you're saving towards. It's normally a short-term or a medium-term type of investment, whereas investments is generally long-term. It's your retirement plan that you are setting yourself up for, and a portion of your income should be allocated towards savings and investing. What is your magic number to save towards short-term goals, and then what is it for long-term goals? Well,
as much as humanly possible would obviously be the answer to that. But we have to work in reality. And it's nice if you can take 10%, 15% of your income, after tax income, obviously, and put that away. If you're fortunate enough, and I don't think there are a lot of us that are, if you're fortunate to have that 10 to 15% sort of cushion, then you can make it work for you, be it a savings perspective, be it an investment perspective. As you say, you can save for, you can say to yourself, I want to save for, let's take the Lego, for example. If you're having a 400 Rand Lego, I'm going to put away 20 Rand a month or 30 Rand a month for my Lego, and in a year's time I'll have it, right? And not only do I have my Lego, but I also have the gratification, I suppose, the self-confidence and the pride, in a way, of knowing that I saved and I worked hard for that, and I don't owe anybody anything. And I've got my Lego, and I have my pride, and I can look back at both of those with enjoyment and pleasure, and I can go, I took my 10, 15%, and I put it away. Yes, I wanted to spend it on sweets or chocolates or something else, but I had a goal in mind, and I kept putting money into it, and at the end of the day, I got what I want, and I feel proud about the fact that I was able to go up to that store owner and go, there's my 400 Rand, hypothetically, I want my box of Lego. And be, whether that is as an 8-year-old child or a 40-year-old adult, you take some pride in that, because you've had the dedication and the I suppose maturity and also the self-discipline in order to be able to sort of save for, and the same would go for anything from you can take a Lego to a house. Yes, okay, you can save for 20 years for a house. Saving for 20 years for Lego, you get a hell of a big set of Lego. But at the same time, you have that awareness, and also it builds your credit rating. Obviously, if you've got a decent savings track record, the banks are going to like you more. So that's important. Yeah. If I can go back to SaveMate, what we can do is we have programs that are short term. If you want to say, we have short term, we have debt, get yourself out of debt programs, and we have long term programs like buying a house, saving for my pension if I want a Ferrari when I'm 60. We can save for all of those. And the way the product works is that you put in a small amount of money every month, and through the joys of compound interest, your money makes, the interest on your money makes money. So if you, and this is what we work on as a basic, if you put in $10 a month, currently 150 Rand a month, which is, if you'll agree, I think probably what we spend on coffee a month. Yeah. You put that in every month, and it'll just sit in the back end. It's an international fund, so your money is safe. Your money, it's a trustworthy company, and it's guaranteed up to 20,000 euros per account. So if something horrible happens, like we had in 2008, the world financial systems crash, it's backed up. So you're not going to lose your money. The banks are not going to go into recession again. But if you take as little as $10 a month and you put in every month for a year, right? Let's say you put in $120 in a year. After a year, you've got $140. Yes, it's not much, but that's a short-term interest. But you've got 20% on your money, right? Or 15% on your money. You do that over a longer period, what happens is that your $10 keep stacking up, and they make interest every month. And on that interest, you make more interest, and then more interest, and more interest. And all of a sudden, if you took, for example, if you saved your $10 for a year, and I'll keep this in dollars, apologies. If you saved your $10 for 10 years, right? If you put in $10 every year, you would have put in $1,200. Now, $1,200 is about 50,000 Rand at the moment. Your $1,200 would then be worth, based on the compound interest that Save May provides, would be worth $11,419, which is 280,000 Rand, which is not a bad return. But it all comes back to saving and being, yeah.
I think that's an important point. Savings is not, whether it's short term, medium term, or long term. The point is there's generally a goal in place. What you put in is what you're going to get out ultimately at the end of the day. That the goal is to say, if you're in a position where you can afford to put more in than $10, for example, you can put in $100.
Yes.
You will be able to see a better return on that $100 than maybe on $10. But I think what I'm understanding you say is it doesn't matter where you start, whether you're starting off at $10 or whether you're starting off $100 or $1,000, whatever is your appetite to be able to save towards whatever particular goal, how quickly you get there, how quickly you arrive there is basically dictated by you. And I think that's a very key component for financial literacy, is for people to understand that they actually are in control. You'll always have your financial planners, your financial advisors, and they bring a lot of benefit to the industry. But at the end of the day, you are ultimately responsible to manage yourself and manage your income that you derive. It's ultimately the time that you've sacrificed to do whatever it is that you do, or whatever job it is that you do, and you're actually giving your time in order to get some kind of return, and that return is normally some kind of payment, and that's your income. And so how you spend it really should be something that you enjoy on a day-to-day basis.
Exactly.
And this is where budgeting does come in. But at the same time, there are those events that happen. And I think a lot of times people think savings is normally for risk events or significant events, that is negative events, or somebody's going into hospital or something. But I like to think about it. I want to go and travel abroad. Okay, given we are in a little bit of a different situation right now, but when the borders open up again, it's a nice idea. And so it's a great opportunity for me now. And that's another thing. Now while we were in lockdown, there was so much opportunity to save, because we weren't necessarily doing the things that we used to do. And the question is whether or not we were actually doing that. And if people understood that, how critical it would have been to be able to save. Look, some people's income was actually slashed, but in the event that had to happen, and you did save. I like the idea where you spoke about a percentage. A lot of the time people think they have to add a quantum to it. Oh, I need to save 10,000 Rand a month if I want to be a millionaire by X date. But I think sometimes it's better to work on a percent of what it is your income is, because it makes it manageable, so that when there is a variable that changes in your income for whichever reason, it's not that you're not going to save. Because I think that's where the issue comes in with savings. A lot of times somebody says, oh, but I can't afford that 1,000 Rand anymore. And so they just stop saving at that point. Whereas it is better to say, look, I'm taking 10,000 Rand, 10% of my income, and I'm saving towards X. And your income might be 10,000 Rand this month. So then, of course, that's 1,000 Rand. But the next month, it might be 5,000 Rand. Exactly. So then it's 500 Rand. Is there flexibility in the products you've seen in the industry that actually allows for that kind of thing? Because I think a lot of the times there's that lock-in amount.
There is, and this is one of the reasons that the product came about. In most countries around the world, the investment companies won't talk to you unless you have $10,000, 100,000, 150,000 Rand. They won't really get out of bed for that. And I think that alone has been one of the reasons why the saving culture has dissipated. In that, you think to yourself, I'd like to invest, or I'd like to save, but I need, as you said, 1,000 Rand or 10,000 Rand. All we ask for SaveMave is $10. That's all, 150 Rand. And I think a lot of the people out there can do 150 Rand, even if it means one less cup of coffee a week. It'll make a huge difference over a period of time. You won't even notice you're not drinking coffee on a Friday, but you will notice when you go, oh, I've got $5,000 in the bank. Happy days, and I wasn't expecting it. And what we also find with the investment companies is that they expect you to log in they expect you to give them 100,000 Rand and keep giving them, and they will hold it for a period of 60 months, 5 years, and they won't let you take it out. Or if you do take it out, for whatever reason, if you want to build an extension on your house, et cetera, they will penalize you heavily for it. And we don't do that. There's no questions asked at SaveMave. We don't judge you. We just, it's an app-based product. You have the power in your hand. And what we like to say is that we're giving the power of savings back to the man in the street, because it's been taken away by the large corporates and the investment firms.
So very much like the post office book that you used to have.
Very much like that. And you could go in if you wanted to buy. I'll date myself here, but if you wanted to buy an A-Team Action Man, you could go and take that money out of the post office, and you could. The lady behind the till would look at you a bit strangely because you're taking all your money out, but that's neither here nor there. And the same works with SaveMave, is that if something happens that you need money 3 years down the line, or even 6 months down the line, you click a button on your app and the money comes back into your account. No questions asked, no fees, no penalties. It's just there. And we won't, once you're back on your feet, you can continue saving. Your account will remain open.
And I think that's what is happening at the moment. There's a lot of shifts in the world that is happening, and the financial markets or the financial industry is shifting as well. There's an understanding that people would like to have the flexibility, the availability, and preferably in the palm of their hand, so that they can actually manage it. And this is where the financial literacy component becomes a critical part, is that people understand how to understand what certain definitions are, what it means, and then they can go and search and find products that actually meets their needs, because there's no one product that fits every event. But at least if you have better understanding of what it is that you're looking for, what is available in the market, what the actual definitions is, you are able to really make more educated decisions around your own financial management as you go along.
Now that's where what we've tried to do at SaveMave is we've tried to capture whatever financial need you may have or financial want you may have. We have a program for it. So we have the pensions, I want to get married in 5 years' time. And the beauty of it is, on the app itself, we have a calculator that if I have to save 50,000 Rand because I want to get married in 5 years' time and I want to throw a nice big party. If you know that, the calculator will tell you exactly how much you will need to save per month based on the interest rates and stuff, and how much you will make within the system, how much and how long you need to save in order to reach that goal. And it'll tell you every month how far you're into that goal. If you fall behind, or if you put in more than you actually need to, obviously the number will change. But it's a lovely way of going, okay, cool, this is the goal that I need to reach. Let's say I want to buy a Porsche for 1.2 million rand. I need to save, hypothetically, 10,000 rand a month for the next 6 years, or whatever the case may be. And then I will have my Porsche because I know I'll have enough. And when I want to buy my Porsche, I click a button and it goes straight into my account.
All right, well, thank you so much. This was quite an interesting discussion. I really enjoyed it. I hope you found some value in terms of what we had to share with you today. I think the key components is that financial literacy is not about necessarily understanding everything. It's just understanding the key concepts within the financial markets. Once you understand those, you are able to purchase the products you need a little bit more better. You understand what savings is now a little bit. You know that it's actually the other side of a debt coin. And debt coins, like I said, is not necessarily bad. There's good ways of doing it. So it just depends on what your purpose is, what your long-term goal is, your short-term goal is, and how you want to go about it. Any final words from you, Roger?
We want the country to be financially successful. We want them to be financially educated, and we want them to be happy. And, SaveMave will go out of their way in order to provide this education to an entire generation, if possible, so that we don't fall foul of the temptations and the footfalls that credit can certainly provide, and hopefully get ourselves back into a saving culture, which I think South Africa very much needs.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
We now welcome Miss Lemise Scholz into studio, and she is a money-savvy kids licensee. Welcome, Lemise.
Thank you so much for having me.
It is great to have you in studio today. Lemise, your feature with Mr. Roger Jones featured a few moments ago and covered money, saving, and credit with regard to kids and particularly girls. There are a few questions that our viewers have put forward on the chat function, and I would like to ask them to you now. So let's get straight into it. Firstly, what is a money-savvy kids licensee?
So Money Savvy Kids is actually a brand, and I am a licensee. I'm licensed to obviously sell their products and their services. We run programs for kids, we run programs for teens, and then obviously graduate programs as well, and even for adults.
Okay, thank you. I have a question of my own that I'm going to ask Ms. Lemise now. When my son was 5 years old, I asked him, son, where does money come from? And when we grew up, our parents told us money doesn't come from trees. So now he was like, Mom, your money comes from your card. But he had no idea how the money got into the card. So my question to you is, when is a good age to introduce the concept of money and how it works to children?
So I think the thing is, money is not actually an event or savings or budgeting, and it's actually a journey that you go on. So the earlier, the better. The reality of the situation is everybody thinks they have to introduce the concept of money at a particular stage in a child's program, and most times parents' reaction to money is, don't ask me about money, or, I don't have any money. And that actually builds into the beliefs of kids. So around about 3 to 5 years old, you want to introduce the idea of delayed gratification, for example. So with delayed gratification, it's like handing them, when you go to the store, a packet of sweets and say, okay, we're going to go and do the shopping now. We're going to get you through the till. But you're still not going to have this packet of sweets after we paid for it. You can only have it after dinner. And you're not going to have the whole packet. You're going to have a couple out of it.
Sure.
So that teaches then the concept of delayed gratification. I think that's part of the culture that you want to invest in kids. A little bit later on, as time passes, around about 5, 6 years old, you want to then introduce the concept of choice, to say to them, okay, well, we go into the shop, you get one treat that you get to choose. So the treat that they will choose, then you give them an option of maybe a chocolate, a pack of sweets, and a cool drink or something. They will choose obviously whatever they think is of value to them. Again, you improve on the delayed gratification, saying, okay, well, you know what, why don't you have 1 or 2 now and then have the rest tomorrow? So now you want to extend the period. So you make everything a little bit more age appropriate. You add value to what it is that they, you explain the concept of value. So not the concept of money as much, but the concept of valuing things, and the cost of that then comes in as they get older in different ages.
It looks like I need a bit of money lessons before I take this over to my children, because they'll call me out on my non-delayed gratification when it comes to sweets. But on the show, you shared some money-saving memories. What is your earliest memory and interactions with money?
So it's actually quite an interesting story. I think it was roughly about probably 7 or 8 years old. My gran used to send us to the corner shop up the road. And so she said to me to go buy 5 potatoes. It was such a specific number, I'll never forget, 5 potatoes. So off I went, running to the corner shop to go get the 5 potatoes. Dutifully took my 5 biggest potatoes I could find, went to the shopkeeper, held my hand open, and now I'm probably going to give my age away because it was a 1 rand little coin, the big coins. And I'm like, here you go, right? She said I could have I could get a sweet if there was any change. So I said, is this enough for the 5 potatoes, and can I get a sweet? And the shopkeeper said, no, actually I have to take one of the potatoes out. So I was like, okay. So he says, no. So I said, no, I have to have 5 potatoes. You don't understand. I have to have 5 potatoes. So he says, okay, well, why don't you get a smaller one? So anyway, dutifully went off again. I took all of the potatoes back to him and got 5 smaller ones. Okay. Now when I got back to the shopkeeper, he says to me, oh, okay, you can get 5 sweets. And I'm like, what just happened? Wow. I went with 5 potatoes. So obviously it's per weight. So I didn't actually understand at the time, but that's how you value. That's how I started understanding, wait a minute, I can make money every time I go to the shop here if I just take the right quantity, but make sure that it doesn't weigh as much. So that was my first interaction in understanding how I can make money from money.
Wow. Oh, what a beautiful story. Thank you for answering our questions, Louise. It was great having you in studio.
Thank you.
And next up, we have my 3 little piggies, Money Fundi, Nina Vanduma, Education Solution, and Postbank.
Everybody, welcome to my 3 Piggies lesson on financial literacy. My name is Gugu and I'm super excited to be chatting to all of you today about money and how to look after it. I also want to thank the organizers of Money Smart Week for inviting us to participate in this great initiative, and that's intended to make all of you smarter with your money. So, what are we going to be chatting about today? We're going to be chatting about money, how to earn it, and also about wants and needs when spending your money. We're also going to be talking about a very important concept called budgeting. We're going to learn what a budget is and why it's important when looking after our money. And finally, we're going to chat about saving, sharing, and investing. Before we get started, I'd like to know something from you. Do you know what financial literacy is? I'd like to share a video of children who are exactly the same age as you. We asked them the same question, and this is what they had to say.
Financial literacy is when for example, budgeting. Budgeting is when you find ways to get what you want with little money.
Hello, My name is Ihe. Today I'm going to tell you about saving, earning, and spending your money wisely. I earn money by doing chores around the house. I save my money in my bank account for the things I need. Before I spend my money, I ask myself whether I need it or want it. I draw up a budget to make sure that I don't spend more than I have. I also make sure I have money left over to save so I can earn interest. I am a super saver and not a spender like my mommy.
I think that financial literacy is the way you handle your money and the skills you have on money and the knowledge to make effective decisions. With money, you need to be smart and decide on how you're going to spend it, and you should overspend and lose all your money, and you should spend it in different pieces for the things that you need. It depends on what you want and what you need, because with money you need to decide to use your money wisely in financial literacy.
Financial literacy taught me about saving and how to make money by working hard for it. Chores. I learned how to share money by being kind to people that don't have what I have. And I love investing because I don't have to worry about my mommy saying, "Sorry, I don't have any money."
So what is money? Money is coins and notes. It's used to show the value of something, and it's used to pay for goods and services. We also need to understand how we get money. We have to work or earn some pocket money. You could start a business, or you could have investments that could give you money. Let's start by reading a few pages from the storybook about Nala. She is 5 years old and lives with her mom, her dad, her brother, and their dog. Nala and her mom go grocery shopping at the end of every month. Let's see what happens. Nala's mom always has a shopping list which includes all the things she plans to buy at the store. This list makes sure that she doesn't forget what to buy, but especially, the list ensures that she doesn't buy things that they don't need. As they proceed through the aisles, Nala watches her mom tick off the items from her shopping list. She watches with glee as her mom fills the trolley with some of their favorite things, like cereal, cheese, chocolate milk, strawberries, and grapes. Did you notice that Nala's mom has a list of some important things which she bought at the grocery store? These are all the things that they needed as a family in order to live comfortably. That's one of the first and most important things to understand about spending your money wisely. You must understand the difference between wants and needs. Needs are all the things that you cannot live without, like food, clothes, a warm bed. These are all examples of needs. When you have money, you must spend your money on all of those things first. If you have money left over, you can start thinking about all the things that you want. Wants are things that are nice to have, but which you can live without. Things like toys, makeup, and takeaway. Can you differentiate between wants and needs from these pictures on the screen? Clothes, that's right, that's a need. School, that's a need too. What about ice cream? That's definitely a want. What about transport? That's a need, but it doesn't have to be fancy. And toiletries? Definitely a need. What about doctor's visits? That's a need. And what about PlayStation? That's right, that's a want. Well done. Now that we understand the difference between wants and needs, we can do the next and equally important task, and that's budgeting. Before spending your money on anything, you must first distinguish between wants and needs, and then you can do your budget. A budget is a plan to help you spend your money wisely. It helps you spend your money on all the important things first and ensures that you don't waste money. This is what a budget looks like. On the left, you write down all the money that you have. On the right-hand side, you make a list of all the things that you want to spend your money on. Remember, the money that you want to spend cannot be more than the money that you have. Let's watch the short video of Busi and see how she does her budget.
Hi, my name is Busi and I'm 8 years old. I learned a very important word while grocery shopping with my mom today. Budget. A budget is a plan to help you spend your money wisely. It helps you spend your money on all the important things first and ensures that you don't waste money. Let me show you how it works. My grandpa gave me 50 Rand for my birthday last week. I have many things I want to buy but can't afford them all. So I have to budget by choosing the most important things and spend my money on those first. I want sweets, fluffy animal stickers, a stuffed toy, and a puzzle. The stuffed toy costs 80 Rand, which I can't afford right now. The fluffy animal stickers cost 45 Rand. I can afford those. The puzzle costs 25 Rand, and I can afford that as well. The sweets cost 5 Rand, which I can also afford. I really want a puzzle, and I really want the sweets, and both will cost me 30 Rand. That means I'll have some money left over. Yay! This is what my budget looks like. I have 50 Rand in my piggy bank, and the things that I want to buy, which are the sweets and the puzzle, cost 30 Rand. That means I'll have 20 Rand left over in my piggy bank, which I'll save for more special things to buy in the future. But for now, I'm going shopping. See you soon. Bye.
Great. Now we know how to do our budget. Let's go back to the book that we were reading earlier. Nala has been doing some chores and has earned some money. This is what her budget looks like. Can you see? The money she wants to spend is equal to the money that she has earned. Earning money doesn't mean that you have to spend it all. You can store some of your money to be used at a later stage. In fact, this is a very good habit. Spending less than what you earn so that you can store or save some money. What does saving mean and why is it important? Saving means having some money left over after spending. This money can be kept in a piggy bank, a wallet, or in the bank. So why is it important to save money? Firstly, we want to be able to reach our financial goals. So what does that mean? Sometimes the things we want to buy are just too expensive for us to be able to afford with the money that we've earned. That means we have to put some money away or save it for some time until we have enough. Another important reason to save is for emergencies. Life happens, and sometimes we need to spend money on the things that we didn't really expect to. Having extra money saved up allows you to do that. Let's read from our next book, Nala and the Share Piggy Bank. During the month of April, Nala's mom sits her down and lets her know that her brother has been feeling left out of this whole process of doing chores and spending. He's too young to do any chores, so he can't join in the fun. To cheer him up, Nala will have to share some of the money that she's earned with her little brother. Sharing is really important, her mother tells her. It shows that you care for those less fortunate than you, and it makes you feel good because you get to put a smile on someone's face. Nala thinks about this for a moment. She really wanted to buy herself a stuffed toy this month, but decided to save some of that money for a few more months. She agrees to share some money with her little brother. She decides to include him in her budget and decides that she will buy him waffles and ice cream as well. That means Nala will have less money to spend on herself since she'll be spending some money on her little brother. Nala has just learned that when we have money, we must share some of it with those who don't have. She shared some of her money with her little brother, and it really made his day. This is one of the uses for money, sharing. Who else can we share our money with besides our family members? We can donate money to people who don't have food or a home. We can donate our money to the animal shelter, where they look after animals with no homes. We can give some of our money to the church, where they will use it to make other people's lives much better. Nala wants to go to Disneyland on her 7th birthday and wants to use her savings for that. Her mom explains to her that she will need to do extra chores, save a lot more of her money for a long time before she can afford a trip to Disneyland. But she doesn't like the sound of working so hard for so long, so her mother introduces her to a new way of making money, investing. Let's read through the final book, which is Nala and the Invest Piggy Bank, and to find out what investing actually is. Investing is when you use your money to make more money. This is the best way to make a lot of money over a long time without having to work very hard. This means that Nala won't have to do extra chores to make more money. She will keep doing the same chores and saving all the money she can in the Invest piggy bank. How will her money make more money? Investing money is making money work for you. It will be as if Nala's money is also doing its own chores. There's always a reward for doing chores. Nala's money will get rewarded for doing chores, and this reward is either in the form of dividends or interest. You see, this is another thing that we can do with our money. We can grow it. You grow your money by investing it. Investing is putting your money to work so that it grows and grows and grows, and you don't have to work extra chores for that. It is almost like planting your money in the ground and watering it until it grows into a money tree. And there you have it. The 4 major uses for your money: spending it wisely, storing it so that you can use it for a future date, sharing it with those who don't have, and growing it so that you can make more money. Now you have all the tools to be responsible with your money. Good luck.
My name is Mhlongo, and I'm going to be talking to the Commissioner of Finance, Umlamuli Mbambo, and we're going to be talking about creating a money smart South Africa. And how are you, Mla?
I'm awesome. Glad to be here today, creating a money smart South Africa.
Yeah, and it's very, very necessary, especially with these times, where things are just changing rapidly. We need to know where we're going. We need to know where we are. So firstly, I want to find out from you, what kind of relationship do you young people in South Africa have with money?
That's very, very interesting. So I find that as young South Africans, we tend to shirk the responsibility of managing our money and handling our money. So whenever I do my workshops and stuff like that, it's always as if it's someone else's responsibility. For example, some would say the financial advisor is supposed to take care of it. Others will say, no, I'll deal with it when I earn a certain amount of money. It's hardly where people actually take ownership and say, hey, this is the money that I earn, this is my money, and I need to manage it. So it's always shifted. So it's kind of like, for most young people in South Africa, I think money would not marry them if they were a spouse.
Jeez, okay, that's quite an analogy. So how do you think that young South Africans should manage money? Do you think they know how to manage money if they don't even have a relationship with it?
So, the interesting thing is that, for example, I studied economics and finance.
Yeah.
And I have friends who did accounting and CAs and stuff like that. And you would think that knowledge automatically means that you are good with your money. But if you look at the data, so in my previous life, I used to work at Standard Bank. And as a business analyst, I saw the data, and you would see young engineers, young doctors, young accountants sitting there, and you're like, but in terms of what they studied, you would think that they should have a handle on this matter. What I found, though, over the years of working on this subject matter is that studying accounting, economics, and finance is somewhat different to personal finance. And since we don't really have this in school, it's hard to then blame young people for their financial outcomes. For example, the first time that I found out about what a credit score is was when I was being declined. So imagine this. You've got a degree in economics and finance. You're working at a bank, and then you get declined. I think the loan I was asking for was like 15 or 20,000. And I get declined, and I'm like, but guys, I work here. I'm not going anywhere. Payslip, I'm here. Yeah. You control it, And they're like, no, but you've never played with us. You don't have credit history. You've never taken any loan. And as a young person, I thought, hey, but isn't that a good thing? If I've never taken out credit, it means that I've been living within my means, and that's good. But it turns out, just because you haven't written a test doesn't mean that you would pass that test. So it kind of works in that manner. Imagine saying, hey, I haven't written the test, so I got 100. No. So they need to get a feel for you. They need to get a relationship going with you. So the lady said, hey, take out a cell phone contract or store account or something like that, so that you build it up, and then we can play with the big amount that you actually wanted. So I think because it's not in the education system, and even those that do study commerce and BCom and stuff like that tend to know more about what to do finance in terms of business and companies and mergers and acquisitions and all these fancy things, but not really related to their personal relationship with money. And another important thing is that I think some people do know what to do. So, for example, Zisto, when you don't need it, but let's say, for example, a metaphor. If you wanted to lose weight, you have a good idea of go to gym, etc., right?
Eat healthy, yeah.
Yeah, actually, I see that on Insta. You are gymming and stuff these days, so well done on that. But yeah, so some people do know. Like, for example, there was a time where I stayed in an estate where literally the gym was probably like a 2-minute walk. From outside the house, not even outside the gate, there was a gym. But for the life of me, I couldn't go. Because what decides what we do in most aspects of life, and also money, is what's happening here and what's happening here. So what is my mindset around it, and what is my heart around it? So at the time, I looked in the mirror, didn't like what I saw. Then I was like, okay, I'm going to go to gym. Gym is right here. But then I'd wake up in the morning like, I'll start on the next Monday, etc. So some people do know that, hey, you should save, hey, you should invest. But if we haven't changed the mindset and the relationship with money, then that young person is actually not really going to start.
You pointed out so many different things that I'm also realizing about young people. First of all, the mistakes that we make is the fact that we don't have a relationship with money, and we're good at handling other people's money. As you were saying, we study economics, and we're good at handling other people's money because we don't have a relationship with it. And we don't know our credit score. We don't know how important it is. We don't know what it means for us to actually have good credit, just in the economics of things. What other mistakes do you think that young people do, and why do you think they do them, besides the fact that the heart and the head are not matching up? What other mistakes can you...
All right, so one of the big mistakes, which I also did personally, is that nice car before your time, or let me say before your earning potential of having that car. So I got into a proper graduate program. You're working in a nice office, and you see people dressed up. Go to the car park, you see hot cars, and these people are your peers. And you're thinking, okay, if they are there, then I should be there as well. So one of the mistakes I think is one, trying to not running our own race, but trying to keep up with the Joneses and the peers.
Yeah.
Because the thing is, you don't know the backstory. You know, later on you find out that maybe someone did have a luxury car, but maybe their parents were paying half in terms of congratulations for graduating.
Yeah.
Or some people bought the car, and here you are trying to keep up with the person that is maybe not even paying the premiums and stuff like that. So you don't know the backstory. Or some could get that fancy car because they're still staying at home. Mm-hmm. But I had to move from Durban to Joburg, so that wasn't an option. But you don't think of those things. All you think about is, hey, my friend drives an Audi. My other friend drives a Vet. I need to get it. Yeah, you know. And also that mistake follows on to something else, whereby because you've got a powerful car and an expensive car at a young age, the insurance premium is also really, really going to knock.
Yes.
Because those two things go hand in hand. And for those that say, I'm a great driver, I'll avoid the premiums. I don't know. It's as if it's written in the stars that don't have insurance for your car. Give it a couple of months and something will happen.
It's Murphy's
But if
Law.
you had insurance, but if you had insurance, nothing would happen. It's the strangest thing, you know. But so that's one. It's just the luxury car thing. I think with that one, I asked myself that, you know what, was I getting a car because I wanted to get from A to B? And obviously, no. I mean, a Golf GTI at the time was a G5. It's not just about getting to work. And I really did not live that far from work and stuff like that. So it's, you know, it's about that feeling. I used to say that we buy those cars for the weekend. You know, you buy that car so when it's after work, it's Friday, and you're going for drinks or you're going for chilas. When you come through, just before the gate, you go and
yes.
And I'm like, yo, is that worth so much money just to go on a weekend, you know? And by the way, those kind of cars then lead to other mistakes in terms of when you drive a certain car, you probably start to have to dress a certain way. Then you have to drink a certain type of thing. So, for example, I had a friend, I won't say names, who I used to know that I would only see him when it's not payday, like when it's not the payday weekend or something. Because on other weeks, he's comfortable going to other places and having beer and we're drinking. I hope this audience is above 18. I think they are. Okay. So young ones, older people have drinks. So we have drinks and whatnot. But on the payday weekend, without fail, he had to go to a very expensive club, had to have an insane drinks bill and stuff like that. And as we grew up, I was like, why did you do that? You know, and it was a thing of, you know, you want to be that cool person, you want to be that known, you want the girls, etc., etc. And for me, I think that to avoid those mistakes, so the luxury car one, the overspending, the expensive clothes before the salary is enough. I think all of those things are kind of like a search for worth in terms of feeling that I am worthy and I'm good enough. And as I've grown more, I'm still young, but as I've grown out of the 20s, I've realized that no matter what you buy or whatever you have, if you haven't dealt with the inner peace and just the internal world and just being okay being you, those things will never be enough. So it's kind of like, it's that race, I'm not sure what it's called, but it's that race that has those dogs and then they put that rabbit and the dogs are running for that rabbit. And even the dog that wins doesn't catch the rabbit. The rabbit is always too far. So that's what happens when you are just consuming, trying to fill a void with the wrong thing. That those gifts or cars or booze or clothes, they are nice, but they are fleeting. Like the satisfaction of that feeling is not lasting. So I would encourage young people. I'm not saying don't have nice things, but have nice things. Don't try to make nice things fill a void that is not about nice things. Self-worth is an internal journey. Inner peace is an internal journey. It's not a journey of what car you drive, what drinks you drink, etc., etc.
And I always say, if you have to chase something, honey, that means it's not for you. It's not yours. It's running away. Let it come to you. Let it become you. Let you know what I'm saying? Meet each other halfway. So COVID-19 hit us in a big way, and people were looking forward to getting their first jobs, meanwhile people weren't hiring, and just finances were just topsy-turvy for every single person. Nobody didn't feel the pinch. What's your take on COVID-19 and finances? How can we recover? How can we innovate? And how can we kind of just win in future with the circumstances that we have right now that are at our feet?
So COVID-19, I think, has been a big wake-up call that the days of job security are gone. I think people are finding this out. People are called the middle class, but if you actually look at the stats, they are the middle class surviving on debt in terms of keeping that middle class status for a majority of them. And it's scary, and it's the days, I think, of living on one salary, having one job, and thinking that this job you'll have till you're 65. I think those days are gone, because even in that construct, only 5% of South Africans can actually retire. So now imagine our generation who get disturbed while in their career. So that model, I think, outdated. And as you spoke about not chasing things, but having them come to you. So what I usually say in coaching sessions is, okay, cool. So this is your job. This is what you studied, et cetera, et cetera. But what do you love? And if you love your job, then it's fine. That's a career. A career and a job, I think, are very different things. So if your career, you'll attack the money thing differently than if you're in a job. So if you're in a career, that's awesome. Cool. Then what other passions do you have? What other talents? What are things where when you grew up, everyone said, yes. For example, for me, it actually used to be a complaint in the household, although they missed me when I left. the complaint was, yo, Mla, you're always talking. Yes, dude. Like, you're always talking. But apparently when I left that.
Me too.
You see, and today, both of us get paid to talk.
Yeah.
Exactly. So today, but obviously we had to fine tune those innate abilities or talents or whatever you want to call it. So for example, I did Toastmasters, I did drama. I'm sure you've done some courses on radio and stuff like that. So but that was a natural God-given, hey, you just enjoy talking. So you find, for example, you'll find someone, let's say they are an engineer somewhere, but they do have the talent to speak. They never usually think that, hey, maybe on the weekend I could do a slot on a community radio station. Or on the weekend I could be a speaker, and maybe my topic is how I got to engineering from the village. Like I studied in the village, but now I'm an engineer. That's a topic that many organizations would pay that person to go and deliver and stuff like that. So we live in an age where, and I think COVID has really brought this to the fore, that you need to diversify your income streams. It is no longer safe to just have one income stream. And also, another mistake, another thing that I think people don't consider, not all of us maybe want to start something new, but especially if you have a job and a secure income, then you can join others. I mean, young people and young entrepreneurs are always crying about, we can't raise capital, we can't get money, we can't get funding. Well, the fellow young South Africans that are employed have access to that. And if they have not then crushed themselves and all that debt is maybe a fancy apartment, a fancy car, but if they have some disposable income and can raise some capital that way, they can join as shareholders to fellow young people in business. And that's another way to have another income stream. And also, even if you do want to be an entrepreneur, I coach quite a few people on that movement from I'm employed to entrepreneurship. And I think as young people, we tend to we want to jump. We're like, hey, I'm angry at my boss today. I'm jumping.
Yeah.
I see this opportunity. I'm jumping.
Yeah.
No, guys, it needs to be a strategy. And one of the things that I advocate for is that also applies to people that have been retrenched. As we know, this period, especially last year, had quite a lot of retrenchments. So I would meet people saying, hey, I got retrenched, I got a huge payout, and I want to start a business. And I ask them, do you have a friend in business? Is there someone you respect who's already in business? Work with them first. So you've got that payout, maybe say 10, 20% of that payout, you're going to have a buy-in in the business. And by the way, guys, joining a business, there is more to the negotiation than 50-50. I don't know how many times things have broken down because everyone who wants to negotiate says 50-50. No. I'm doing certain things where I have 10%. I'm doing certain things where I even have 5%. So the issue is that there are, out of the 100%, there's many ways we can slice it. So you have a friend, they're in business, you're thinking of jumping, and you say, hey, I've got X amount, can I buy maybe 10% shares, but I also want to work in it. And in that, you will learn so many things and probably avoid many mistakes. So if you one day do want to branch out, you are better at it, or you can then just grow that particular business with that friend or with that person that you respect already in business.
Okay, so you touched on entrepreneurship, and I think it's a very important conversation because everybody's saying entrepreneurship, but it's hard. It's not easy because there's not a lot of skilled people, and people get stuck on this whole capital. How do I, as a young South African, I've got my degree, I've got my skill set, but I don't see myself working for anybody. I've always worked maybe for my dad or my mother. Or I've always had little side businesses, but now I want to grow it into something bigger and I want to have other people on board. What do I need to do? What do I need to be aware of? And how do I start galvanizing like-minded people to join me on this entrepreneurial journey? How would you advise a young person?
So I love what you're talking about in terms of collaboration.
Yeah.
Typically the picture that is given for an entrepreneur is that one person, that one superhero type person. And we really need to move away from that Superman or Wonder Woman type entrepreneur. Because even if you actually read on the companies and you actually read deeper than just the posters or adverts and stuff, you find that even when a company has one person in the forefront, so for example, maybe let's use Apple. So when you think of Apple, you think Steve Jobs. But if you actually watch the movie, you'll see that Wozniak was actually the brain of the operation. Yeah. So I think as young people, we need to be very open to collaboration and not say, because if you try to do it alone, imagine all the talents and all the skill sets and all the time that you must have if you're really going to build a business by yourself. It's unlikely to succeed. And even if it does succeed, it's just not as fun.
It's not as fulfilling. I think it's also not as fulfilling to just be you having now done this huge. It's just not fulfilling, It's lonely.
Yeah. So at times, I have something which I call an intermediary agreement. So, and I have other MOUs where we can work together on certain projects. So we kind of like dating entrepreneurially.
Okay.
So, for example, you know certain people somewhere, you would like to work with them. I come with my skill set, you bring that network and also your skill set, and we deliver a project for them, and we share the revenue and profit fairly. And by the way, fairly is not always 50-50. It's all about what are you to that thing. All right? And we share. So that is dating entrepreneurially. Because I meet quite a few sole entrepreneurs, and I ask them, get a partner. They're like, ooh, you know, Mla, I had a partner, we started, we registered, and it's so hard to get rid of them. And I'm like, yeah, because you guys got married before you dated. There was an idea, you thought we were friends, and you got married into a company registration. Whereas you can have side agreements on specific projects. And if you and I do 3 or 4 projects and we're really enjoying it, then let's consider marriage in terms of equity in the actual company. But before that, we can just work. So I think that's where one could start. 2, so sometimes you need to do what you have to do in order to do what you want to do. So something that's in vogue these days is I'm going to have an app, or I'm going to, do this big thing. And, there are certain skills that you haven't learned. There are certain things that you haven't even been tested on. And somehow you expect someone to then give you R1 million to test these things. So sometimes you just need to do what you have to do. So maybe you've got this big vision and this big dream and this big business as where you really want to be, but then you need to start with maybe something smaller, something whereby it allows you to raise capital as you get clients. There seems to be this disconnect that capital can only come from a bank or an investor. The best capital that you don't have to pay back, and it actually also comes with proof of concept, is capital that comes from clients. That's the best capital.
Yeah.
You create a product or service, you sell it, they give you money. That's capital.
Yeah, it's a key thing.
Go and sell. And then when you come to the investor or come to someone that you want to partner with, you go, hey, I've got X and Y product. I've sold 100 of them, which has raised this much. I'm plowing back in 50%, but I'm short another, 40 grand or 400,000, whatever the amount is, in order to scale it so that we can service 1,000 clients. And here's the 100 clients as proof of concept. That's a completely different conversation to, I have an idea.
Yeah.
Everybody has ideas, eh? But once you have proof of concept, once you have proof of concept, 100 clients in, some money came in, many things have been tested. You've tested that you can sell. You've tested that your price point is correct, because at that price point, people are buying. You've tested that you are disciplined. You didn't finish all of that money. You're putting away 50%. Far better conversation. But also as a young entrepreneur, another big mistake that people make is sometimes you have started a good business. But when your business is still small, it doesn't have something called a balance sheet. So a balance sheet essentially is showing the assets and liabilities of your company. Basically says what your company has. So at times when you enter that space, a bank is not really looking at Zisto Pty Limited. They will be looking at Zisto directly. And then if your credit score, and unfortunately most entrepreneurs do not really heed, actually most young people don't really care for credit scores and whatnot. Yeah. But it's even worse as an entrepreneur, because they will look at your personal credit score and decline it based on how you behave with money versus how your business is actually doing.
That's actually something I think a lot of people don't get. They separate themselves from their business. Meanwhile, it's their business. So that's a very good tip. Okay, so give me 3 tips or 3 types of advice that you'd give to a young person on how to be money smart.
All right. So the first one and the most important one is knowing that you should take responsibility for your money. It is up to you, it is about you, and it's for you. That's the most important thing. Secondly, it's upskilling yourself, learning so that you are in a position to be the best person to manage your money. And I think most people would want to be that person. And then thirdly, I would really advise young people to get a mentor, someone that has achieved what you want to achieve, and learn from them, throw ideas at them and work with them as you build either your career or your business or your path to financial well-being. And personally, I have 3 mentors that have achieved different aspects of what I want to achieve in future.
Okay, so I'm a young person, I care about my financial well-being. I'm earning a salary, I'm upskilling myself, I'm doing all these things that are leading me to a great path of financial freedom. How do I now ensure discipline? Because, temptation is rife. How do I ensure discipline so that I have financial freedom and that I have a great handle on my finances? How do I do it, Mila?
Vision. So it's the vision. It is the vision of where you will be if you are disciplined today. For example, we can't predict the future, most of us, but we can predict our habits. If you can control your habits, then they will create your future. So for me, the discipline issue is a vision issue. So for example, if I walk into Sandton City and I see this amazing pair of shoes and I'm like, whoa, this is perfect for so many outfits. This is the ultimate shoe. And the funds are in my account. The only thing that stops that is if I have a solid, clear vision of what I want to achieve maybe in the next 12 months, 24, 36 months. And so the discipline, I've learned that discipline is tied to how clear and how strong that vision is. I mean, even the whole gym thing and the whole health analogy. I used to have a picture of myself when I was, and and that was a very clear vision when I wake up in the morning and I see it and I'm like, I want that guy back, and that would then discipline me and force me to go to gym and do the things to get that. But had I not been clear on that vision and that goal, well, probably would have just gone back to sleep.
All right. So young South Africans have a very interesting judgment on what financial success is. Some of us think it's having lots of clothes, it's being able to go on the gram and post our beautiful holidays, But how should South Africans, or young South Africans in particular, judge financial success?
Excellent. So for me, it's, are you okay? I know a lot of people and clients that have the car, live in that area, etc., but they are in financial stress. They are in financial distress. They are working to a pulp just to keep this thing going. So the initial goal for me should be to be okay. And how we measure financial success in terms of how I think we should look at it is, can you retire? And by the way, retirement is not an age issue. It's an affordability issue. I always say the joke that there are kids that are born retired. Trust fund, baby. If you have a trust fund, essentially you are born and you've retired. You don't literally have to work in order to live. Like, you don't have to have an income to live. You are retired. So for me, it would be amazing if I was to go to a Shisanyama one day, and instead of young people competing about who's driving what and who's renting at what space, they're competing about, hey, Jabu has 3 properties, and then Bali stands up. Bali's like, don't tell me that, Jabu. I've got 4 rental properties, or someone saying, hey, I've got shares in 5 different companies. And that can be in JSE listed companies or in companies of fellow friends or family that are in business. So imagine if we were competing on that. So for me, it's about moving from liabilities as being our definition of success, the luxury cars, the luxury clothes, etc., to then making assets, rental properties, shareholding in businesses, or owning our own businesses, and let that be your flex. Like that is what you're saying. Hey, I have X properties, rental properties. I have X factories. And if that was your flex, if we are flexing on assets, then I think we will definitely achieve financial well-being and actually financial freedom.
Okay, lastly, there's a very interesting question that I know somebody's probably watching here. You know, they have all sorts of aspirations to be financially free, but then there's black tax. You know black tax. How would you advise a young person who has like black tax as something that they have to contribute to, that they need to contribute to, but how can that not be to their own detriment? How can they navigate that black tax space?
So with black tax, your family survived before your salary, right? They didn't die. Not to sound heartless, but it's not like they were dead. Before your salary or your business, they survived, right? So for me, it's to start there, to say that, hey, they were okay, maybe not okay, but they survived before my salary. So it does not help for me to then kill myself. It's kind of like killing the goose that lays the golden egg, and then hoping that will rise. So for me, it's to have that tough conversation. So for one, it's to map up your budget, and there's a budgeting system that I advise, where you have 10% for charity, black tax, tithing, etc., depending on what applies to you. So you sit your family down and say, hey guys, this is how much I earn net. This is how much I earn net right now. And 10% of this represents this amount. This is the amount that I can give to you guys comfortably, with a good heart, happily, knowing that I am working on earning more. I'm working on building the business. And as that grows, that 10% grows. So let's say I'm earning 20,000, 10% of that will be 2,000 from now. But as I grow in my career, when I get to 30,000, then I pledge that I will be donating 3,000 Rand to the family. So I think if you can measure it like that. Another thing is, though, we tend to always blame the family, but you also have to look at ourselves. If you then go and get a big car and you stay in a Lani area, the assumption is that you can afford a certain amount of black tax or helping the family. Versus if you live within your means, for now, as you are building what you're building, they're probably more understanding to, oh, okay, this is how much he earns, X amount has to go to this, there's 10% for us, the family. And also, another key important thing that I always advocate is, do your best. I mean, obviously, if it's your grands and stuff like that and they're old, it's fine. Just give hearts, hey. The wisdom that they gave you, you exist because they exist type vibe, you know? But if there are siblings who are your peers or younger than you, try to make that helping hand a hand out rather than a hand out. You know, so be asking them, hey, do you have a driver's license? Okay, this month I'll add extra amount for you to do your driver's license. There's a diesel trucking company near your area. Let's apply. You see that the hand up approach to those that are like your peers or younger. And Granny, hey, just help Granny, man. She's wise. She's giving you wisdom.
I 100% agree with everything you said. And I feel like it's been so insightful because we don't have this many candid conversations about being money smart. You know, we think it's embarrassing that I don't know how to handle my money, you know, and your whole family, nobody knows how to handle their money. Otherwise, we would have some sort of equity somewhere, you know. So in closing, I want to find out from you, what words of encouragement do you have for the aspiring money smart youth?
So for this money smart youth, I'll just say that it is in your hands. The knowledge is out there. The knowledge is everywhere. It's just, I always say that once you change your mindset, your eyes will see opportunities, will see collaborations, will see a way out, a way up that it did not see before. So it's about first fixing that relationship with money, good mindset with it. It will open your eyes, you'll do your research, you do your learnings, you'll find the people, and you will charter your part. And the nice thing is, when one person is financially literate in a family, it can literally change the whole generation.
That is 100%. Thank you so much. I have learned a lot, and I hope that you watching have been, your notepad is out. You've written some things down, because this is gems from the commissioner. Come on, man. Thank you so much, Vlad.
All right. Thank you, Queen of the Airwaves. Enjoyed being with you as always.
Good day, everyone. I hope you are well. Welcome to our Financial Literacy webinar. As you know, it's the Global Money Week and the Money Smart Week, South Africa. My name is MSWSA from Nina Vanuma Education Solutions. So today's presentation will be done by Nancy Mbambo, who is an equity analyst from one of the financial institutions in South Africa. She'll be talking about the rules of money and how we as young people should be more involved in our finances and should be aware of the rules of money.
Hi everyone. As Thembi Songobasa had mentioned, I'll be discussing savings and investments, personal finance, and the rules of money. My name is Nancy Bambo, and I'm working together with Nina Vanuma Education Solutions. So just to introduce myself, I work in the investments industry, and I studied finance and investing. And as I began to make money, I developed a keen interest in personal finance and financial literacy, and I've just realized that it's something that is very important for all of us to be educated in. So I'll start off with some of the rules that are from the book The Richest Man in Babylon, and some other rules come from the book What is Your Move from our local author Nicolette Mashile. So I'll highlight some of the rules, such as pay yourself first. It's very important to pay yourself first. Whether you're a salaried person, whether you're a business owner, take some money and pay yourself first. For purposes of this talk, I'll be focusing on financial assets, on money and investing. So I'm talking about taking some money and putting it somewhere away. Some people take 10%, some people take 5%, but that's all dependent on you. So pay yourself first. Control thy expenditures. Avoid unnecessary lifestyle inflation. Yes, our lifestyle expenses will increase as our families grow, as life changes, but you don't need to increase your expenses with every increase you get financially. So avoid lifestyle inflation. Make thy gold multiply. So going back to pay yourself first, that money that you're using, make sure that it is working for you. And we're going to get into detail in that, but make sure that it's working for you. For example, put it in an account that is actually going to earn a return. Guard thy treasures from loss. Protect your money. So how can you protect your money? You can protect your money by putting it in safe investments, by getting wise counsel as well. We don't know everything about everything. So go to experts in the financial industry and they will explain to you where you can put your money. Make of thy dwelling a profitable investment. So become a homeowner. Now this is dependent on each individual. It's not a blanket rule, but this is based on the premise that the assumption that when you buy a house, the assumption is that the value of that house will increase. And so you're paying towards an asset that is actually going to increase in value. But the truth is that in some areas, the value of the property does indeed actually decrease and deteriorate. Ensure future income. So it's very important to ensure future income because firstly, we are not going to be working forever. And even if we do, the intensity at we work might change from now till later. And also, some people might get injured. Some of us, actually, something could happen and we might not be able to generate an income anymore. So it's very important to make sure that you ensure a future income. And you can do this by saving for retirement. And also through insurance, some sort of health insurance that will protect you or cover you should you get injured and not be able to generate an income anymore. Increase thy earnings ability. As you'll see on the next slide, we are our biggest asset. So increase your earnings ability. Go do a course, go better your current skill, go learn a new skill, just constantly learn and be somebody who can constantly add value. And by being that, you will be able to generate even more income. Some of these rules have been repeated on the previous slide, so I'll just highlight the ones that haven't. Increase your number of income streams. There are various ways to make money. So let's say you're making money as a salaried earner. How else can you provide that same service if possible, right? Is there an item of yours that you could probably rent out to people? Is it a camera, an expensive camera? Do you have living space in your house that you could rent out and generate an extra income? So it's just a matter of taking the time to think about how you can actually generate an extra income. Did you do well in school? Are you able to tutor? So increase your number of income streams. Avoid greed and instant gratification. Instant gratification can be such an impediment to our long-term goals. So focus on your long-term goals. Yes, there might be something right now that you might want, but it's always important to think about what effect that will have on your actual long-term savings goals. What's important is what you keep, not what you earn. So sometimes people get fixated on how much they earn and want to earn a big amount in order to start investing. But it's not about that. I can earn 15,000 Rand and have 5,000 Rand disposable to invest, whereas somebody can earn 30,000 Rand and spend 30,000 Rand. That person is in a worse position than myself, who might be earning 15,000 Rand. So it's not what you earn, it's about what you keep. And know your financial biases. And by financial biases, I'm speaking about beliefs or some prejudices that you might have that influence the way you use your money. So for example, there's a bias called the social influence bias, where you might think that because I'm an engineer or I'm a doctor, I need to drive a certain car or I need to live in a certain area. But that is not the case. It's all about you. And so if you follow that financial bias unconsciously or unconsciously, you will then have increased expenditures unnecessarily. Whereas if you're aware of it, then you can stop yourself and tell yourself, no, yes, I might be of a certain profession or income bracket, but it doesn't mean tax bracket, but it doesn't mean that I need to spend that much. That income actually, or that extra money, I can then defer it to other profitable uses. So now just moving on to the next slide, saving versus investing. This is just to highlight that usually when we save with the intention to spend. But when you think of investing, it's about the intention of actually making more money. So when you save 1,000 Rand because you want to use that as spending money for a vacation, then you don't have the intention to increase that 1,000 Rand. But if you take 1,000 Rand and you invest it, your intention is to make more money from that 1,000 Rand. Sometimes the word savings and investing can be used interchangeably, but that was a definition that quite resonated with me. Why save and why invest? It's very important for us to save and invest because firstly, to live, we need money. Secondly, there are unexpected events such as a tire puncture, it could be a death, anything unexpected that could require an income, right? So if something happens that may cost 5,000 Rand today, but usually in a monthly period, I only have like 2,000 Rand disposal, then I will not be able to cater for that 5,000 Rand unexpected event and I might have to tap into credit, right? But if you actually save, for example, for emergencies, then you are able not to impair your financial goals and your financial plans, and you can just tap into that and sort out your unexpected events. Also, for the younger ones, you then will be able to buy whatever your parents might not be able to get you. You can save for that. You can save for big item purchases such as holidays, vacations, and education. If anything, guys, please save for your children's education. If you take anything from this talk, please save for your children's education. And also, to be the helping and supportive person that you may want to be. Sometimes we genuinely want to help our peers, but we might not have the funds at the time. But if you have some savings, let's say you separate savings specifically for giving or for certain types of emergencies, but you need to define what is an emergency for you, you are then able to comfortably actually help somebody who is in need. And also another reason why it's important to save is for your future. Once again, if you take something from this talk, make sure you have a plan for your retirement. Where can I save? So before you decide on where you can save, you need to ask yourself, what is your reason for saving? Because that will inform how long you will be saving for and how soon you will need the money. Secondly, you need to be aware of what the inflation rate is. This is important because inflation will eat away at your money. So we all know that 100 Rand 10 years ago does not buy what 100 Rand buys today. And that's why it's important that in whatever account you put your savings in, you put it in an account that will return more than inflation. Currently, inflation is at about 3%. So wherever you put your money, make sure that that account is giving you more than 3% return. Where can you find these types of accounts or investment products? You can find them at banks. You can find them at asset managers. Asset managers, for example, are like Coronation, Stanlib, Momentum Investments. There are many asset managers out there. It just takes a Google search, and then you will find some asset managers that you can invest in. There are also some products called ETFs, so index tracker funds, and some companies that deal with that are companies like Satrix and Easy Equities, and those are places where you can put your investments or your savings in as well. If we're talking about savings specifically for capital preservation, then you can go into things like a money market, fixed deposits, that would be good. And then for the longer term, you can save into the stock market, and for retirement and retirement annuities. The stock market will be the focus of the talk. Where can I invest? There are various assets and ways in which you can invest. You can invest in property, you can start a business, you can invest in an already existing business that you might know about, or you can invest in the stock market. What is the stock market, you may ask? The stock market is a place basically where companies go to raise capital. They raise capital by listing their shares, and by listing their shares, it then becomes available for investors to buy and sell those shares. So when I buy a share, I'm giving money to the company, and that's how the company is raising funds for them to then invest in their own business. What is a share? A share is essentially a piece of ownership of the company, and it allows certain rights and benefits to then go to the shareholder. Why do I advocate for somebody to invest in the stock market? And in this sense, I'm talking about investing in managed funds or passive funds. Managed funds being giving your money or putting your money at an asset manager, because they will manage the funds and actually choose the investments. And a passive fund being a fund that literally tracks the index. We will get into what an index is. But why do I advocate for that? I advocate for that because I think it's the easiest way that an average Joe can make money, right? Is there risk involved in investing in the stock market? Yes, there is. But as with any other venture that exists out there, of which everybody's at liberty to invest in, there is risk associated with it. So the stock market, as I had defined, we're going to look at the JSE All Share. Now, the JSE All Share is an index. Now, an index basically is a representation of all the shares listed on the JSE. The JSE All Share specifically is an index of all the shares listed on the JSE. There are various different types of indices. There's, for example, the JSE FINI, which has to do with financial companies. There's the JSE SAPI, which has to do with the South African property companies. There are various indices. The main stock market in South Africa is the Johannesburg Stock Exchange, which is abbreviated as the JSE. There are also global ones, such as the NASDAQ, such as the S&P 500, and those are both US indices. So now the JSE's performance over the past 5 years has increased 36% over the past 5 years. Over the past 10 years, it has gone up roughly 200%, and over the past 20 years, it has gone up by over 700%. So in other words, if you had invested money in the JSE about 5 years ago, or let's say 10 years ago, if it was 10 years ago, your money would have increased by roughly 200%. But this is excluding fees. This is before fees. And then in the top left corner, you can see a graph with the various indices, and in that graph we can see that the JSE has actually underperformed the global indices, namely the MSCI World Index as well as the S&P 500. On the right hand side, we're seeing the JSE's performance over 10 years. So this is just to illustrate to you the performance that it has been up, and generally equities always go up over the long term. This is an investment illustration that I got off a personal finance blogger called Stealthy Wealth. You can go onto his site and try all these calculations out and see what it spits out for you. So let's say, for example, you want to save for your child's education. As I said, if anything, guys, please save for your child's education. We know that in South Africa, many people matriculate and then end up not being able to afford tertiary education. That is something that we can definitely change in our generation. So say you're planning to have a child, or you just had a child. That means you have 18 years to save for your child's tertiary education. Let's say you have 500 Rand and to contribute monthly, and let's assume an interest rate, a return rather, of 10%. Now, I'm assuming that we're investing in the JSE All Share. How would you invest in the JSE All Share? As a passive fund, you would go to a company that offers passive fund investing, index tracking, such as Satrix, and you would then have exposure to the JSE All Shares performance. So if you were to invest 500 Rand every month for 18 years at 10%, then by the end of 18 years, you would have approximately 460,000 Rand, right? Now, that's just to illustrate to you that all you did was literally put 500 Rand away monthly for your child's education, and at the end of the 18 years, you then have that. Now, that in today's terms, based on inflation of 7%, but today's inflation is currently at 3%, that would be about 135,000 Rand in today's money, right? And that is some money that you can definitely use towards your child's education, right? Also, one thing to remember when you are investing, there are two things that are on your side when it comes to investing: compound interest and time. And with this illustration, what you're seeing is the power of compound interest as well as the power of time. Hence, we always advise people to invest as soon as they can. Now, let's say, for example, that you're a little bit late to this game of investing or saving for your child's education. You only have 8 years because your child is now 10 years old. Your budget is stretched. You only have 200 Rand to invest per month, and you decide, okay, I'm going to go and invest in the JSE AllZ. AllZ is the All Share. By the end of your investment period, you will have approximately 35,000 Rand. That might not sound like much, but once again, that is some money that can at least give your child a boost at the end of their matric year. They can do a short course, let's say in makeup or photography or in personal training, which will then allow them to have a skill to generate income. And that is what's important in life, because we do need money to survive and to live. Right? And then I'll just speak to the second graph at the bottom and the second table, basically. Now, let's say you are deciding to save for retirement. You have a good 20 years ahead of you. Some of you have more than 20 years to save for your retirement. You decide to be a little bit conservative, so we made the return 8%, and your monthly contribution is 2,000 Rand. So at the end of your 20-year contribution, you will then have 2 million Rand for your retirement. So inflation adjusted, you would have about 500,000 Rand at the end of your 20-year savings period. So I mentioned the companies like Satrix, like Easy Equities, you can go to asset managers as well as stockbrokers, which will actually allow you to buy the actual share versus getting an ETF, which gives you exposure to the share's performance. What do you need to open an account? Now, at Easy Equities and Satrix in particular, you don't need any documents really. You just need to put in your details, assuming that you're over 18. They do cater for minors, but the requirements might be slightly different. You just need to be over 18 years old. And you just need to you apply online and they will do the FICA verification online. If they do require documents, they will let you know, but usually you don't need any documents, really. So that is a plus one. You can do it right now, actually. And then at your asset managers, they might require some documents such as a copy of your ID, maybe your bank statement as well. But just go onto their website, apply, and see what documents they require. But those are usually what they will require. When you go onto an asset manager's site and now you're deciding to choose what fund to invest in, you might see things like a balanced fund, an equity fund, a money market fund, and you might not know which one to go for. That is simply just to differentiate the risk level of the fund. And to get further information on those funds, you can click on something called a minimum disclosure document, abbreviated as MDD, or a fund fact sheet. That will literally tell you who the fund is suitable for. So it will say if you have an investment horizon of about 1 to 3 years, this fund is suitable for you. If you can take high risk, then this fund may be suitable for you. Usually high risk goes with a longer investment horizon. Once again, we are focusing on the stock market. Sometimes we refer to equities when you speak about shares. So if you are able to take high risk, it means you are able to invest in high share exposure. And the reason why shares are high risk is because companies are up and down. Companies' share prices are up and down. Company share prices are typically based on their profitability. Now, for example, last year in March, we had lockdown, and what happened to all the companies? They closed down, they shut down, they weren't operating, they weren't making money. So in other words, their share prices plummeted. Now, if you were somebody who had a short investment horizon, so let's say you were investing for 1 year and you wanted to take your money last year in March, it would have been really bad. Hence, if you only have a 1 year investment horizon, there will be a fund suitable for you, which will not be very high risk. So go onto their websites and just look at the different funds and read the different fund fact sheets and see which one is suitable for you. So now we have an idea of where we can save, right? Especially if we want to preserve our capital, we have an idea of where we can invest. But now we need to tackle credit, debt, isikoloto, right? So, but now we need to tackle credit, debt, isikoloto, right? So the reason why it's important to tackle your debt, especially short-term debt, is because short-term debt typically has a higher interest rate. It can have an interest rate of 20%, for example. But if you are paying 20% on short-term credit and you are earning 10% on your return, we can see that you are being charged in percentage terms more than you are actually earning. And that's why it's very good to actually try and tackle your debt first. But I do understand that sometimes, speaking of short-term debt, it might take you a very, very long time to try and tackle the debt. So it would be a good idea to actually try and balance out the two so that you can still save, have an emergency fund as well, and still tackle your short-term debt. So there's long-term and short-term debt. Your long-term debt is typically your house and your car. Your short-term debt will typically be your store cards as well as your credit cards. Those have high interest. If you cannot pay cash for it, try to wait before taking out credit, right? Also, we'll talk about, or I will touch on your credit scores. Your credit, it's very important for you to know your credit score and to keep your credit score healthy, because that will then influence your ability to get debt, right? So if you have a bad credit score, the banks or lenders will charge you more, excuse me. So if you have a bad credit score, lenders will charge you a higher interest rate, and in some cases may not even grant you credit. So you can go on to TransUnion, Experian, as well as ClearScore. to get your credit score, and with Experian, it will give you a credit score out of 707 points. So the higher the points, the better your credit score. ClearScore will give you your credit score as well as the reports from Experian. So just go through that, see what accounts you have there, see what is happening with your credit, be involved in your finances, so that if you actually are planning to buy a house, for example, you can plan ahead and improve your credit score. How do you improve your credit score? Make sure you pay your debts on time, make sure you pay your monthly installments on time. If you do have anything that is outstanding, as I said, pay it on time. Avoid applying for credit too often in a short space of time to improve your credit score. And also, if you are having trouble in terms of your debt, speak to a professional that can then help you manage your debts in a better way. So very important, be aware of your credit score. If you can, avoid short-term credit, even long-term credit, but sometimes people do use credit and loans for business purposes to invest in businesses, and sometimes it does work out. But just be aware that at the end of the day, you are still being charged for that credit. There's no denying that there is a charge for that credit. If you don't have any credit and you want to buy credit and you can't get any credit because you don't have a credit score, then yes, you will need to use some credit. But what you can do is just have a low limit, for example. So if you decide to get a credit card, have a very low credit limit and be responsible. At the end of the day, it's all about being responsible when it comes to managing your credits. So what are the take-homes? I've already highlighted two of the take-homes, such as make sure you save for your child's education. You are watching this, you are here, you are listening to this. Make sure that you actually put money away for your child's education. Number two, make sure that you save for your retirement. I'm sure many of us know old people who are not able to look after themselves anymore, be it of their own doing, of their own fault or not, but be that person who has actually provisioned and made a plan for their retirement. Especially if you are a salaried person and your employer does not give you a pension fund benefit, please find out whether you do have that benefit. If you don't, you can go and get yourself a retirement annuity. You can get it at the asset managers, like I mentioned. You can also get such functions on platforms like Easy Equities, like I had mentioned. So make sure you save for your retirement. Retirement annuities also have some tax benefits, so that is also a plus for you to save for your retirement. Make sure you do those things. Another thing is be involved. You have to be involved. If you're going to invest, you have to make sure that that investment is suitable for you, right? You have to be involved. Go through your budget, look at your statement, see where your money is going. It's very, very important. You can't run away from it if you want to have a financially good life. Also, I will highlight one of the rules. Live below your means, because then that will then ensure that you have disposable income to generate wealth, to create wealth, to put into other things that will then create some wealth. So where can you go to get some further information to financially educate yourself? There are various books you can read. Like I mentioned, there's The Richest Man in Babylon, there's You're Not Broke, You're Pre-Rich by Mapalo Maku. There are many books out there. There are also experts out there such as certified financial planners who can help you. If you're ever looking for some sort of financial advice, right, you can go to a financial advisor, but a certified financial planner is even better, because in some instances, and this is very important to be aware of, financial advisors, some people who work under financial advisor are literally just there to sell you a financial product and will not look at your financial situation holistically. They're not looking at your expenses, your assets. They're not looking at that holistically, whereas your certified financial planners, abbreviated as CFPs, will do that. And then also, you can just look for certain personal finance bloggers. One of them is Stealthy Wealth, like I had mentioned. So just get out there, look for the information. It is all out there.
So thank you guys for tuning in, and I hope you have learned something from today's webinar. As Nancy has elaborated, that she's hoping that you have taken something away from her presentation. So we'll be doing a brief Q&A. So I'll ask her a few questions, and yeah, we'll have a brief discussion. Nancy, are you fine with that?
I'm happy to do that.
Oh, okay. So the first question, firstly, thank you, Nancy, for the lovely presentation. And personally, I think I've learned a lot. In one of your slides, you mentioned that it is very important for one to start saving money, to have a budget in a nutshell. And for parents, whether young parents or older parents, to have an education fund for their kids. So, yeah, so at what age do students have to start thinking about personal finances? At what age should they start thinking maybe about starting their business? Yeah, over to you.
I think when it comes to saving, for example, a person should start at any age. Really, the minute they start getting money, right? Because the earlier you start, the more time you have to actually practice it. We do make mistakes in life, but I think that the minute your child starts to earn money, give them some sort of responsibility. Like when they get tuck money, if you give them tuck money from Monday to Friday, for example, yeah, you can say, you know what, I'm going to give you tuck money from Monday to Thursday. Friday is your responsibility.
For sure.
So that child can then learn that Friday I don't have tuck money. Let me save, right? Also, it's important to teach your child to save. Tell your child to save. Say, did you save some of the money that I gave you? At the end of the year, if you know you've been giving them money consistently, ask them, how much do you have? Buy them a piggy bank, you know? So it's things like that to get them to start thinking about saving as well. Tell them that, is this what you want? Okay, I'm going to give you this amount of money. You will end up buying it by yourself, right?
For sure.
I think so. And then even with teens and anybody, like the minute you start getting money, put some money away. Really, put some money away.
Irrespective of how much money, as long as you put a percentage, as you have said.
Yeah. So if you have a goal, then you will know how much you need for that goal, and that will make it easier for you to know how much to put away. But if you don't know what to save for, maybe put 10%. You know, maybe put 5%. Put what you. I wouldn't just say what you feel comfortable. Go a little bit over of what you feel comfortable putting away, right? Just to give yourself that bit of a challenge. But if really you're pressed, your budget is tight, put what you can put away, because there are unexpected things that happen in life.
Yeah. And then the second question, I think this one is also a personal question. I've done some research, and what I've found is that young people, especially millennials, whether in South Africa or in the US, they are in debt, and especially when it comes to student loans. You also mentioned something about credit score and, you know, having a proper credit history. Yeah, a credit record, yes. So when it comes to investing and you've touched on that, investing and paying off debt, so which one should one start off with? Should I maybe pay off my debts first, and then after paying off my debts, whether it's short-term debts or long-term debt, and then after paying that off, and then start investing? Or should I invest and whatever is left and then pay off the debts? Yeah.
I think firstly analyze the interest rate that you're being charged on your debt, and also take a look at how long it will take you to pay off your debt, right? But one of the things when it comes to savings that is really, really important is an emergency fund. Reason being is because if you do have an emergency fund while you're paying off your, let's say, your credit card or even your student loan, any debt actually, if you do have an emergency fund, if something unexpected happens, then you don't need to tap into your credit card again. You know? But I will not say ignore your debts. No, pay off your debts. Definitely. Your short-term debt, if you can tackle it, pay it off, right? But also think about a balance. So try to get that emergency fund growing as well. So if you have maybe 1,000 Rand, maybe you can allocate 600 Rand or 700 Rand towards your short-term debt and 300 Rand towards investing. But definitely try to manage your debt, because if you're not paying off your debts, if you're not paying your installments or your monthly obligation, then it will reflect badly.
On your credit record.
Yes, on your credit record.
Yeah. No. Thank you for that. So maybe when we find time, or maybe for another webinar, maybe you can maybe go more into the credit game, because you spoke about inflation, right? And you find that governments are also borrowing money, and this also, you know, goes back to inflation. People do not have money. People lost their work because of COVID, and now you find that governments are now printing money. That will also, you know, increase inflation. Interest rates, even though they are low, they are said they are going to increase. That also goes back to debt. So yeah, so how do we, sorry Nens, I know we've answered the question, but I want to find out how do we not find ourselves maybe paying interest, but for instance, credit cards, we cannot run away from credit cards, right? That's what I've learned recently, right? That in order to build a credit score, or a credit record, right, you have to have a sort of like debt, short-term debt or long-term debt, right? Let's say you, for example, you afford a credit card, short-term debt, right? So if maybe you are able to pay off in full every month, right? Provided that you are disciplined, right? Pay off the outstanding balance. Would you advise that person, even though they are able to afford to pay off their debts or the outstanding balance every month, should they continue swiping their credit cards?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I think you need to weigh out the benefits. Some credit cards do give you like loyalty points, you know. So I think it's a matter of, and this speaks to being involved in your finances, weigh out the benefits. Some banks also give you, I think it's about 55 days interest-free credit or something. Yes. So if you can play around with that and still get your loyalty points, yes. But the minute you are borrowing, you are charged.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
The minute you are borrowing, you are going to pay some sort of charge. So, yeah.
Okay, last question, Nancy, and then this relates to savings, because you said that we must save as much as possible, right? And the interest rates are low. So must we save in the traditional bank accounts? Or I know you have, you know, touched on the stock market as one of the vehicles to use to save money or raise money. So with the interest rates being low, it means that if I put my money in the bank, the money is not growing. So, yeah, I'm not asking where should we put our money, sorry, to put you on the spot, but I'm saying, is it advisable to, even though we must have a saving culture, is it advisable to save in a bank account?
So what you want to focus on is more the return that you're getting. So if you find a bank account, which I haven't, but if, for example, you find a bank account that is giving you a return that is beating inflation, then you have that option. But like I mentioned, it depends on how long you were saving for, right? And the return. Now, the reason why I mentioned your asset managers and ETFs and index trackers is because they also offer a savings vehicle. So you don't need to save in a bank account, right?
Okay.
So you can go to, let's say, for example, an index tracker, right? They will also have a money market. Yes. Your asset managers also have money market funds, right? And typically we'll see that is actually higher than with your banks. Sometimes your banks will have fixed accounts, right? Fixed deposits or notice accounts where you can only get your money in a certain period, right? And the interest rate might be lower than what you can get at an asset manager's money market account, where the money will still be available to you. It depends on the different company how soon it will be available to you, but the money will be available to you. So it's important to look at the return that you were getting and how long you're putting your money in there for. Yeah.
And then should people be like passive investors or active investors? So should I like trust someone else with my money, my hard-earned money, or should I, and pay fees by the way, or should I just learn all the things by myself, even though I cannot know everything,
Yes.
right, Nancy? Yeah. So what would you advise? Or use both managed and passive? I don't know.
Yeah, so it depends on you as an individual. Are you the type of individual who wants to know everything, right? If you are the type of individual, then by all means, be the type of person who actually wants to actively manage their fund and maybe even pick the shares that you want to invest in, right? You are at liberty to do that. You can also do that with as little as 20 Rand through an easy equities, for example, right? Or you can go through stockbrokers, which might require more money, right? But if you're that person, you don't know anything about the stock market, you've read about it, you still don't understand it, then you can just go to an asset manager, or you can just go for an index tracker. Some asset managers also have index trackers. So you can just simply do that, put your money in there. I'm not saying forget about your money, right? Go check it once in a while, see what's happening. If you have a question, ask, but you can put it in there and you know that an expert is actually managing that money, right? Yeah. The same way we go to the doctor when we don't know what is happening. But if we have a headache, then we'll probably just take a painkiller or drink some water or rest. But with other issues, we won't know. So we go to the doctor and we inquire. And even when the doctor tells us what they think, sometimes we still say, let me get a second opinion. So still be involved in your finances. But by all means, if you're that type of person who you don't understand the markets, you don't want to get involved, then deal with an expert who will actually manage the money. So that's an asset manager that you can go to, for example. Yeah. I also just want to highlight something. You mentioned in the first question an education fund. So I just want to highlight that there are products out there titled education funds, if I'm not mistaken. And once again, what you want to be aware of is the return of that fund, right? Because some of those funds might be locked. So if you're saving for your child's education, you don't need to go for something titled an education fund. As I illustrated in the slides, you can simply go, for example, an asset manager or an index tracker, and they are returning, let's say, 10%, for example, and you can just put in your 500 Rand there every month and let it grow. Be in touch with that asset manager, communicate with them, right? Now and again, check the money. But it doesn't need to be a product called education fund. Really?
So this question just popped up. Sorry, Nancy. I think this will be the last question for sure. Tax-free accounts. Can you also maybe elaborate on that?
So the tax-free accounts are beneficial because it lowers the tax that you would pay on your gains. So if I buy an asset for 20,000 Rand and then it increases by 5% or 10%, that increase is what I'm going to be taxed on, right? Generally. So now with a tax-free account, when you put your money in some sort of tax-free account, some sort of tax-free investing account, if you put your money at 10,000 Rand in there, when it increases, those gains will not be taxed, right? But there are limits. So you are limited to put 36,000 Rand on an annual basis, and then the lifetime limit is 500,000 Rand. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So it basically decreases your tax that you would pay on a normal account that is not a tax-free savings account. And that is to influence you to save more. Yes, because who likes to pay tax, right? People don't like to pay tax. So if we offer you a tax-free savings account, maybe you will save more because it's so important to save for various reasons.
So if you have any questions to ask Nancy, please do not hesitate to ask her. But from my side, till next time, guys, please do not forget to save, to invest, and to spoil yourself. Any last words, Nancy?
I just think, or I would just like to encourage you guys to take action. Go on the different websites of the different companies and see which company is suitable for you. If you don't have a lot of money to invest, that's not a problem. With what you have, there are options out there for you. So be bold.
As we continue our goal to equip you with financial literacy skills, let's get to understand the basics when it comes to banking. For starters, what is a bank? Well, that's simple. It's a regulated financial institution where you can deposit money into a personal account, such as a savings or check account, in order to save and manage your money securely. Banks also offer lending services, including short-term loans, credit cards, and bonds for your dream home or other property. It's important to understand your bank charges. Bank charges are fees charged by the bank for services they offer to you. This could be a monthly account fee or for specific transactions like withdrawing money. These charges differ from bank to bank. There are different ways to interact with your bank and withdraw your money. The first of these is an automatic teller machine, or ATM. An ATM is a safe, convenient way to access or transfer your money, to check your balance, and to perform other available services. You can also go into your bank's closest branch for help from a teller. These fees for going to a teller are usually higher than when you use an ATM. Another option is withdrawing your money at a till up to your daily limit when you pay for your groceries. The development of electronic devices also offers you many ways to safely and conveniently control your money without ever needing to visit one of these locations. All you need to do is register for your bank's electronic services, set up a password, and log on to manage your banking needs. Internet banking is one of the main ways to do this. It offers an easy and convenient way to bank, any place, anytime. You can also sign up for cell phone banking to perform your transactions safely and securely through your cell phone or tablet. One of the newest options is the e-wallet, which allows you to send money to anyone with a valid South African cell phone number. These are the basics when it comes to banking. In the next section, we'll have a look at lending, or the ins and outs of needing to borrow money. Let's go.
Welcome back, and thank you for making time again to join us for session 2. We are going to be asking our panel members to take us through certain things around these collective savings. First to you, Ntate Makade, Bra Floyd, Sarah may call you that. Can you kindly take us through, there are advantages and disadvantages to everything, pros and cons. Can you just help us to understand as a community and colleagues, what are the advantages and disadvantages of actually being part of this collective savings or having its collective savings account?
Okay, thank you, Program Director. I think collective savings is a good thing, but it also comes with its own disadvantages because collective saving is more of a trust issue. But, you know, not all members, you'll find them to be cooperative. In some groups or societies or stokvels, there will be members that will be disingenuous and they will not comply with the rules of that group. And you'll find that now the group has to disband. That's one example. And some of the members, they stop contributing maybe due to high employment. Maybe they're no longer employed. As we know that COVID-19 also is contributing to the high unemployment. So most of the group members, some of them will stop contributing. That will be a factor, but it's something that you can look at maybe to say they should reduce their contribution or something of that nature rather than to disband the group. We we've realized from previous activities of the groups that you will have those members that become dishonest, or the treasury has taken the money of the group without really being transparent, or without informing the group for his own personal use. That we have noted as well. That's why consumer education is quite important to stop that trend. Some of the members may disagree on certain things, and will hear that this group is no longer functioning properly because there's infighting within them. And also members that do not contribute, because it becomes, when you talk about collective saving, we talk about funds that can be contributed equally, and to the bank it must be paid that equal sum every month or every week, whatever the period they've chosen. So some of them will use debit orders. If the debit order has the account has got insufficient funds, then that debit order will be dishonored. So that will affect the balance on the collective savings. So those, in just nutshell, will be the disadvantages on the group schemes. Yes.
So if I may just sum them quickly for the benefit of the community and for the people connecting online. You mentioned trust issues, disingenuous members, loss of income. We find ourselves where community members are actually struggling with the pandemic. And what really struck me is unethical behavior, where you mentioning that you might find an appointed treasurer helping themselves to the funds. Those are very serious disadvantages. But I would like to believe that there are benefits and advantages for our community members and us as people, as colleagues, to actually having those collective accounts, or coming together to save together towards a common goal. What are those advantages?
Well, firstly, I would say that it is good to save as a group than an individual, because the group account generates much more interest based on the accumulative balance through the collective savings. And also within the group, there will be some knowledge sharing and information, and like it is also based on the trust. People start to begin to trust. Whereas if you operate as an individual account, you may not have the commitment that the group has.
Yes.
And also by having a pool of funds into an account, the group earns much more higher interest than when you save as an individual. It's all about the commitment, because if you are saving as an individual, we don't discourage that. You can continue, but there are more benefits to save as a group, because you respect the rules of the group. And once you have had a purpose to say, we want to achieve this purpose, we have to follow those rules of the group. But if you save as an individual, you can at some point not to follow your commitment and withdraw your money before the time period that you intended to withdraw your money. But as a group, everyone will know that we are waiting for this particular period so that our funds can be available at that time, and having had accumulated interest, so that when you distribute those funds to the individual, they are more than enough than when you have saved as an individual.
Sounds more exciting. I think we struggle to save. The discipline to save as individuals is not there. What I like about what you just said with us is the culture of accountability as members, holding each other accountable to what we agreed to contribute towards that common goal. Thank you very much for that. Mr. Mudiba, if you may come in, just tell us, we can just go into details in unpacking the benefits of collective savings accounts or group savings.
You know, one biggest benefit is, which is also going to talk to one disadvantage. Saving under the mattress, it's a disadvantage. But opening up a bank account, it's an advantage and it's a benefit. because when you save as a group, there's transparency, which is very key to members. And when you're saving as a group and also saving in a registered financial institution, there's always records of credit and debits for your transactions at any given time available for you. And then this will all allow members to know of transactions made for their group or their stokvel or for the collective savings account. And on top of that, benefits will also include funds are guaranteed and available when needed, depending on, remember, members of the stokvel or the group will always have a purpose when they want to withdraw their money. Monthly statements will be available through that registered financial institutions to show records on what is happening within what their contributions and their withdrawals. Money is safer in the bank, unlike under the mattress, like I've already mentioned. And very, very critical, with trustworthy signatories, money will only be withdrawn for the purpose of the savings or for the purpose that the team or the group has agreed to save. And then also, they will be able to achieve life goals quicker as they have planned, and access to purchase when those who are saving for groceries in December, they will be able to save as a group. And maybe also to highlight a few importance of collective savings is that when you are saving as a group, it becomes easier for you as a group to learn and have basic financial skills and discipline, because as a group you'll be able to invite registered financial institutions to come to you to access financial literacy programs. Groups savings can be used also like an insurance scheme to help members deal with emergencies whenever there's a critical situation rises. Some individuals do not even have access to saving facilities of their own. By saving as a group, it also helps. And it also encourages and creates a savings culture. Remember, in South Africa, we have a huge challenge of saving. And saving in a group also help to make sure that the individual saves to the group, and they'll also learn to save on their own groups. And some of the things that they will learn possibly as they are a group, they'll also learn how to use the money, its budgeting skills and so on.
Thank you, Mr. Modiba. I believe we have a question from the audience. David from Northwest, you have a question for our panel members. Go for it.
Yes, I have a question. I want to know, as a community, after we have assembled a group, where can we go to open an account for a group, or which institution can we use to open the account?
Any one of you can take the question.
Okay, thank you, and Tate for the questions. We've got several financial institutions, mostly the banks, where you can who have products that are suitable for group savings. So we've got quite a number of banks in South Africa that you can visit, so that you also understand what fees do they charge and what interest do they pay. It's important to visit more than one bank so that you can see which one is suitable for your group, so that your group must benefit in terms of your purpose. Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like to add?
Yes, thank you. I just want to say we very like in South Africa. Maybe if you don't know, maybe to help also give you a knowledge that we have more than 30 banks that you can use to open up an account in South Africa. More than 30, up to 39 banks. So you have a variety of choice to choose a bank that will suit you as you'll be going to do your collective saving.
Thank you very much. So what I'm hearing coming through is that the individuals can go to any bank of their choice, but there should also be an understanding of what that bank offers and the benefits of the account in looking at interest rate. They call it dinamani in local languages. No, thank you very much for that. I hear we have a question from the Free State again. We have more participants from that side of the world. Isaac, you can come through with your question for the panel members.
Perfect day, panel members. Thank you so very much, Madam Chair, with the opportunity for me to partake in this platform. I have two questions. First of them, I would like to find out, in terms of trust and honesty, we all know and are aware that is this a serious challenge into our life today. So can anyone, member of the group, visit the bank just to go at any time to collect the money on behalf of the group? If so, or if not, how many of these people are allowed or given permission to go and collect the money on behalf of the group? Yes, I'll listen to the response to that. Thank you.
Okay. Did you get the question?
Yes.
Any one of you can take it. Yeah.
No, thank you for that question. I think it's quite important. It comes up with the element of trust as well. The collective savings schemes, that is why there was an emphasis when it was presented here by Mr. Stabo that normally they have the rules or the constitution. That constitution actually undertakes to nominate specific people within that group. Normally it will be the treasurer, the chairman, and the secretary. That will be registered with the bank as signatories for the group. So the group will actually give those three or whatever, four, depending on the constitution of that group, the mandate to operate the account of the group. This will prevent that any member of the group can just go to the bank and operate on the account. I think also the bank have got processes in place to ensure that the funds of the groups are safe, and only they will deal with the people that are registered with the bank in terms of the mandate of the group. I think I've covered that.
Yeah. Maybe I can add by saying it is also important in most institutions. It will differ maybe from institution to institution. Normally, groups will always select 3 members who will represent them at the bank, and they will be authorized to do transactions. But remember, any member of the group or the collective savings group can do a deposit, any member at any given time. But when it comes to a withdrawal, because it's money out, only the people who have been selected and are authorized by the group and they are known by the financial institution or the bank are the only people who will be allowed to withdraw the funds. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That on its own begin to address the trust issue. So only authorized signatories will be allowed to access the funds. Thank you very much. We're still keeping it in the Free State. Elias, we hear you have a question also for the panel members. You may come through.
Yes, I mean, some of the groups say for a longer period of time, maybe for a year or so. What happens if a member, want to withdraw before the end of the year? During the course of saving, maybe within 6 months. Are they allowed to do that? And do they get back their contributions? What happened in that regard?
Yeah, thank you. I think that question will depend on what was the agreement between the members of that particular club or a collective savings. It will depend on them. Some will say you forfeit everything. Some will say they will refund you, depending on actually also the purpose why you were saving. Because regulations or the constitution or the agreement that they've made when they started the collective saving will differ from member to member. Like when Mr. Makad was talking about the disadvantages, he also mentioned the issue of contributions. Remember, when you have a group or a society or a stokvel, you have a particular amount that you should be contributing during the time frame when the contributions must be done. Some are weekly, some fortnightly, some monthly. And also it will depend, if it's a burial society, you contribute. In some cases, you miss 3 months, then you forfeit your benefit or your, what do they call it, cover. Yes. So those are some of the things. We as a bank, we cannot say, this is what is going to happen. That is going to happen within the group or the club or the society or the choir, whoever will be saving on what they've agreed upon when they started that collective saving. I don't know if Mr. Makad have to say anything or...
You may.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mudiba. Yes, it will depend on the product that the group has chosen. But definitely if you withdraw your money before the time period, if I heard you correctly, you were saying 12 months and then you withdraw the money in 6 months' time. Definitely you lose the other 6 months' interest. And also you lose what you would have collected within that 6 months. And then if the group has chosen a specific product that is a fixed investment for 12 months, obviously they will be penalized if they withdraw that money before that 12 months period.
Thank you. Thank you for that response. We're going to take the last question from Limpopo. Maboko, you may come through and ask the panel members your question.
Thank you, Program Director. I have one question regarding the benefits. I heard they said the group are earning interest. So my question is, when are those interests given to the group? Are they automatically given during the deposits, or is there any specific month where the interests are calculated for the group? Thank you.
Okay. Any one of you can take that.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think it's a good question. The group needs to be explained by the bank. The banks are allowed or they are obliged to explain to the groups on the product that the group will choose. In most products that are provided to the groups or collective schemes, is that the interest is calculated monthly, but payable on the day of the maturity of that product. But it's calculated monthly. Some of the products, the interest will be calculated daily, but it will be payable on the maturity. So it is important for the group to understand that, and it is also important for the group to know when do they want interest. Do they want this interest to be paid monthly, quarterly, or 6 monthly, or at maturity? That must come from the group. It is the responsibility of the bank officials as well to find out, to analyze the requirements of the group, because the group are the customers to the bank.
Thank you very much. You touched on a very important point to say that the bank needs to analyze the needs, which is called needs analysis, so that they understand exactly what the need is and how often the interest will be required by the group. Thank you very much for joining us for this session. Please do join us for our last and final session that will leave us with a wealth of knowledge. Thank you very much. See you in a short while.
The next step in our financial literacy journey is to look at lending. Lending is when an institution or person, known as the lender, temporarily provides money to another person, known as the borrower. This is done on the condition that the borrowed amount is paid back, usually with interest charged or additional fees. It's important that the time over which the loan will be paid back and the interest rate is understood and agreed upon upfront. We also refer to a loan as credit. Interest is usually applied to credit. Interest is the amount that you are charged to borrow money. Several laws regulate the process of lending, like the National Credit Act, protecting you and the credit provider by ensuring credit checks to make sure that you can afford the loan and fair terms. FAIS, which stands for Financial Advisory and Intermediary Services, is regulatory legislation protecting the financial services industry and their clients, while FICA, which stands for Financial Intelligence Center Act, is an act for the prevention, monitoring, and reporting of money laundering through various methods. When applying for credit, you will need to complete an application form. You will also need to bring your ID and payslips or bank statements. If the loan you are applying for is a home loan, you will need to provide deed of sale or approved building plans. Failing to pay back your loan within the agreed terms is a breach of contract known as defaulting. So if you need help with your debt, you should speak to a debt counselor. Now, let's have a final look at the different types of lending. For starters, there's a short-term loan. This includes borrowed money that must be repaid over a short period of time, between 3 months and 5 years, at a higher interest rate than a long-term loan. Secondly, there's the bond. That's when the bank lends you money to buy a house. This is paid with interest over a set time frame. Another type of lending is the credit card, issued by a bank to allow you to purchase goods or services on credit. There's also the hire purchase option. This is when you pay a deposit to purchase an item and repay the remainder over an agreed time period, including interest. Mashonisas, or informal lenders, are usually chosen when they are, or you may have, unplanned loans. They charge much higher interest rates than formal loans and are not regulated by the National Credit Regulator. Lastly, there's the pawnbroker. This is where you exchange personal items like appliances or furniture for a loan. If you are unable to repay your loan, these items will be sold off. That's it for our look at loans with this guide on money lending. Our final part of this module shines a spotlight on saving. Are you ready?
If you have just joined us, welcome to Money Smart Week South Africa. As we have just heard, financial literacy is not only for adults, but for children and young South Africans should also be exposed to money matters from a young age in order to live a better adult life. There's also power in collective savings, as brought to us by Postbank. Next up, let's hear from Shoshaview on debt counseling and Standard Bank on cybercrime.
Hi everyone, my name is Daniel Baloy, the founder and managing director of Shoshaview. We are a debt management company. We are here to do training and more informative about the National Credit Act as well as the debt counseling. Right, so I'm going to start with the objective of the National Credit Act. The objective of the National Credit Act include encouraging responsible borrowing, avoiding over-indebtedness and fulfillment of financial obligation by consumers, it seeks to improve equity with credit markets by balancing the respective rights and responsibilities of credit providers and consumers. And it promotes the responsibility in the credit market by providing for a consistent system of debt restructuring, enforcement of judgment, which places priority on eventual satisfaction of all responsible consumer obligation under the credit agreement. So anyone who enters into a credit agreement, they have an obligation to make payments as per the credit agreement. Therefore, measures will be taken in terms of the National Credit Act to enforce those agreements should any person not oblige to their rules or the contractual obligation of the agreement. The National Credit Act was created to do what? Well, it was created to improve transparency, prohibit unfair contractual terms and practice by credit providers and microlenders, prevent granting of reckless credit lending, to provide measures to assist over-indebted consumers, to regulate information acquired, held, and reported by the credit bureaus. We all know we have more than one credit bureaus. Just to mention a few, we have XDS Credit Bureau, we have CompuScan, we have Experian, we have also TransUnion. So the National Credit Act also is there to regulate the information placed by this credit bureau on their records for you as a consumer. To register credit agreements, credit providers, and credit bureaus, debt counselors also must be registered as established by the National Credit Regulator and the National Consumer Tribunal for effective enforcement of their practices. To promote and advance the social and economic welfare of South Africans. Why to promote the social and economic welfare of South Africans? We understand prior to implementation of the National Credit Act, we have administration orders in terms of the Magistrate Court Act. Therefore, most people were placed under administration because the national credit was not there. It is a solution as well to manage and assist in terms of managing individual debts. However, the NCR, which is the National Credit Regulator, as well as the National Consumer Tribunal, the NCT, coming to do and bringing about the National Credit Act, so to bring about solutions which are voluntary for consumers to be able to enter into and be able to manage their debts if they are over-indebted or they are unable to manage their debts. Well, we can move on and say it is created to promote a fair and transparent, competitive, sustainable as well, responsible, effective, accessible credit market and industry. Most of all, it is created to protect you as a consumer. You and I are protected by the National Credit Act, which is enforceable and is regulated by the National Credit Regulator. We need to understand what is credit. We're talking about the National Credit Act, but what is credit? Well, it is defined as a deferral of payment or a prepayment of debts and fees, charges, interest, or discounts. Well, we have types of this credit agreement which are regulated by the National Credit Act, known as the NCA. We have a credit facility, a credit transaction, a credit guarantee, and any combination of the above. Well, we'll have time and we'll discuss this probably in our next segment or as we move on. Well, before granting credit, a credit provider must disclose certain things so that the consumer can be able to understand what they're getting themselves into. We understand that you take credit because you want to do certain things. You take credit because you want to advance your life sometimes. But prior to you entering into a credit, because it is a credit but is contractual obligation, therefore it is binding in terms of the National Credit Act. What is it that the credit provider must disclose to you as a consumer prior to granting credit? One, a pre-credit statement prior to you agreeing to say, I want to take this credit, a pre-credit statement should be given to you so then you can understand what is it that you are entering into. For example, terms and conditions which will have a risk and cost implication for the consumer. Taking a credit it takes a risk in terms of the cost involved on a monthly basis. We call it making a monthly installment. Therefore, you should know what is the monthly installment, what are the fees involved in this credit agreement that you're about to take as a consumer. You need to have a pre-credit quotation. A credit provider needs to provide you with a quotation prior to granting the loan to say, here is a quotation in terms of what you are looking for, and these are the fees that are going to be charged, and this is the interest charged on the loan or whatever that you are taking as a credit or as a form of a credit. This pre-credit quotation is binding for 5 days. You therefore be able to have this credit agreement, take it to any person of your choice, being the attorney or being the debt counselor who can assist you in terms of interpreting the credit agreement, or you can read it yourself if you have better understanding of the contract. Therefore, you are able to read the contract, pre-quotation, and take it forward. If you're happy with it, take it forward to the credit provider to proceed and get a loan that you are looking for or any credit advancement that you are looking for. When we move forward, a specified form for type of credit agreement that you are entering into. For example, are you taking a personal loan? Are you taking a home loan? Are you taking a credit card, a credit facility, or are you taking a monthly loan? So a form which specifies what exactly you are taking should be given to you so you can understand what type of credit are you entering into and how long is it binding for you. Agreement must be included at or below interest plus cost of the quotation. So the agreement will have all the fees that are going to be charged. Initiation fee, admin fee, interest charge, cost of the quotation, everything should be included in that quotation for you to be able to assess it prior to taking that credit. There are other unlawful provisions of the credit agreement. And one might ask, what are those unlawful credit agreements? Maybe you've been part of them, but you are not aware. Well, let's take them point by point and see if these things credit providers do. A deceptive, fraudulent, or defeat the purpose of the National Credit Act. Any agreement which is not in line with the National Credit Act is therefore an unlawful credit provision because it's not in line with the National Credit Agreement. It deprives a consumer of the other statutory or common law rights. So it deprives you with the ability to understand the type of credit, or it's written in a language that you don't understand. Therefore, it is unlawful because you're entering into a credit agreement which you don't understand, which is not explained to you. For example, a consultant providing a loan didn't provide you with information with the level of your understanding in terms of what is this credit all about. They should be able to provide you with information in terms of what the credit is about. As much as they will give you a quotation, they still need to explain to you what is this that you are getting yourself into. And they are able to assist you with that, so then you are able to understand what you are getting yourself into. We still on unlawful credit provision of the credit agreement, an exempt or a limit of credit provider liability into action, omission of an agent, standard guarantees or warranties, appoint the credit provider as a consumer agent. Right. As I explained, it is a matter of high importance that the agent providing you with credit at any store or at any institution, they are able to give you information about what you are entering yourself into, so then you can have better understanding and avoid consequences that you didn't plan for. Grant power of attorney in advance to the credit provider. Right. As a consumer, you can't be signing a consent letter in advance while you're taking your loan, simply because you are giving the credit provider the powers to be able to take legal actions at any point should you not pay your debts. Right, you should pay your debts, that's the agreement, but you should not sign any prior document which leads to a civil application. Either the credit provider will want to take the application to court because you didn't pay your debts, or you didn't honor your credit agreement, and the credit provider will just take that document and proceed to court. It's called granting power of attorney or signing a consent letter prior to you even defaulting on your loan. That's unlawful. Compel a consumer to sign a legal enforcement documentation in advance. As I just said, it is not legal for you to sign any documents which leads to courts, or sign a consent letter for your file to be handed over to any collector while you are taking a loan on day one. That's unlawful. It's not in line with the National Credit Act. It's also a violation of your rights as a consumer because you are under misrepresentation. We move forward. Consent to predetermined value of cost granting enforceable of the agreement. Consent to the jurisdiction of the High Court outside jurisdiction. Right. These are all unlawful procedures. When you're taking a loan, you are signing all the legal document in terms of where the creditor can pursue the application, in terms of them going to court or going to the High Court if you didn't honor your obligation, you didn't honor your credit obligation. Therefore, if you sign this in advance, what the credit provider will do, they will just put a recent date. For example, if we just go back a little bit, you take a loan in 2016, 2021, you are unable to make payments. Because you already signed a consent letter, what is going to happen? A recent date will be placed on that consent letter, and then the procedure will proceed in terms of the legal proceedings for them to attach the assets or to be able to take a judgment, because most of the time people don't consent to judgment. They will take a default judgment. But if you consented prior to this application started while you're taking your loan, it will be a consent judgment because you already signed a consent form. So there is a default judgment which is granted by the courts, and there is a consent judgment which is granted by the courts. So a consent judgment, what happens? It's when you already sign a consent letter. At the time of taking the loan, the credit provider has made you sign this consent letter, which is unlawful. So your judgment will come as a consent judgment because they have a consent letter which you signed at the beginning of your loan. But if you haven't signed this, the judgment will appear as a default judgment because you didn't give consent and you didn't attend for the proceedings. Require a person processing payments to give priority to one credit provider over the other. Well, for instance, it's unlawful for the agent not to give you options. Let me give you an example. You proceed to do a loan application for a vehicle finance, and the agent only give you X bank as the only finance, but doesn't tell you about other institutions which are available. I'll make an example. They say only Capitec, or ABSA, FNB, other loans which are available, but they only give you ABSA because they have an agreement with the institution. They don't give you other options which might be able to counter offer the other agreements which are on the table. So that's unlawful. They should give you all the options so that you'll be able to move and choose the best one for you in terms of interest, charges, and the monthly fees. There are consequences, therefore, for unlawful credit agreement. We explain all the unlawful credit agreement, which should be a matter of importance and caution for all of us, but there are consequences for those credit providers who are having those unlawful provisions on their credit agreement. What are those consequences and what must happen? The court must declare that provision void. So that provision of the agreement is therefore should be declared null and void, because it should be brought within the court, or the debt counsellor should be able to bring it forward, and then it will be declared as null and void because that provision is not legal. A severe and unlawful provision from the agreement. Alter it to the extent necessary to render it lawful or responsible. So whatever provision that is unlawful on the credit agreement, it should therefore be altered to be lawful or to the best reasonable state. Declare the entire agreement unlawful and make unlawful agreement orders. Well, that's what should happen. They declare the entire credit agreement to be unlawful and make unlawful agreement order for that credit provider. Now we have what we call financial charges. These financial charges are therefore, remember when we spoke about the charges which comes when you take a loan, interest, admin fee, initiation fee, and all those other charges. Those are dealt with as well on the National Credit Act. The Act prescribe a limits and cost in terms of these fees. The credit provider can only charge fees as stipulated in the Act. They cannot have their own fees as an institution to say we charge these fees and we are comfortable with these fees. The fees must be in line with the National Credit Act. Therefore, should the fees not be in line, they are in violation and they should be declared unlawful. Well, in terms of where can this thing be found on the National Credit Act? Just a quick one. Section 101 of the National Credit Act deal with these things. A credit provider may only charge the following: principal debts, initiation fee, service fees, interest, credit insurance, default administration charges, and collection cost. One might ask, what are those things? Principal debts, we are talking about the amount which you are at the bank or at the credit provider to borrow. For instance, 20,000 rand is going to be your principal debts. On top of that amount, there are going to be initiation fees which are prescribed by the National Credit Act. They cannot be up to a certain amount. There are service fees which are monthly fees on maintaining the loan. There is an interest charge per credit. There is credit insurance. If you do have your own credit insurance, you are able to tell the credit provider you don't want their credit insurance. You have a credit insurance and you must provide proof of your credit insurance for that account to be put under that credit insurance. But if you don't have, it is compulsory for the account to have credit insurance as per the credit. A default administration fees. What do we mean by that? Should you not be able to pay your account, and interest will be charged on the principal debts at the time of default. So those charges are administration charges. Then the consumer must be aware of those fees. Should the account be sent to the collection department of the credit provider, there are collection fees in terms of the Debt Collection Act. Those fees must also be in line with those. Right. I think that's what you need to understand in terms of the fees, in terms of the unlawful provisions of the National Credit Act and the consequences that comes with those provisions. Remember, when you take credit, it's an agreement which is binding by nature. So you enter into an agreement which is a legal binding agreement. So if it's a legal binding agreement, there are going to be terminations, there are going to be enforcement of the credit agreement. Why must the credit provider say, I'm terminating the credit agreement, or I want to enforce my rights as a credit provider in terms of this agreement that I have with the consumer? One, the consumer must be in default. The credit provider must give notice of default in writing and advise the consumer to see 1, the debt counselor, ombuds with jurisdiction, ADR agent, which is alternative dispute resolution agent, a consumer court. So normally when you don't pay your debt for a certain period, or you skip 2 months or 3 months, a credit provider should notify you of your default and give you solutions in terms of what you can do to bring your account up to date. Normally this happens in a form of a letter, SMS, email, via your mode of consent in terms of how you want to receive information between you and the credit provider. Well, the credit provider can only take legal action if the consumer is in default for at least 20 business days. And 10 business days have passed since the Section 129 letter has been issued. Section 129 letter, it's known as the letter of demand. That's what the credit provider will notify you. As soon as you are in default, the credit provider will issue a Section 129 letter known as the letter of demand, notifying you your account is in arrears, you skip making your payments, you must bring your account up to date. Should you fail to do so, kindly see somebody else who can be able to assist you. If I go back, I can say the debt counselor, credit ombuds with jurisdiction. What do we mean? We say with jurisdiction. A credit ombuds which is within the area of your residential, where you reside, because you can't be in Pretoria and looking for an ombudsman in the northwest. You can't be in the northwest looking for an ombudsman in Pretoria. So you must look for the credit ombudsman with jurisdiction so then they can have the capacity to deal with your matter. See a debt counselor, credit ombuds, alternative dispute resolution agent. Those are the mediators to assist you make payment arrangements with your account so you can bring it up to date to avoid further legal actions. So that's the letter of demand known as Section 129 letter. A consumer can either bring the account up to date or reject the proposal as per the notice, which is the letter of demand. But if they reject the proposal, then the collector or the credit provider then proceed to take further legal steps to enforce the credit agreement. Credit provider cannot take legal action while the matter is pending in a tribunal. Debt counselor, ombuds, ADR agent, which is an alternative dispute resolution agent, or a consumer court. So once you've approached those options which have been provided to you by the letter of demand, the credit provider cannot proceed to take legal actions. Basically, once you receive a letter of demand, you take steps to make amends. Then the credit provider will not proceed with taking legal actions because you would have notified them of your action to say, I am seeing a debt counselor, or I'm seeing a credit ombudsman, or I'm seeing a mediator to mediate on my matter. Therefore, they are going to be in discussion with the credit provider to bring the account up to date based on your affordability. If the consumer defaulted while the credit agreement is under debt review, the credit provider must, right? Now we're saying to you, you have chosen an option of debt review, but you are now defaulting while you have taken the option to take a debt counseling or debt review as a solution for you. Now, you're defaulting under the process. What will happen? A credit provider must wait at least 60 working days after the date the consumer applied for the debt restructuring. Give notice to terminate the debt review or the debt restructuring process to the consumer, national credit regulator, as well as the debt counselor on record. Because the consumer has taken the process to say to the credit provider, I've received your 129 letter of demand. I'm taking measures now to see a person to assist me. Then when they are in a process of being assisted, they continue to default under the process. Then the credit provider will then terminate the process after 60 working days without receiving payment, without receiving any communication from your debt counselor or from your ADR, then the debt collectors or the credit provider will take further steps to terminate the agreement because it's not yielding all the fruits they're looking for. The National Credit also provide for the over-indebtedness. But we need to understand the definition of over-indebtedness. In order to assist the consumer with rearranging his debt, it is important to first determine whether the consumer is over-indebted. Well, a consumer who doesn't pay their debts for 1 month or 2 cannot easily be declared as over-indebted. What must be done to determine that the person is overcommitted or over-indebted? The consumer is over-indebted if at the time he or she is or will be able is unable to certify in a timeous manner all their credit obligation under the credit agreement having regards to his financial means, prospect, and obligation. At this point, a consumer can only be declared over-indebted if at the time of default they are unable to make payments to all their debts or some of their debts in a timeous manner. They are not making full payments. They are having difficulty with their financial means, prospects, and obligations entirely. A consumer does not have the ability to meet their financial obligation or commitment at the end of the month. So this person is overcommitted. The consumer has more debts than the money they have to pay for their debts and cater for the household obligations. So we're looking into the indebtedness versus over-indebtedness. In terms of the National Credit Act, Section 86, subsection 6 requires a debt counselor to do an over-indebtedness assessment. So this assessment will now convince or inform the debt counselor that the consumer at hand is unable to certify all their monthly obligations on a monthly basis after conducting an assessment with the debt counselor. The assessment includes doing a household obligation assessment in terms of what are the costs involved, groceries, petrol, payments of school fees, bonds payments, levies, school fees, and other costs which are involved in the household. Therefore, after that, doing a cost analysis in terms of what are your monthly obligations in terms of your debts. That assessment will then result in whether the consumer is over-indebted or the consumer is not over-indebted. They need to just bring their budget in order. Well, in terms of Section 86, subsection 7, paragraph C of the National Credit Act, a consumer must be over-indebted in order for the court to make a restructuring order. So a debt counselor will be able to take the matter to court upon making an assessment and making a proposal to all the credit providers to say the person is over-indebted, they are able to pay this much on all their debts, they'll be able to pay a certain amount. Therefore, upon consent, or if other credit providers didn't consent, a debt counselor then can take the matter to court for the court to rearrange the debts and issue a court order in terms of the debt counseling. This court order is binding both on the credit provider as well as the consumer, because a consumer must adhere to the court order and make payments according to the debt restructuring of the order. A credit provider cannot issue any legal action if the consumer is paying according according to the court order and they are receiving a payment as restructured by the debt canceller. Somebody may ask, can a company be over-indebted and be restructured in terms of the National Credit Act, or a debt canceller can restructure the debts of the company? Well, the answer is only natural person can be able to do so. A juristic person cannot be over-indebted in terms of the debt canceller restructuring their debts. Section 85 of the National Credit Act says the court can declare or relieve an over-indebtedness. We're going to take it point forms. 1. If in any court procedure in which a credit agreement is being considered, it is alleged that the consumer is over-indebted, the court may refer the matter to a debt canceller, right? Or declare that the consumer is over-indebted and make any other, as in terms of Section 87, to relieve the consumer of over-indebtedness. Well, therefore, there will be a restructuring proposal sent to the credit providers to be able to make payment arrangements to restructure the monthly obligation as per the credit agreement, because you are unable as a consumer to meet the monthly obligations. Therefore, the obligation will be restructured, taking into account that any obligation that is restructured, it doesn't remain at its original form. What do I mean? If you were supposed to pay a debt for 24 months and now the debt is restructured based on the balance at hand at that point, the term of the loan is going to be extended, the monthly installment will be reduced. Right. Now, how to assess over-indebtedness? You might be asking yourself that I'm unable to maintain, I'm unable to meet some of the obligations, but how will I be able to assess my over-indebtedness? Or where can I go for the assessment of my over-indebtedness? Well, here is what you need to do. An objective test taking into consideration the personal income, necessary living expenses, and financial means and obligations need to be done. Remember, personal income, it's the money that you get on a monthly basis. Necessary living expenses are your household monthly expenses, groceries, school fees, paying the levies, water, electricity, and all other expenses that you do have in the house. Need to be taken into account when you're doing an over-indebtment assessment. Income. Frequently and regularity of the income must be considered. How do you calculate, or how are the calculations done in terms of conducting this over-indebtedness assessment? 1. A gross monthly income. Also, when you have your gross monthly income, the deduction that comes with your income must also be taken into account. Statutory deduction as at the condition of the employment. So all your medical aid, UIF, gap payment, and other expenses which are part of your deduction will be considered. And therefore, you'll have your net your net income. Plus maybe you have other income or living expenses, minus your net income. Maybe you have other income which they're going to add to your net income. You're going to minus your living expenses, minus your monthly debt obligation. So your gross, removing all the statutory deductions and deduction as conditions of employment, you're going to have your net income. Your net income, you're going to minus your monthly living expenses. After minusing all your monthly living expenses, you're therefore going to go again and minus all your monthly debt obligation. Once you've done this, you are either left with a surplus, which is a positive balance, or you are left with a shortfall, which is a negative balance. Now, what does it mean? When you have a positive balance, it means this person might not be over-indebted because they still have a surplus, and a surplus indicates a positive balance. Now, a negative balance, after doing all the calculations, it represents that the person is overcommitted. Then they must be able to go under any process of their choice to be able to meet their monthly obligations to be rearranged. Credit is reckless if a credit provider grants a credit to the consumer but fail to conduct a credit assessment on the consumer as required by the National Credit Act. So prior to granting any credit, a credit provider should conduct a credit assessment or conducted a credit assessment, but so the credit provider must conduct an assessment. Alternatively, a credit provider conducted an assessment but entered into a credit agreement with a consumer who does not understand or appreciate the risk, cost, and obligations of the credit agreement. So there was no explanation in terms of what you're entering into, as discussed earlier. Entered into a credit agreement that made the consumer to be over-indebted. How does that happen? Well, a credit provider might have entered into a credit agreement without taking all the necessary steps to determine whether the consumer will be able to afford to pay the debt on a monthly basis. You are required to pay 2,500 rand, as an example, towards your loan. After the credit agreement has been concluded, 2,500 is a monthly installment for the next coming 24 months. But the credit assessment which was done for you to qualify for the loan was not done properly. When we look at your affordability assessment, you are sitting at a shortfall of minus 40 bucks. If you're sitting at a shortfall of minus 40 bucks, therefore you don't have the means to pay for 2,500. That credit agreement, it's therefore reckless. It was not done properly. Let's move right along. Failure to conduct a credit agreement or credit assessment rather. A credit provider can determine own assessment method. Well, there is no prescribed method in terms of how the credit provider can do an assessment, but there is guidelines in terms of the National Credit Regulator in terms of how the assessment can be done. There is a guideline. It must be fair and objective. National Credit Regulator may provide guidelines but not binding as stipulated earlier. The tribunal may order compliance in terms of how this thing should be done. But the purpose of the assessment is to prevent reckless credit agreement. If the assessment is not done, the likelihood of the credit agreement result to be reckless. So we should look out how these things are done as well. A consumer must be honest. Well, it's a duty of the consumer to be honest when providing information to the credit provider or to the agent assisting you. If you as a consumer are dishonest with your income and how you are able to afford, therefore the agent or the credit provider relies on your information and proof provided that you are able to make payments. So the credit provider cannot be held liable for the fact that the consumer was dishonest in their dealings. A credit provider's duty, what are those duties? To assess the consumer's understanding of the credit agreement. Assess the debt repayment history. Very important. How is that going to be done? Remember, we talked about the credit bureau, which are regulated by the National Credit Regulator and as well as the National Credit Act. A credit provider will then get consent from you as a consumer to say, you guys can tap into my credit history and check how I am paying my own debts and what other debts I have under my name. The credit provider assesses the debt repayment history to see or determine whether the person will be able to pay for what they're looking for as a credit. Assess the existing financial means, prospect, and obligations. We just said it now. This needs to be done in order to ascertain or to determine whether the consumer will be able to afford the loan or credit facility they are looking for at this moment. That is a duty of the credit provider. But a duty of the consumer is to be honest in the process. Where a credit provider, after conducting the assessment, deliberately or negligently enter into a credit agreement, causing that the consumer become over-indebted, that it's unlawful and the credit agreement is going to be declared reckless because that was done with intent, no information was given to you as a consumer. But a credit agreement may not be reckless because the consumer, the credit provider has provided all the necessary tools and information in terms of the loan, and you as a consumer were not honest in terms of getting the loan. Therefore, the loan will still be binding. I like this one. Prescription of debts. In terms of Section 126B of the National Credit Act, we deal with prescription of debts. What is prescription of debts? A prescription of debt means a debt must be written off if a credit provider has not demanded payments for a certain period. Well, for a certain period, but for how long? Let's check this. Unsecured debts for 3 years. Unsecured debt, we're talking about personal loan, credit cards, credit facility, which you have taken, accidental credit, which you have taken, but accidental credit might be a debt from a doctor who sent the account to the collector. Collector failed to collect for over a period of 3 years. Those debts becomes prescribed. But then there's a term, that's 3 years. But a mortgage loan plus court orders plus money owed to SARS, this takes up to 30 years to be prescribed. If a credit provider claims the payments, send letter of demand and issue summons. So right, prescription will not apply if a credit provider is constantly in communication with you, they claiming their payments, they send you letter of demand or they institute legal process, they issue summons clearly. When they issue summons, it means the matter is already in court. The credit provider is taking further steps to either get a consent judgment or to get a default judgment, and also to get an attachment order to be able to auction whatever assets which you might be in your possession and is in arrears. Prescription will not apply if the consumer made payment directly or indirectly acknowledging the debts, right? Prescription of debts will not apply if the consumer had made payment directly or indirectly acknowledging the debts. What does this mean? This doesn't mean you going AWOL on your debts, you not making payments on your debt, hoping that prescription will kick in. That's not going to apply. Immediately you stop making payments, the credit provider takes necessary steps to take legal action so then they can get a judgment under your name. What does that do to you? It affects your credit score, it affects your credit history, therefore you are unable to take further credits once the judgment is granted. So it is important for everyone to be able to make payments towards their own credit obligations. Some debt, now, this is debt collectors who are buying a bad debt book from a credit provider. You might not know whether the debt is prescribed. When they start collecting, you should request for your statement of the account in terms of where the collector is calling you about. Request for the balance, request for the statement, request for the history of the account, so then you can be in tune in terms of what you are going to pay for, how long you are going to pay it for. It's not going to help to avoid a credit provider or to avoid a debt collector. When you are not aware of the debt, you request the debt collector to send you the details in terms of the debts. When you see the details where they are sent, either post, email, when you see whatever that has been sent to you and you still don't understand it, you tell the credit provider or the collector that you don't understand what has been sent to you. If you know the debts, you don't understand the debts, you inform the credit provider, you inform the collector. Even though a prescribed debt is written off, it will still show on your credit report. Right. How is that possible? A debt which is prescribed, a credit provider will issue a letter to say the account is therefore going to be closed and the account will be updated with all the relevant credit bureaus. This account will not be able to show on your credit bureau as the account in arrears, but it will be updated because it's not in arrears, it's written off, it's closed. Well, how is it going to show? It might not, it might show on your credit history that you had such an account, but you don't owe the account. Credit bureaus held your history for a particular period, which that history will also move as time goes. Well, a court will not check if a debt is prescribed. If a credit provider or a debt collector take legal action to claim payment, a consumer must inform the court if the debt is prescribed. The court might not check if the account brought by the collector or the credit provider to get a judgment on because the consumer had defaulted, the account is prescribed. The court might not check for the prescription of the account. It is the responsibility of you as a consumer to understand, so then you can be able to inform the collector as well as the courts that the account is prescribed. How do you do that? You do that by not ignoring your letter of demand. You do that by not ignoring the summons, because once you ignore the summons, the legal proceedings does not ignore the process, continues until the judgment is granted. Okay, I think we all understand what we said. As I said before, my name is Daniel Baloyi, the Managing Director and Founder of Social View. So it's exciting to be with you, and I'm happy. Cheers.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Money Smart Week. I'm Carolina Reddy and I'm going to be discussing cybercrime and fraud trends with you. Cybercrime is a global challenge for us. The damage that is related to cybercrime is projected at $6 trillion annually by the end of this year. If we look at it, 71% of cybercrime is related to data breaches. CEOs are very concerned. 68% of them are concerned with cyber risks. Businesses, 62% of businesses have experienced phishing. And I'm going to unpack what phishing means from a social engineering perspective. And then lastly, by the end of 2020, we experienced 300 billion passwords that were accessed by human beings globally on machines. That is a mechanism for fraudsters to attack us and to use this information against us. When we look at some of the statistics, 67% of the security breaches, there's been an increase since 2014. It's unfortunate that it almost takes 206 days on average to identify a data breach. So in many scenarios, organizations aren't aware of the fact that they've actually had a data breach. Large portion of cybercrime relates to malicious emails. and attachments that are part of that email. So be very wary of documents that you receive or emails that you receive from unknown participants. If we look at it, organizations are starting to spend a significant amount of their capital expenditure and development funds on cybersecurity. It is estimated at the end of 2022, $133 billion of spend will have been allowed worldwide. 52% of these data breaches that we've discussed are as a result of hacking. Many of them, 25% of that, involves malware, and a large portion are where customers and individuals are victims of phishing or social engineering. Many big corporates and even small businesses are victims of ransomware, where fraudsters attack these innocent parties and demand funds from them. And if we look at some of the statistics, at the end of 2020, damages in terms of costs, not only about the ransomware, but actual costs as a result of the ransomware, amount to about $11.5 billion, and also equates to an attack every 14 seconds. If we look at it, on average, 5,200 devices on the internet experience an attack every month. If we just take a step back and look at how the COVID-19 pandemic has affected many of us, a large portion of our fraud trends started exploding in terms of activity. Change in banking detail scams, where fraudsters have actually gone and impersonated businesses via hacking emails, have accounted for almost 41% of these attacks. The second component is where customers have been victims of phishing emails, vishing voice calls, where fraudsters are impersonating known and trusted parties, or smishing via SMS, where we actually very dependent and rely on communication via SMS. Businesses are also taking strain where fraudsters actually impersonate them and take over their accounts. And this also is a big and concerning trend. These account takeovers then result in losses to those businesses. If we look at it from an origination perspective, because so much of our information is available on the World Wide Web, fraudsters are able to impersonate you, whether it's harvesting data from these social media websites via social engineering, or just looking at common information that's out in the public domain. And then lastly, a big trend that we're very concerned about is synthetic identity, where a blend of information is taken and this data is used to create fictitious turnover spend on legitimate existing identities, used to build a credit profile so that these fraudsters can then, while they impersonate you, apply for credit facilities either by a bank or a large MNO, any organization that offers credit facilities. You know, with all of us staying at home, we've started adopting digital platforms. And as an example, just looking at this slide, Amazon released statistics at the end of 2020, highlighting that from a South African perspective, we're in the top country in terms of digital adoption. It's grown by 9,900%. Many other markets have had very similar experiences. You know, France, which has never been a digitized economy, very much still cash dependent, grew at similar rates, and so did Turkey. So this statistic then highlights how easy it is for us to become victims and duped into being victims of fraud or cybercrime because we're so much more active on digital platforms. If we look at the fourth industrial revolution, what does it mean from a data security perspective? We have so many connected devices. Your vehicle is connected, whether it's via tracking, whether it's via managing your services, your telephone is connected, your fridge is even connected, your stove can be connected. You get connected devices in terms of household appliances. Many of us are utilizing connected devices like pacemakers. So all of these devices that are connected require additional security. And that's why it's really important as a consumer that you take special care and understand the risks associated with all of this data that's connected and can be accessed via all of these interconnected devices. I've spoken about the statistics, and if we look at this slide, from the bottom up, it shows you the prevalence of data breaches. In 2015, there were, significant amount that happened. But as we went into 2020, the volume and the magnitude of data breaches continues to be a big concern from a global perspective. The orange circles highlight not only data breaches and data that's been lost, but big penalties and fines for large organizations like an Equifax or a British Airways, even Uber and Marriott International. These are just the penalties. We're not talking about the losses incurred as a result of the data that's been breached. So, if we look at it from a third-party perspective and from our own perspective, looking after our data and having data policies is critical and very important. So what does cybercrime actually mean? There are various ways of being a victim of cybercrime. And I'm going to start with nation states. Literally, you have government agencies that are targeting critical information and infrastructure. Many times they are targeting your email addresses, they're focusing on politicians, they're focusing on media, so that they can harvest sensitive information and use that against governments. We've seen this. There's a lot of talk about it from an election perspective, voter rigging, even if you look at it from a social media perspective in terms of influencing narratives. You have hacktivists that look at it. They're more concerned about social or political hacktivism. So they wreak havoc, they break systems, and they do that to get a point across. Then, of course, you have cyber criminals who focus specifically on infrastructure. We've seen infrastructure where a rail system can get brought down. We've seen where financial institutions or big organizations, British Gas, etc., are impacted by these cyber criminals that actually hack and try and create mass chaos at an industry level. Cyber terrorism, and that's specifically focusing on extortion by getting information that they can hold against organizations. These are physical attacks, bringing down large networks and then actually asking for funds to reinitiate those systems. And then lastly, you have insider threats, where you have staff members who may be disgruntled, they may be victims of fraudsters actually attacking them and getting them and specifically threatening them and blackmailing them, and then they get involved in the cyber attack. So it's really important that we look at it from all aspects. And again, logical access management becomes a critical lever that you can pull at an organizational level and even at an individual level. What does that mean? That means you need to manage your user IDs and your passwords. And if you no longer use a website, you no longer use a facility, that you actually go through a cleanup process of disabling those user IDs and passwords, deregistering certain profiles, and have an actual policy around it if you're an organization and manage it very carefully. I want to talk about a case study from a cybercrime perspective, and I'm going to use Target. This is something, Target is a big retail outlet in the US that had significant amount of credit cards on their system. So what actually happened was in December 2013, Target experienced a huge cyber attack. And this attack happened where significant volumes of credit card information had been stolen. What happened subsequent to, I think it was the 13th of December when it was discovered, the investigation actually showed that there were additional cards. So initially there was a significant amount of cards that were impacted. And between the 27th of November and the 15th of December, they found more cards. and highlighted that actually these fraudsters had been in their environment for a significant amount of time, and that the environment had been hacked and lots of customer information had been stolen. Once it was unpacked, they found out that a staff member had been a victim of a phishing email. And this individual had actually clicked on a link which allowed the fraudsters to gain access to the network. And that is how simple and how quickly something like this can happen. Upon unpacking it, they found out how did this email and how did this phishing mechanism get access to their infrastructure and their network. And they found that there was a third party that had access to their air conditioning and therefore had access to their broader network. So segregation of environments is critical. Also, managing anybody who has access to your infrastructure and your network is also really important. This third party, as I said, were actually only supposed to have access to manage the air conditioning remotely and then had access to this whole infrastructure. They were able to, via that infrastructure, plant malware on all their POS devices, and then the card data that had been stored on that environment was taken. The impact was significant. It had a huge impact on their share price, and obviously it also impacted their sales by close to 50%. They had significant fines from a regulatory perspective, and the CIO and the CEO actually resigned. So the importance of having a proper third-party risk framework in your environment is critical. Making sure that you actually manage your system access and also that you have a proper response plan. I think the important point around this is to highlight that when this issue was highlighted, there was a lot of finger pointing internally within the organization. There was pushback. They first said that there wasn't a problem. So an incident response plan, making sure that you have everybody involved at the right time is critical to identify how big or small the problem is, and then so that you can actually remediate. Target went through a huge remediation process after that in terms of segregation of duties, in terms of network security, and they actually reissued all their plastics, which was a significant cost to that business. So big lessons learned, and many organizations have looked at that as one of the earliest cyber attacks and looked at how they can remain relevant, change their policies so that they don't become victims of such a major incident. Lots of that data was sold on the dark web as well. When we talk about the Internet of Things and the fact that we are, as individuals, very digitally connected, I want to share with you how easy it is for fraudsters to socially engineer and steal your information. So let's have a look at this specific video that just shows you how easy it is to be, for your information to be stolen via social engineering.
Oh, hi, can I help?
Hot chocolate.
What's the name?
Joelle.
What was the name?
Alex.
Alex. There you go, Johnny.
Cheers.
If you like our Facebook page, we give you a free hot drink and a free pastry.
We have a new like for Damien. We have a new like for Damien. Hey, Carly, are you standing by?
Standing by. Hi there, can I help?
Yeah, just liked your Facebook page.
Okay, I'll search Facebook now. I'm searching Google. Have a phone number. I've got his email address.
Okay, Carly, are you ready
For information on Damien.
Yep, I am.
Mother's maiden name is he banks with. Carly, this is the girl coming in now with the blue scarf.
What's her name? Nicholas.
Nicholas. His date of birth, 7th of May. She lives at 38A.
Just be a couple of seconds.
2 children, age 4 and 6. Previous address. She's got the postcode.
Yep, got it.
Thank you.
Damien, age 26 and a fitness instructor.
How do you know what that?
Where did you go to UCL? Martin went to South Thames College. Assistant psychologist at Great Ormond Street.
How did you know?
That is... I don't really understand.
Oh, pardon?
You know I'm a Christian as well.
Oh, yeah, we know everything about you, Martin. Thank you. Nice to meet you, Anna from Russia.
Surprisingly, it's that simple, very concerning and very worrying. And if you look at that, now how should you protect yourself from social engineering? I think the first important point is that you should make sure that the websites and social media sites that you are registered at, that you set your privacy settings properly. That means make sure that you don't share, personal information that can be used from a social engineering perspective. Second thing is when you are on websites or when you're looking at emails, don't click on any links that you aren't aware of. Also, if you receive a lot of spam email, don't click on the attachments. It's very easy. Large portion of emails, spam emails, have malware embedded in those attachments, which allow the fraudsters then to gain access to your PC, your device, your tablet, and they can be silently on your infrastructure for a very long time, harvesting your personal information. Make sure that you install antivirus software and that you actually set up firewalls and networks, a VPN. It's really important that once you buy a PC, many of us buy PCs that have antivirus software. A year or two down the line, the virus software expires and we don't go and upgrade it. It's really important that you do that to protect yourself from these kinds of attacks. When you look out for emails that you receive, so we get a lot of emails, and sometimes we're in such a hurry, we open that email and we don't spot that this email's either been hacked. So look for the small differences in the email address. Names may be slightly different. Look at spelling within the actual email. Be very careful of emails that ask you to share your personal information or of social media platforms that specifically ask you for personal information. Also, if you receive unexpected, unsolicited emails asking you for information, whether it's a phone call or an email, be very aware and concerned and actually say you will call the known party back and make sure that you don't phone them back on the number that you've been given, but the number that you are familiar with, that you've used in the past. When you go onto websites, make sure that you actually key in the URL and don't click on a link, and verify that the site's legitimate and that it has the right level of security as well. Another really important point is that you should have strong, unique passwords. Many of us choose the easy way out, the short road. We may use our children's names, dates of birth, and that is really risky. So choose either a phrase and change your passwords very frequently. So the other important point is don't share your password with anybody. It's that simple. And I want you to just have a look at this clip and see how trusting we are and how often we just, talk about what our passwords potentially would be. And this is another form of where social engineering can be used once something like this happens to you.
We're talking about cybersecurity today and how safe people's passwords are. What is one of your online passwords currently?
It is my dog's name and the year I graduated from high school.
Oh, what kind of dog do you have?
I have a Chihuahua Papillon.
And what's its name?
Jameson.
Jameson. And where'd you go to school?
I went to school back in Greensburg, Pennsylvania.
What school?
Hempfield Area Senior High School.
Oh, when did you graduate?
In 2009.
Oh, great.
It's like my cat's name and then just like a random number.
Okay. Have you had this cat for a while?
Yeah, she's my childhood pet.
Aw. And what's her name?
Her name is Jolie.
Jolie.
Mm-hmm.
So like a password of yours would be Jolie and then a number.
Yeah.
Like number 1?
Like my birthday.
Oh, when is your birthday?
June 12th.
Oh, nice. And what year were you born?
95.
Oh, great.
Mm-hmm.
So Jolie, 6/12/95.
Yes.
Got it.
So you mean to give my password right now? No, I cannot do that.
But we all want to know what it is so we can tell you if it's strong or not.
Oh my goodness. Let me think. Okay, one is Tel Aviv. Yeah. 468, and then Israel. It's only 3, but it's for me it's strong enough.
Ireland 1 2 3 4. Gemma 1 2 3. Spelled Gemma.
Well, most of them are Italian.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah.
Like what's a good Italian password?
My grandma's name.
What's your grandma's name?
Maria.
Maria. So Maria is your password?
Oh yeah, now you know my password. Oh yeah.
As we look at the Internet of Things and we register on many websites, social media platforms, many of us say, oh, I can't remember what my user ID is or what my password is. And we often go and we save and use the setting on our cell phones to store our passwords. And I would challenge you to go and have a look at your settings. On an Android phone, if you go into your settings, look under passwords and see the options. You know, there's an option that you can auto-save your passwords, and you can actually, in some scenarios, auto-fill your password on the iOS platforms. When your phone or your device gets stolen, it's very easy for a fraudster to actually go into those settings. So they can break into your phone. Many of us don't even have the right level of security. They go into these settings, and you have lots of user IDs and passwords that are stored. And you may say, well, I've actually only stored my Facebook password or my LinkedIn password and user ID. I haven't stored my banking credentials or any credentials that where I've stored banking details. However, when you look at your user IDs and passwords, many a time we're able to, via social engineering, look at your 20, 30 user IDs. They're very similar. They're either an email address with a 123 in, and then the passwords are very similar. And what fraudsters then do is they go through a process of elimination. They're able to figure out what your user ID and password is for the sites where you are able to do financial transactions. So be very, very careful with what you share and store on your cell phones. We're going to have a look at a video about how when you are on social media, you're potentially sharing way too much information, and how the fraudsters can socially engineer, use this information not only to impersonate you, but to identify what your business is about, hack into that business, and then take over your emails and then advise your customers of banking detail changes. And they basically are intercepting invoicing. So have a look at this and let's have a discussion about it afterwards.
Have you ever had that embarrassing experience where you go to pay for something?
Then you swipe and it doesn't go through, so you turn around nervously and you look at all the customers getting super irritated behind you.
So you take out another card.
But of course, that card also doesn't work. So then what do? You check your bank balance.
Then the cashier announces on the intercom, insufficient funds.
Now you're really upset. Starting to phone people acting like a loan shark. Pay back the money.
But your clients and suppliers insist they've paid you.
I'll tell you guys a story. A guy we work with was nagging us to pay, right?
So Kate, our business manager, went online and paid.
And after a few days, the guy calls back and he's like, Kate still hasn't paid me yet.
So what happened is somebody hacked our email account and intercepted all our emails referring to payments or invoices.
These cyber ninjas then changed the banking details on these invoices, sent them to our clients and got the clients to pay them instead.
And they did the same with the invoices we received. So when we paid people, it also went into their accounts.
And all this happened because someone clicked on something dodgy. I know exactly who it was.
It was Nick.
It was definitely Donovan.
Nick goes online late at night to play his games all night.
You know, he's always on Twitter or Instagram, click, click, click.
You know what happens when you play games all night? You click on things you shouldn't be clicking on. Click one, click two, click boom.
Make sure this doesn't happen to you. Prevent scammers from getting into your email account by using a strong password and two-factor authentication. If your suppliers change their bank details, verify this by calling them. Don't trust anything out of the ordinary or unexpected. Always think before you click.
It was definitely Jason.
What?
Your doggy bag, sir.
It's that simple. What has happened and happens to many businesses is that their emails get hacked, and then fraudsters actually intercept the invoices, change their banking details, and send payment reminders or invoices to customers. Now, what's really important is to have a look at these emails and identify whether it's a phishing email. Also, make sure that you don't click on any strange links, and also make sure that the sender is the person that you know, and confirm that they have changed their banking details. So don't respond to the email. Actually, if it's someone like your body corporate that are sending your levy bill to you, call them, speak to a known party in the admin office and identify whether they have actually changed their banking details, confirm what the banking details are, and then make the change to do the automatic payment. It's very critical that we understand that fraudsters also, when they target you and attack you, they will do it obviously via illegally hacking your website or your emails, via phishing. They also specifically create a sense of urgency. When they're sending you an invoice, they're saying you're overdue, and sometimes we rush into that and try and pay those bills. So be very cognizant of the modus that gets used. If you receive an urgent email that says you haven't paid your levies in X amount of weeks, but you know you have, don't just go and pay the bill. Investigate, assess the situation before you respond. Some of the red flags when we look at phishing emails are also really, the first thing is there's spelling and grammar mistakes. Another very important point is that they ask for an urgent or immediate payment, especially if there's an unexpected request for the banking details to have been changed. And also be very careful, have a look at the actual email address to see if there's anything different on the email. Very often, the email address is almost identical with an additional 1 in the name. So try and assess and look for these red flags. And when an email is highlighted as secret or confidential, take a step back and try and assess and see, why would someone be sending me a secret and confidential urgent email? One of the important points is to change your password frequently, and also make sure that it's a strong password. If you have different social media accounts, use different passwords, use different user IDs, and sometimes it's also actually easier to use a phrase. It's longer, but far more difficult for the fraudsters to try and socially engineer or hack. Be very selective of all the friend requests that you get. If you get a friend request, even on LinkedIn, from someone that you don't really know, be wary of that. Don't just accept friend requests from people that you don't know. Don't click on links. And as I said, when you have a device, try and first of all have a biometric password. Secondly, have two-factor authentication with an additional password. And be very careful on social media what you share. Make sure that you're familiar with social media policies in terms of what customer information the platform can share. So sometimes we're in a rush, we just join the social media platform. We don't look at the fact that they can actually share all your personal information. And very importantly, log out once you've been on either a banking platform, a platform where you're purchasing something. Don't just stay logged in indefinitely. I've spoken about phishing, and phishing is one of our biggest challenges we have. But second to that is a new phenomena that's been plaguing our market, and that's called phishing. It's very similar to phishing, where fraudsters attack you. They call you via telephone. They impersonating a known party. They try and dupe you into sharing personal information with them. They make it very urgent, which then almost forces you into sharing that information with them. If you do not recognize a number, if you're asked for personal information, specifically in the banking industry, do not share that personal information. Don't share your ATM PIN, your one-time PIN with this individual. Don't share your, if you have credit cards, your card number, expiry date, and the personal, the number on the back of the card. All of that information is private. Don't share it, because the fraudsters can use that to impersonate you and steal your money. Just lastly, to just wrap up, I want to reiterate again, if you look at it from a digital perspective, don't click on unknown links. Very important to keep all your passwords safe. Don't use the same password that you have for your social media, for example, for banking or for websites where you purchase. Be suspicious if you receive unsolicited emails, unsolicited friend requests. If you receive an SMS that says you've won the lottery and you know you haven't entered the lottery, be very suspicious. Never share your login credentials with any third party. And make sure that when you do register on social media or digital platforms, that you keep your data secure by setting your privacy settings. When you using your banking cards, make sure you don't share your card number, your CVC or expiry date. And if you are prompted or asked or even called to share your one-time PIN when you're doing when you're not doing card transactions, don't share that information, because it's someone who's impersonating you, trying to get your information from you. I hope that these insights assist you as we go into Smart Money Week and become more digitally savvy. So, Internet of Things, be very aware of what you do on the internet, all our connected devices. You may have a cell phone, a laptop, a tablet. Make sure that you have separate user IDs and passwords. And if you have a business, be very wary of emails that you receive that are unsolicited. Don't click on attachments that you are not aware of, that you weren't expecting. Even from a personal perspective, these phishing emails are very dangerous. If you have an email that actually asks you to share your banking credentials or your login credentials for any of your social media sites, don't share that. It's very easy for fraudsters to socially engineer and hack you and impersonate you.
We've had a look at banking. Then we talked about lending. Now it's time to put a spotlight on savings and why this is so important for financial stability. To kick off, let's understand what savings are. In a nutshell, it's the money you don't spend every month to rather keep it safe. This can be done in a bank account, pension plan, or investment. Usually, this money will earn interest, helping your money grow with inflation. There are also other informal ways to save. So what exactly is interest? Well, it's the money you earn when your savings are invested or kept in a bank account. The interest rate refers to the percentage that your saved money or investment earns in a year. There are also other important terms to understand, such as inflation, which is the extra money that you need each year in order to buy the same things as the year before. This is because the cost of living is always increasing. Another term is compound interest. This is when the interest you earn is reinvested. Now you will continue to earn interest on the original amount plus the interest previously earned. Have a look at our handy table to see how this works. Lastly, the term return on investment. This is the amount of income that an investment provides in a year over the investment period. So what exactly are the different ways to save? The most common way is a savings account with your bank, which is an easy way to earn interest and access your money. There's also a retail savings bond, an investment that allows you to earn interest over a set time period. Other ways include a money box, where money is kept at home and doesn't earn interest, or money stamps, which can be collected and used to buy groceries. The Stokvel, a proudly South African way to save, allows members of the Stokvel or savings group to pay a set amount every month. Some Stokvels have one member of the group receiving the total amount contributed by the group, while others distribute the money after a long period or use the money saved to buy items that the members need. There's also an option of lay-by. Here you purchase something on credit without interest, but can only take the item home once you've paid for it in full. It's important to make saving an important part of your life. Without extra money, this feels like an impossible task. But if you examine your spending habits, you can identify areas to cut down every month. You will need to change these spending habits, like bringing your own lunch to work, for example, in order to free up money for saving. Paying off debts also makes more money available. Next, add your potential savings together like this. This will give you a goal to work towards. Now you can look at different accounts or investments that will help your savings grow over time. Finally, create a personal savings goal by asking yourself, where do I want to be in 5 years? Use this to keep you focused. That's it for our spotlight on savings. Financial literacy is power. The power to secure the future that you deserve with Streetwise Finance by Hollard.
If you are feeling overwhelmed by finances and debt, I trust that these inserts have been assisting you to lessen your financial stress and work on that debt busting plan. It's also important to equip ourselves with information so that we do not become victims to cybercrime. Viewers, make sure that you share this information with your family and friends because everyone needs access to this information in order to build a money-smart South Africa. Now let's hear from the NCR, FNB, Al Baraka Bank, BASA and Fort.
Good day to our viewers and welcome to the annual Money Smart Week 2021, themed Creating a Money Smart South Africa. The campaign tagline for 2021 is coined at the time when the world is going through a COVID-19 pandemic, which comes with some financial implications in many households, and where there's a growing need for everyone to take control of their finances in order to safeguard theirs and their family's future. Today, we are discussing consumer rights and cost of credit. My name is Zonke Majola. Joining me in the panel discussion is Mr. Jimmy Golele, Senior Education and Communications Officer, and Winnie Rabotata, Education and Communications Officer, also from National Credit Regulator. These two panelists will help us unpack what consumer rights are under the National Credit Act, as well as the costs involved in taking credit. As we open our discussion, first question for you, Mr. Golele, on the cost of credit. We often hear that cash is king and credit is expensive. What makes credit expensive, and what is meant by the phrase cost of credit? Over to you, Mr. Golele.
Thank you, Ms. Majola. The cost of credit is the additional amount over and above the amount borrowed that the borrower has to pay back to the credit provider. When you borrow money or get credit, the credit provider may charge you the following. Interest, which is what credit providers charge to get an added percentage of the amount you borrowed as interest, which means you pay back more than you borrowed. You also get charged the initiation fee, which is a once-off fee for entering into a credit agreement. You can pay this fee upfront, or you can add it to the total amount you borrow. Furthermore, you are charged what is called a service fee. Credit providers normally charge this on a monthly basis. And then you also get charged what is called a credit life insurance. Credit providers insist that you take out credit insurance so that it should cover you in case of death or temporary disability or permanent disability or unemployment, as we have experienced now during COVID, where people lost income. So credit life insurance comes in handy there. We also get charged what is called a default administration charge. If you fall behind in terms of your repayments, credit providers can charge you a fee for this. And then if you are a serial defaulter, then the credit providers will charge you a collection fee, which is a fee which the credit provider will be charging you for getting legal assistance to collect on your defaulted payments.
Thank you, Mr. Golele. Now, tell me, what about the duration of time a consumer takes to repay their debt? Does it influence the cost of credit in any way?
Certainly, Ms. Majola. The duration has a bearing on the cost of credit. The longer you take to repay, the higher the cost of credit. Let's use an example of the service fee, which costs about 68 Rand per month. For instance, if two people have credit agreements, one is over 48 months, one is over 60 months. Obviously, the one whose credit agreement is over 60 months will pay more of that 68 Rand. So definitely, they'll end up paying more than the one who will have taken their credit agreement over 48 months.
Then, Mr. Golele, why is it that sometimes two consumers who may be colleagues or even siblings would apply for the same amount but get charged different rates of interest? Is the one who's charged the higher interest rate being robbed or overcharged?
Certainly not, Mrs. Majola. Interest rate is, if the interest rate is still within the prescribed minimum in terms of the National Credit Act, the consumer is not being overcharged. In terms of the National Credit Act, the credit provider is expected to do an affordability assessment, which includes the credit provider checking the credit profile of the credit consumer at the credit bureau. The risk ranking of the consumer will then determine the interest that the consumer will get charged. The higher the risk, the higher the interest rate. It is thus very important for consumers to maintain a good credit record in order to minimize chances of being regarded as a high-risk consumer and ending up paying higher interest rates.
Oh, thank you. You've said a mouthful, Mr. Golele. And now let's move on to consumer rights. Now let's hear from Ms. Winnie, taking us through the rights consumers have when signing agreements and taking credit. Ms. Winnie, when we talk of consumer rights, what are those rights?
In terms of the National Credit Act, consumers have the following rights. Every consumer has a right to apply for credit free from any discrimination. You as a consumer, you also have a right to reasons if your credit has been declined or refused. You also have a right to information in an official language which you as a consumer can easily understand. You also have a right to receive a copy of a credit agreement and a replacement copy.
Thank you, Winnie. Let's move on along. Then tell me, why is it necessary for consumers to request a pre-agreement statement or a quotation?
It's very important and necessary, Ms. Majola, because a pre-agreement statement or quotation often displays how much it will cost to maintain the credit that you're asking as a consumer and the obligation that you as a consumer has upon signing the credit agreement.
Thank you, Ms. Winnie. Help us understand this now. For consumers who are struggling to repay their debts, what rights do they have?
Okay, so this is very important, especially with the pandemic that we are going through. So if you at home, you have been affected by the COVID pandemic, just know that you have the following right. You have the right to be assisted by a registered credit debt counselor, and you also have the right to be assisted to pay your debts.
Oh, thank you for clarifying those rights, consumer rights, Winnie. I'm just going to move over to the consumer tips that Mr. Golele will assist us in terms of the cost of credit, as well as back to you, Winnie, we'll be talking about the tips on consumer rights. Over to you, Mr. Golele. What tips can you give consumers about the cost of credit that can hopefully make savvy and money-smart consumers?
Thank you, Ms. Majola. It is very important that consumers should know their rights and understand the cost of credit before applying and signing up for credit. As Winnie indicated, it is also critical that consumers should always ask for a quotation and a pre-agreement statement, which will help them know what the cost of credit will be before they sign up for credit.
Thank you so much, Jimmy. That was a mouthful. And now over to you, Winnie. What tips can you give consumers who want to take credit so that they make informed decisions?
From my side, Ms. Majola, I think it's very important for consumers to read their credit agreements first before signing. Do not sign a credit agreement that is written in a language you do not understand. But however, should you feel like your rights as a consumer are violated, please do not hesitate to lodge a complaint with us, the National Credit Regulators.
As we close this session on consumer rights and cost of credit for Money Smart Week SA 2021, for our viewers at home, let us hope we're able to empower you financially, and you in return will help us build the nation through financial education. One financial literate person in a home can influence an entire generation. I thank you. From me, Zonke Majola, it's goodbye.
On your journey towards financial stability, it's important to equip yourself with financial know-how. So, now that we understand the difference between needs and wants, let's ask ourselves, is insurance a need or a want? Insurance protects your life, the lives of your loved ones, and your possessions. Because of the peace of mind that insurance brings, many people see insurance as an important need. You see, insurance protects you and your family against risks and dangers, both foreseen and unforeseen. Examples include your house flooding or being involved in an accident. It could also be the loss of a family member or the loss of a job. Here's a deeper understanding of these unforeseen and foreseen events. Unforeseen events are sudden events that cannot be planned for, like natural disasters, accidents, or burglary. On the other hand, foreseen events are those that are bound to happen at some point in your life, such as death or retirement. These are some examples of insurable things that can happen to you. An accident, funeral, crime, retrenchment, fire, a flood, birth, sickness, or retirement. If any of these events happen to you or your loved ones, they may cause major stress and could have a long-lasting impact on your life. These could lead to depression, loss of your home, no retirement savings, medical disability, education expenses, and even death. That's why insurance is so important, to avoid these kinds of challenges in your life. So then, is insurance a need or a want? Well, you be the judge. If you ask us, insurance is the need you always have to answer and never want to be without.
Hello everyone, my name is Aaron Sigudla. I would like to welcome everyone to FNB #Help Yourself panel discussion. So FNB has an ongoing free financial literacy program that aims at equipping people with basic information and tools to help them manage their finances better, especially during these uncertain times. So this program is educational in nature. It covers topics not limited to budgeting, managing your expenses, digital banking, credit, understanding insurance investing and understanding the role of financial advisors and planners. So in terms of our target market, we are targeting all South Africans from different social and economic backgrounds. This includes employed, unemployed individuals, social grants recipients, self-employed individuals, students receiving government grants or bursaries, and school learners. So as a way of ensuring that this program is delivered consistently across different communities, we have a team of experts Bawa FNB who runs face-to-face engagements, radio and TV interviews, and virtual sessions. And ngenhlanhla lenhle sinabo lamdlalana ku virtual panel discussion. So ngaphandle kokuphothisa amaseko okuchitha isikhathi, I would love to invite my co-presenter to introduce herself and the team and actually just proceed with the questioning. So I will invite Udinewo. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aaron. Welcome everyone to our panel discussion. So today we'll be focusing on budgeting. And we also know that this budgeting that we're doing, we don't only do it for ourselves, but we also do it in our household. So if you look in the previous year, the world was having the pandemic and some of the people were not even budgeting, and some of the people, they lost their jobs. Some they also kept the jobs that they're still in. And when you look into all of that, we still needed to budget as households and also as individuals. So with this panel discussion, we will be able to help you and to make things simpler for you. So we will also be able to know how to budget, to track spending, and also include savings in our accounts. I will start with the first question. Mushibudi, please tell us, what do we mean when we say budgeting? What is this budgeting that we are talking about?
Thank you so much, Dinewa. Thank goodness we don't have to do a big complex budget like the one that the Minister of Finance does for the whole country. Imagine that. In this case, we're talking about personal budget, which is for a household or for an individual. In simple terms, a budget is a plan of how you will spend your hard-earned money. This is the money that you make or earn, minus the expenses, which are the things that you spend your money on.
I got you. So given a budget, is it something a person does once, or is it something you do more than once? Please elaborate more for us.
Thank you so much, Dineo. The short answer here is no. Budgeting is something you do on a monthly basis because things change all the time. Here are a few examples of what that means. We may have a dependents who have finished schooling and are now in tertiary institutions, and their needs will differ. And our income could have changed from a 2-income household to a 1-income household because of COVID-19 and other reasons. Also, prices change every year, from food, electricity, rent, or interest rates if you pay your house installments, to medical aid rates, and the list goes on. So sitting and adjusting on a monthly basis means you get a realistic view of how much you have coming in and what you are spending on, not the money we all hope we will have when we win the lotto. So basically, a budget is a living document for it to work.
Yeah, you are learning today. So Ayanda, one of the things that we heard about is spend less than you earn. What does this concept mean, and how does it help us?
Thank you so much, Dineo. Dineo, it's important first to understand, Uguti, the basic principle here budgeting is to cater for your needs first. Now, needs are those things that you really need for survival. For an example, if I get a job in Cape Town, it's going to be a need that I get a place to stay. But if the place that I'm getting, is taking 50% of my salary, then I need to rethink, because the most important thing is that I live within, my means. So it's very important that I remember that that is not the only thing that I'm going to be doing with my funds. But there will be insurances that I need to take care of. There will be, other expenses, and, I also need to save. And there's also unplanned and emergencies that I need to think about. So whenever you are going to spend, there needs to be a thorough planning and a thorough thinking, as in do I really need this thing? So we need to run away or move away from, impulsive buying. Sometimes we get adverts from e-shops that are our favorites to say there's a sale or there's this. Before you do that, think that will help that you stay strong and focus on your goals.
Wow, we need to live within our means. So, Ayanda, what is another key factor that needs to be in a budget?
Okay, as I said previously, Dineo, that whenever you are doing your budgeting, in your mind or in the back of your mind, remember that there will be emergencies and there will be those unplanned, circumstances that you need to cater for. So savings is the key. If you save, you can always step into these things when these occurrences happen. Thank you so much.
Wow, indeed, we are so enlightened today. So this budget, is it something that you do once or when you have extra cash? I'm asking myself. Let us hear from Mibanda what she has to say about this budget. Mibanda?
I'm afraid that would not be feasible, Dineo. We have to plan to have extra cash. And I should also add that having an emergency savings fund helps us take care of those unexpected costs that crop up, as Ayanda just shared with us. Be it unexpected car repairs, unexpected school stationery requests, and even replacement school uniform expenses. Ebile go na le gore mongwe wa lelapa a tlhagelwe ke bolwetse a tlhoke thuso ya potlako. Ha o setse o itlwaeditse go ipeelela, ga gona sepe se se go tsenyang mo pitlaganong. Se se botlhokwa thata gape, Dineo, ha re ipeelela madi ra ithusa gongwe re ka tlhoka madi ao ha re ka latlhegelwa ke letseno kgotsa na bokgoni jwa go tsenya letseno leo. And with that said, it is also important that I mention the fact that when we understand the importance of saving money for those emergencies, we will also start to see that it's possible to achieve those long-term goals that we have. We can take up long-term savings and investments to get us to where we want to be in the long term. The bottom line is that if we do not include savings in our budgets, we are not ready to face even the smallest of challenges that go beyond the reach of our monthly income, Dineo.
Yo. Hi, Miranda, you have taught me today. I've heard this term lean budgeting. Thenjiswa, what does that mean and how does it relate to budgeting?
Kakhulu Dineo ngalo mbuzo lowo ngesixhosa esithe phaxa xa sithetha nge-lean budget sithetha ngebudget engcokochileyo. Ithetha ntoni ke loo nto leyo, Dineo? I-lean budget is the one efocusa only essential expenses whereby ukhatha out spending kwi-non-essentials. Zintoni i-non-essentials? Izinto ezifana ne-luxuries kunye ne-wants.
Khawusicacisele kabanzi about this lean budgeting, Thenji.
Okay, lean budget, Dineo, means being really honest nesiqu sakho. Uzixelele what is it that you and your family really need and what are nice to have, and also ukhathe out in nice to have. Kwesibini, Dineo, it takes practice, not discipline. But many people have done it successfully. So when you pay attention to what you are spending on, you will realize the opportunities of what you could cut down. On the second round, mhlawumbe xa uphinda ubuyela sizawuthetha ngokuthi zitrekwa njani na i-expenditure. What help people have the information they need to know about what they are spending on. Ukuze bakwazi to try and work out what they can do differently. Ukuze bakwazi ukukhatha kwi-non-essentials. Ukuze bakwazi ukuyigcina le budget engcokochileyo, Dineo. So this will help notice where you are wasting imali yakho khona, or where you are spending on things you no longer need. And also, Dineo, identify the opportunities of what you can do yourself by the DIY skills. We have a lot of great ideas that we have seen working for many people, which we will share.
Wow, sure. Hi, no, today we have been enlightened. It's a light bulb moment. I can't even think properly. It means I need to start using a budget in my monthly basis, because now if I have to look at my things, the way I do things, I'm not budgeting. So thank you so much, FNB experts, for empowering us with this knowledge. And we now know how to budget. Back to you, Avon, for a recap.
Wow, thank you very much, Dineo, and our team of experts who have joined us for this session. So just as a way of recapping, we should note that budgeting is not a once-off process, but it must be done now and then. So so it's very much important to always go back and adjust accordingly. It is also important that we spend less than we are earning. So it is very much important that we also keep a constant track of your spending. Always reduce savings in your budget. Go save for my emergencies. Include savings in your budget, like saving for emergencies or saving for your goals. Having a land budget, it's whereby you focus on essentials, and then you start cutting back to a team. So budgeting, it takes practice, and over time we should develop the habit of budgeting now and then. So till we meet next time, as we're going to be unpacking in Dabayoti how to manage your expenses in our next episode. Thank you very much.
Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. My name is Asya Jamal and I'm the Senior Manager of Electronic and Transactional Banking Division at Al Baraka Bank. Today I'm going to share with you the scams and swindles that are happening in today's time. The most common scams and cyber threats are phishing, vishing, smishing, card fraud, money mules, malware, and ransomware. For today's presentation, I'm going to touch on phishing, vishing, smishing, card fraud, and money mules. So what is phishing? Phishing is where the fraudster attempts to deceive the recipient into sharing sensitive information such as banking, online credentials, etc. Phishing emails are sent by fraudsters impersonating legitimate companies such as banks. The email requests for you to click on a link requesting for you to provide your internet banking login credentials or your debit or credit card details. Other phishing emails require you to click on a link to claim inheritance or outstanding funds or tax refunds. This is very, very common during the tax season. Some phishing emails direct you to a fake website that installs malware or viruses directly onto your computer, allowing hackers to steal your personal information or in some cases, take over your computer or device. So what is phishing, vishing, and smishing? Vishing is when the fraudster attempts to trick you by requesting for personal information and financial details, such as account numbers and passwords via a telephone call. Most common cases, fraudsters claim that they are calling from your bank's fraud department and require your banking details to stop a fraudulent transaction. The fraudsters are so convincing because unknowingly you actually hand over all the information they require. So they would call you and they would advise you that there's a large transaction going off your banking account, and obviously in fear and panic you request for the transaction to stop. In the whole process they will ask for your banking credentials such as your card PIN number, your card CVV number, your account number, expiry date, and unwittingly you hand over all that information, allowing them full access to your account. So be careful. The moment somebody is asking for too much of information, such as your card, expiry date, CVV number, card number, cut the call. Do not entertain the person further. So smishing is when someone tries to trick you into providing them with your private information via text or SMS message. They may even call or send you a text to assist you with installing software, which is most probably malware. Due to people in financial stress during these times, the fraudsters call advising that you have been approved for a loan and require your banking credentials to proceed with the credit. Most common is they'll call you advising you that you've been pre-approved for a loan, even though you haven't even applied for one. They'll tell you that you've been pre-approved for the loan. For you to be credited with the funds, they require your banking credentials. And because people are so desperate, they tend to actually hand over all those details to the fraudster. So card fraud at ATMs. Always be very vigilant when using ATMs. Use ATMs that you are familiar with and are well lit, so you can pick up if there's anything strange on the ATM. Be aware of people around you and do not accept assistance from strangers. Not even security guards will help you at ATMs with your PIN number and so on. Do not get distracted. Most common scam is 2 or 3 people distract you while they steal or swap your card with another card. They are just too quick when it comes to the scam. Always use your hand to cover the PIN pad so that the person behind you and on the sides of you cannot see your PIN. Always sign the back of your card, since this allows you to check that you have your own card in your possession. Fraudsters are just too quick and often replace your card with a card from your bank. So as described is that when people tend to distract you, there'll be 2 or 3 people. While the person on your left is distracting you, the person on your right pulls out your card, replaces it with another bank card similar to the one that you used, and you unknowingly take the card, put it in your wallet, not realizing that it's actually not yours, not your card. So always sign the back of the card and check when you remove the card from the ATM that it is indeed your card. Don't ever write your PIN on the back of the card. You may find this very strange that people do this, but yes, lots of people write their PIN on the back of the card. That's the worst thing you could do. If your card has not been returned to you, contact your bank immediately to place a hold on your card. A card fraud at point of sale. Do not hand over your card to anyone. Ensure that you swipe the card yourself. With COVID, a lot of the stores don't take your card into their possession. They will request for you to swipe your card. Don't let your card out of your sight. Be aware of people around you and do not accept assistance from strangers. Do not get distracted by anyone when entering your PIN. Always use your hand to cover the PIN pad when entering your PIN. Activate contactless on your card. This will allow you to tap the card and you can set up your account where a PIN is required for every tap or contactless transaction. Do not fall prey to someone who calls you requesting for the OTP to stop a fraudulent transaction, and do not share the OTP. Treat your card as you would treat your cash. Money mules is something that we're seeing very often. Fraudsters contact potential victims via email, social media, or job websites, persuading them to receive money into their accounts. Due to financial strain, lots of people advertise that they're looking for jobs, and these are typical victims that fraudsters actually target. The potential victim is called a money mule and is paid to allow the transfers to take place. The fraudsters then transfer the illegal money into the money mule's account. The money mule is then instructed to transfer the funds to multiple accounts. When the fraud is reported, then the money mule is investigated since the illegal money is laundered through his or her account, and the bank has details of who? The money mule, not of the fraudster. Do not allow people to convince you to receive funds in your account, as you will be held responsible if the funds are from illegal activities. So how do you avoid being a victim? The fraudster's ultimate goal is to obtain personal information so they can use it to access your bank accounts or credit cards. Be vigilant and do not be tempted to click on any link sent on any email or provide information on the phone. Delete the phishing email immediately. Banks will not request for your confidential information, such as your internet banking credentials or card details, using links or emails or via SMS or phone calls. Look out for spelling and grammar errors in the email. And if it is too good to be true, incredibly cheap offers or vouchers up for grab, and we see vouchers up for grab very, very often, this is likely to be a scam. Stay away. Do not use cyber cafes for your banking and other confidential matters. Fraudsters want you to act quickly, so they may send you an email or call you asking you to act immediately. Examples to avoid your bank account from being blocked: do not act on the email, rather contact your bank directly. Do not reply to emails using contact details or email addresses from phishing emails, since these will direct you to the fraudster. Don't act on emails from senders you don't recognize, and be careful with emails from senders you recognize, especially if they request for you to open an attachment that makes no sense. If you receive an email with a hyperlink, hover over the link and you will find that the website is misspelled or fake. So what steps can you take to avoid being a victim? Most banks offer free notification for transactions performed on your account. Activate the notification so that you receive SMS messages every time a transaction occurs on your account. It is a good way of keeping track on the transactions processed on your account. Do not delay and act immediately if you think you have been a victim of a scam. Change your passwords immediately you feel that your banking details have been compromised. Do not delay. Contact your bank to report that you may have been a victim of fraud and stop your cards and accounts. Thank you from Asiya Jamal.
At Hollard, we believe that being streetwise with your money is the way to achieve your goals. Let's get to understand the first part of this module, understanding the difference between needs and wants. Needs are life's most important requirements. In a nutshell, it's anything that's needed in order to survive. On the other hand, a want is a wish for something. It may not be something that you need, but it is seen as improving your life. These are things like soccer tickets, a fancy cell phone, takeaways, or even expensive branded clothing. So how do you plan for needs and wants? Well, the secret is smart planning. This way, you know what you can safely and comfortably afford to spend on your monthly needs and wants. It all starts with setting goals, which are grouped into different ranges. Short-term goals, like the purchase of furniture or minor home improvements, are within 12 months. Medium-term goals, such as saving for a home deposit or dream vacation, are within 2 to 5 years, while long-term goals, like paying off your bond, range within 5 to 10 years. When setting these goals, it's important to follow the SMART acronym, which reminds us to structure our goals in order to achieve them. Goals should be specific, so break them into smaller steps. They should be measurable, allowing you to track your progress. It's important that they're also attainable and not too far outside of your reach. And realistic, meaning they're doable. Lastly, goals should be timely. Set a target and work towards it. Otherwise, your goal is just a wish. You can set these goals in all areas of your life, from health and finance to leisure and relationships. Now that we have looked at the difference between needs and wants, it's time to get down to budgeting. Whether it's from an employer, business or grant, every month you receive an income. At the beginning of the month, start by allocating funds towards paying off your needs, like groceries, school fees, electricity, and other necessary expenses. Now you're free to allocate the remainder to all your wants for that month. Together, your needs and wants make up your monthly expenses. When you minus your expenses from your income, you are left with extra money. This can be used to spend on life's unforeseen or unplanned expenses. To keep track of this, it's best to write it all down in the form of a budget, similar to the one on screen now. Remember, budget planning is the first step in taking charge of your financial well-being. It starts with being streetwise.
Hi, South Africa, and welcome to the Money Smart Week Banking Association South Africa session. My name is Khomoso Mujimweng Hodlo. Today, I'm joined by different custodians of different financial education programs. I have Sibongile Kulu, Dr. Ria de Villiers, Michelle van der Nieuwenhof, sorry about that, and Mr. Simon White. They're coming from different organizations, and we're here to talk about financial education at a young age. Now, South Africa, in about, I think, 2005, the organization called OECD, Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, made a recommendation that financial education should start as early as possible and be taught in school, because financial education is a long-term process. And it looks like these organizations here that I have today listened. So we'll start with Sibongile Kulu from Banking Association. Bongi, tell us about your program, Star Saver. When was it piloted, and what are its objectives?
Thank you very much. So the Star Saver program is a generic financial literacy program. It was launched in 2008, and it is implemented by the member banks and the financial institutions. The goal of the program is really to, firstly, inculcate a culture of saving amongst our young people. And as the saying goes, which is also our motto, Ligotshwa lisemanzi, which means you shave the stick while it's still moist. So we're hoping to teach people about financial education while they're still young so that they can grow up with these habits. And also the second goal was to promote volunteerism in the sector.
Thank you, Bongi. I've been trying to say that now I got it right, finally. Dr. Ria, your program is called eCubed. When did eCubed start? And please just take us through also what are the goals of the program?
Thank you, Khomotso. In 2011, the then Vice President, Kgalema Motlanthe, started a conversation about preparing learners in national education for the new world of work, which meant the curriculum would have to become competency-based, it would have to be activity-based, and there would have to be a strong entrepreneurial element to it. A lot of research was done, and at the 2018 Lekgotla of the National Department of Education, entrepreneurship in schools was launched, and I joined the program that year in April. And although it was initially called Entrepreneurship in Schools, we now call it eCubed. We have a little sign, 3 E's, entrepreneurship, employability, and education for lifelong learning in schools. Our big goal is to reduce youth unemployment. And we are hoping after a number of years, we have until 2030, possibly 2035 to roll it out properly. We are hoping that by the time learners leave school, they have choices after school. They're not going back home to sit at home. They have a choice of either starting an enterprise or having picked up skills at school to be employable, or education for lifelong learning. And of course, financial literacy is part of all of that.
Got you. Thanks, Dr. Ria. We can only wish that we had those kind of programs when we were at school. Michelle, so you started the project-based learning at your school. When did this start? And if you can also just take us through briefly the objective of your program.
In 2019, I decided I wanted to write a maths project. I was having problems with the boys in my class because, boys, they just don't like school. And one day while I was at a sale, I realized so many cars were being repossessed. And then I thought cars and boys. And I wrote a project the whole project was for a term, and the learners in my class had to investigate about buying cars. So we took them through the steps. We started off, well, first of all, the project had to be a real-life problem. So that is why we decided about the cars. And we took them through steps. For example, we first visited a car dealer. Then I gave them pay slips. So in other words, so that they could see tax gets deducted from their money, medical aid gets deducted. And then based on that, they had to choose a car. And then once they'd done that, we went into the insurance. And then finally, we first did the financing, then we went into insurance. Then we looked at petrol consumption and everything. So basically what we did is we did the whole process of buying a car so that the learners could see all the hidden costs.
Gotcha. All right. Definitely something that we should probably expand, but this time just include all the adults, please, as well. Simon, tell us about your Chadwell Entrepreneurship and Leadership School. I'm sure if my mother knew about this school, I would have. The name just says every parent should take their children to this school. I understand financial education is part of the curriculum already at your school. How long have you been doing this, or has this been in place? And maybe you could just talk to us through your motto. I think I picked up the motto of the school is creating future and wealth creators. What does this mean to your school?
Yeah, the school was started 7 years ago, and we've been teaching entrepreneurship since the inception of the school. It basically started because a number of ourselves and concerned individuals, we were concerned about the trajectory of education and the type of learners that our schooling system is producing. because we believe that it's very important that education must be relevant to the needs and the demands of the economy. And we saw in our own experience has been that there's a dichotomy in terms of what our schooling system produces and what our economy demands. And we have deliberately told ourselves that we'll produce a type of learner that the economy needs and wants. So that's a background, basically. I was in teaching before, but I was largely an entrepreneur. I decided to come back into education to affect the very same objectives. So we've been teaching entrepreneurship as a formal school curriculum from grade 1. So as an example, most schools, for instance, will do 6 subjects. We'll do 7 as an example. And we have an evidence-based approach towards education, and very much towards not only providing theoretical understanding in education, but also a practical understanding of education. As an example, our learners have a very strong savings culture. They get involved in businesses. We run about 6-7 businesses amongst our learners, and we've committed ourselves that once the children reach grade 12, they will at least have 25,000 rands of their own money as part of what they've worked and created over the many years. And it really is a real life learning experience, and the practical hands-on. They get exposed to many companies, universities, and really it's to create a global citizen, not only in terms of theory, but also in practice. So that's in terms of what we're doing. We've introduced innovation as additional subject in robotics, it's a real practical living experience, so that entrepreneurship is embodied in their character, and they are proponents of entrepreneurship, and we see that basically a lot of the parents can vouch for that the learners are more responsible, more disciplined, and they have a total different mindset. And we also believe that entrepreneurship should be part of all the schools' curriculums, because the type of learner and the quality of learner you produce is totally different, because every industry, every skill requires entrepreneurial traits, more so that we're entering the global economy.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, Simon. We're definitely waiting for those world creators. Thank you so much. Dr. Ria, you just took us through the 3 E's in the E-Cubed, what they stand for in your program. If you could just also take us through the E-Cubed teaching methods, and also while we're there, if you could maybe just touch on who this program is targeted to, if there's like certain grades that is targeted to. And I think it would just be interesting while we're there to also just, I guess like Simon did, why are you preparing them for at this age? Is it not too early, Dr. Ria?
Thanks, Khomotso. What we're doing from 2018 to the end of this year is we're working in partnerships with the Department of Basic Education, and we are testing project-based learning, playful project-based learning, as a pedagogy for developing the skills and competencies that Simon spoke about, particularly the entrepreneurial skills, because as Simon said, we are not just entrepreneurial to start businesses, but you can start a job and be entrepreneurial. You can go to university and be entrepreneurial. So the 3 E's all have an entrepreneurial mindset in them. So what we did in 2018 is we started testing the concept in 73 schools using economic and management sciences as an anchor subject. In 2019, we were in 332 schools. 2020 was that year that we all know about. So this year we are going to be testing 3,600 schools using online teacher training, etc., to help teachers understand. And Michelle and Brebner School, where Michelle comes from, they are one of our test schools. And what we are doing is testing project-based learning, because project-based learning implies a number of things. Number one,
whatever the problem is that needs to be solved in the classroom, it has to be authentic. It has to be a real life problem. Okay. Secondly, there has to be some kind of research into how to improve your condition until you get that solution-seeking mindset that Simon also spoke about. So we're very proud of Brebner Primary School, where Michelle is, because they actually created their own project. So this year, we are starting with grade ones. You cannot start project-based learning or authentic activity-based real-life learning in a classroom too early. It's always relevant.
Thanks. Thanks, Dr. Ria. It looks like this is a match made in heaven with everybody that I have here. Michelle, you touched a little bit on the steps that you took, that the program takes your learners through. Do you maybe just take us through now this step-by-step through, I believe it was 7 steps in this program. Please take us through the steps. I'm hoping that some adults will be watching us and hopefully they will learn from your 7 steps. Thanks, Michelle.
The first step I started is I took the learners to the car dealer. Most of them had never been there, so that was really exciting. The dealership was wonderful. They allowed them to get into cars. They could ask various questions regarding the cars. A lot of them asked questions about diesel and petrol and automatic and all of that. Then when we got back to school, I gave the learners each a pay slip, or the group each a pay slip. And they then had to choose a car based on their salary. And first of all, they got such a fright when they got the pay slips, when they saw how much tax they paid. So the next project, I think, will be about tax. And what we did then is I explained budgets to them, so much of your money you must save for household expenses, so much you must save for medical, for emergencies and all of that. Then we got the bank in, and the bank explained how financing worked. And they each in the group had to work out what their car would cost them a month. Okay, and then when they thought, now I've got the car, now we're happy, I brought in the insurance company to show them that there's even more costs involved. The insurance company also explained to them that you should have a garage. And the reason I brought that in is linking to 3D shapes. They have to do 3D shapes in math. So what we did with a garage is I linked it that they downscaled. They had to take the dimensions of their cars, and they had to scale it down and actually build their car a little garage. So they used various shapes, and they had to build basically cubes and prisms and things like that. So they had to build a garage. The next step we did is fuel consumption. And we did fuel consumption and toll gates so that they could see that if we use the road, we have toll gates as well. Most of them were highly disgusted that they were paying tax and they had to pay for using the road. And then they had to use fuel consumption. And then we ended off the project. Part of project-based learning is you must give back to the community, and you must report back your findings to the community. So we ended off our project with an evening where we invited the learning facilitators, the school governing body, EQ, and a whole the car dealers and the banks and all that. And we had a little performance, and they gave their feedback about the cars and all of that.
Wow. Wow. Thanks, Michelle. As you were going through it, I was just thinking that the motto of 2021's Money Smart Week, South Africa, is creating money smart South Africans. But it then continues to say we teach one, and the one goes and teach the community. And I was just thinking that how it would really help us in South Africa if we also would have to, had to encourage these children to teach, or share what they learn at school with their families. I honestly think that it would help us a great deal. It's amazing how much children learn from school. And so talking about that, so Bongi Star Saver has come a long way from 2008. And naturally, because it targets children, and times have changed, and it looks like kids and teens, especially, or what the market calls Generation Z, now spend more of their time in social media, and so Star Saver got in as well in that space, to keep up with the children. So take us through maybe first the key lessons that Star Saver covers, and then maybe just then take us through how the delivery modes of Star Saver, how it used to look like, and where is it now?
That's very true. So the Star Saver program is delivered in grade 7, 8, and 9. So the concepts that the children go through are, to begin with, the differences between your needs and wants, and then we go into how they can track their daily expenses, how they can create and understand budgets. So in grade 7, they'll also identify the principles of saving, using a bank account, and starting a business. Then in grade 8, we look into more deepening the information that they have learned, which is sharing what they know about the banking industry and the businesses. They also go into how using an ATM, reading a bank statement, borrowing money to start a business. And then in grade 9, the learners go through saving and the flow of money, identifying tips for saving, credit, and debt. And what we've done is that the lesson plans themselves were developed in conjunction with the Department of Basic Education. So, which is why the Star Saver lesson plans are located within the Economic Management Science Learning area, where the learners, where the member banks and the financial sector professionals are just reinforcing the messages that the learners are being taught. And throughout the grades, we have added a safe and secure savings component, just to make sure that the learners also know how to take care of themselves and their money. We have worked with SABRIC on this one, which is the South African Banking Risk and Information Center. The material has been digitized to make sure that we adhere to the COVID protocols, but also this has allowed us to reach more young people. And as you said, Generation Z, we are reaching them via social media platforms on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. So there are those links that are available for the learners to go through the material. So, yeah.
Okay, thanks, Bonnie. Simon, I think before we close, so I'm just thinking that, at some point we will have to look at how we can take these incredible programs that, that you as our partner and stakeholders are doing to other schools. And my understanding is your program doesn't just focus at your own learners at your school, that you also take it to other schools that are not necessarily private schools, to include them or to support their own financial education programs. Take us through that, and perhaps that will help us to just think about how we can incorporate other schools into our programs.
Yeah, thank you very much. What we've done in our interactions with some of the schools that we're working with, we realized there's a lack of understanding, and also it's also a mind shift, and a lot of other policy issues that inhibit entrepreneurship being taught. Because if you look at the school curriculum, entrepreneurship is in grade 7 as an example. It gets done in 1 week, okay? And 1 week, it's far from enough, and they have entrepreneurship day, which is 1 day. It's far from adequate, whereas it should be a lifestyle. So what we've done extensive research looking at the challenges and the problems and what can be done. And we've innovated what we call creating an entrepreneurial ecosystem for school learners, which involves various different role players from the Department of Science and Technology and various other different stakeholders, all with a view, companies say, how can we unlock an entrepreneurial spirit within the schools? And we've come up with various different programs that will do exactly that. And we're starting to implement that, and we're seeing the fruits, but also in a way that it's measurable that's evidence-based and outcome-based. So, but also it's not a short-term project, but it will have a high degree of longevity and measurement tools. So those are the things, because I'll give an example, for instance, every school in the country can think about. Let's say a school has, in Alexander, it has 1,000 learners. You'll find at that given point in time that there are 10 or 20 kids who are naturally entrepreneurial, who naturally sell things and do certain things. Without much support, they just do it naturally. The issue is what happens to those learners. Now, if you multiply that school of 10 learners and you multiply them with 100 learners, you automatically have something like 10,000 entrepreneurs. And they fall through the system because there's simply not enough support and there's nothing to anchor them. And they sell the same old stale products. Right, okay, so, but if you inject and you expose them to new avenues and you educate them and you can secure of the 10,000 entrepreneurs and you make sure that 5,000 of them, as an example, become real entrepreneurs, real change makers and wealth and job creators, you are guaranteed to have a higher outcome economically moving into the future. The problem is nothing happens and there's nothing to anchor them at this point in time. So those are the kind of things we're doing in addition to a lot of other things. Yeah.
Oh, wow. So thank you so much, colleague. And South Africans, if you'd like to, hopefully you love to help, Simon, Dr. Ria, Spongile Kulu from Banking Association and Michelle together to create Money Smart Children, do get in touch with us. Our contact details will be on a Money Smart Week website. And yes, thank you for joining us. Thank you, everybody.
Hello, how are you today? I'm sitting here under the big, beautiful trees outside Ford Asset Management. And I've been watching the bees and the butterflies, and the birds, and even a few squirrels go about their morning. And I've been thinking about how important it is to plant the seeds of financial knowledge early on, so they have enough time to grow big and strong. And it just so happens that I have a book here that will help us do just that. It's called More Than Enough. It's been translated into a few different languages, but today I'll read to you in Afrikaans. If you look closely, you'll see a few squirrels right here on the cover, just like the ones I've been keeping an eye on in the garden. That's Anele and her mother. I wonder what they get up to inside. Annelle en haar mamma besluit een vars hefsoggend om te gaan akkers bymekaar maak. Nie net vir die koue wintermaande wat om die draai is nie, maar ook, soos Annelle ontdek, vir die baie jare wat voorlê. Let's read it together. Meer as genoeg. Geskryf deur Christine Kasel met illustrasies deur Karle Kreuze. Hierdie boek behoort aan Imani. Kyk na al die lieflike skatte in die woud. Hoeveel van hulle kan jy herken? Ek sien akkers en 'n paar stampioene en daai blare wat ronddraai soos klein helikoptertjies wanneer hulle van die boom afval. Ek hou so baie van die bosniers. Hou jy ook daarvan? Kom ons lees wat hier staan. By Ford Asset Management glo ons aan beleggings oor die langtermyn. Dis 'n eenvoudige filosofie wat die toets van die tyd deurstaan en een wat ons sal aanhou deel met jong en ouer beleggers deur die jare wat voorlê. Weet jy dat meer as genoeg nie die eerste boekie in 'n reeks kinderboekies is wat gaan kom, uitgegee deur Ford Asset Management, om kinders te leer hoe belangrik dit is om te spaar en jou geld te belê sodat dit kan groei. My jette, kyk hoe baie akkers dra Nelle. Dis indrukwekkend. Kan jy hulle tel? Dis 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Dis die eerste herfsdag en die koskuis in die Eekhoorn familie se huisie is amper leeg. Daar's net genoeg oor vir ontbyt. Eet jou kossies, Annelle, sê mams. Vandag gaan 'n besige dag wees. Ons gaan akkers optel. Sy gryp 'n paar mandjies en Annelle doen dieselfde. En daar skarrel hulle uit in die vars, koel lug. Die son skyn helder buite en die bome se blare begin verkleur na die geel, oranje en rooi van die nuwe seisoen. Dit lyk asof almal dieselfde blink idee het, mamma, sê Annelle, en sy staan stil om die doenighede onder hulle dop te hou. Die bos is al reeds baie willig en besig. Mams grip rats teen die boom af met die mandjies. Annelle is kort op haar hakke. Hoeveel akkers het ons nodig, vra Annelle, terwyl sy rondsoek op die woudse vloer. Mams glimlag. Genoeg om te eet. Genoeg om te geniet. Genoeg om te deel. Genoeg om te spaar. Genoeg om te laat groei vir die jare en jare en jare wat kom. Sodat ons altyd genoeg sal hê, vra Annelle. Meer as genoeg, Annelle. Meer as genoeg. Het jy dit geniet? Dink jy Annelle het genoeg akkers bymekaar gemaak? En kan jy onthou wat haar mamma vir haar gesê het? Dat sy nodig het is genoeg om te eet, sodat sy ook mooi groot en sterk kan word, net soos haar mamma. Soos wie wil jy wees wanneer jy groot is? Genoeg om te geniet en om dinge te doen wat haar gelukkig maak. Wat maak jou gelukkig? As ek hard gewerk het, hou ek daarvan om myself te bederf met 'n stappie in die bos. Genoeg om te deel met vriende en familie, of dalk selfs met iemand wat jy nie eers ken nie, maar wat nie self baie akkers het nie. Kan jy dink aan iemand met wie jy kan deel? Genoeg om te spaar, vir die wis en die onwis, soos die spreekwoord sê. Ons het almal soms 'n paar ekstra akkers nodig. En genoeg om te laat groei. En groei en groei. Het jy geweet dat? En jy gaan dit nie glo nie, of miskien weet jy al, want jy is so 'n slim kokkie. Maar ek het dit nie geweet toe ek so oud soos jy was nie, dat elke groot boom begin het as 'n klein saadjie, soos 'n akker. Maar eers moet iemand dit plant. Dan word dit 'n klein boompie waarna mens mooi moet kyk. En dan groei dit nog en word 'n groot boom. En nog 'n groot boom. En nog 'n groot boom. Totdat dit uiteindelik 'n baie groot eikeboom is, met honderde nuwe akkers vir besige klein eekoorntjies, soos Annelle en haar mamma om op te tel, te eet en te geniet, te deel en te spaar en te laat groei, sodat daar nog baie meer nuwe bome kan wees. Is dit nie wonderlik nie? So ja, ek dink Annelle en haar mamma het meer as genoeg akkers opgetel. Dink jy nie ook so nie? Ek hoop jy het die storie geniet. En ek hoop jy begin jou eie sakgeld spaar. Net soos wat die eekoring sal akkers bymekaar maak. Sodat jy meer as genoeg sal hê vir die jare wat kom. Weet jy wat? Annelle is so bevoorreg om jong te kan leer van spaar en geld belê. Ek wens dat ek daar die baie belangrike les geleer het, toe ek klein was. Maar dit is nooit te laat nie. Ek dink Annelle gaan groot word om 'n baie wyse en gelukkige eekoring te wees. Nes haar mamma. En jy ook. I'd like you to meet a very special friend, Brendan. He works at Ford Asset Management, the company that published this book. Brendan, why did Ford decide to make a book about squirrels and acorns and growing trees?
Thank you, Iman. This book is very special to us here at Ford, and I'd love to tell you all about it. Do you know that at Ford we live and breathe acorns? You see that even our logo has an acorn in it. We laugh and say that the acorn is silent. Picture books bring much joy and happiness to children and adults alike, but they actually do more than that. They present the opportunity to plant the seeds of knowledge. They are an investment in the future, not just in terms of literacy, but also in terms of the messages they carry. At Ford, we are passionate about teaching the importance of investing for the long term. And what better way to do it than with a book that can be read repeatedly? It is the perfect platform for parents and teachers to start the conversation about investing, and more importantly, to keep having that conversation. More Than Enough is the first in a planned series of beautiful picture books to teach children the basic concepts of investing. It forms part of Ford's financial literacy initiative called Teach Your Child to Invest, and it's an innovative first for the financial services industry too. The series will reach out to future generations of South Africans with clear yet creative messaging about investing. It explores concepts such as time, saving, income generation, compounding, diversification, risk, patience, and investing for the long term. These are life skills. Those are big words and even bigger concepts for little people, but they are the basic and important investment principles that we drive at Ford. If you understand and embrace these principles from an early age, you can only be set on the path to successful investing. Ford's picture books will explain these concepts in a clear, simple, and entertaining way, accompanied by beautiful illustrations to ensure children engage and learn. More Than Enough is a story about a young squirrel who sets out with her mother one autumn morning to collect acorns. There is no jargon, no reference to money, and not a hint of greed. This simple story is about acorns and why our squirrel family collects them. To eat, to enjoy, to share, to save, and grow for the years to come. Sharing these important messages about investing with all South African children is our priority. Since publication, More Than Enough has been translated from English into isiXhosa, isiZulu, and Afrikaans. Children need to be able to read in their own language, and it makes the messages that much more accessible. The book is free to all, and Ford has been distributing it to libraries and schools throughout South Africa and to individuals who are keen to create a culture of investing. We have also partnered with WordWorks, a local non-profit organization, to distribute more than enough to their extensive network. To date, they have distributed nearly 40,000 copies in 3 languages via their network of schools and NGOs across all 8 Western Cape education districts, as well as a few in the Eastern and Northern Cape. This year, with their help, we are looking to expand our footprint to Gauteng and KwaZulu-Natal. At Ford, we love receiving news as to how far and wide our book and our message about investing is traveling across our country. We love it when schools, communities, and families share their stories and photos, showing the love and joy these books bring. For many children who receive this book, it is often the first book they actually own. The impact is bigger than we ever imagined. Ford's Teach Your Child to Invest financial literacy initiative is just in its infancy. We will be rolling this out to children every year around South Africa, and I look forward to introducing you to new books in the series in the very near future. Thank you for joining us today. Back to you, Iman.
Thanks, Brendan. And thank you for reading and learning with me today. But before we go, I have a surprise for you. If you like today's story, you'll be happy to know that Anele and a mum will be returning very soon in a new book called Little by Little. You'll meet a few new forest friends and learn another very important lesson that saving and investing takes time and lots of patience. I can't wait to share it with you. Until then, visit the Ford website to download your own free copy of More Than Enough. It's available in English, isiXhosa, isiZulu, and Afrikaans. I've had such a fun time with you today. I look forward to seeing you next time. Bye-bye.
So far, we've looked at insurance as a need and explored various insurance products available to you. The next part of our Streetwise Finance journey looks at what happens when you sign up for insurance. The first step is to make sure that you receive a policy document when you register. Secondly, you should also keep your welcome letter, as it will have contact details to reach out to if you have any questions. The third step is to go through your policy wording, which includes general terms and conditions that outline the following: when your insurance starts and stops, when premiums are payable, and what happens when premiums are not paid, the excess amount and when it is payable, as well as everything that is covered by the policy, including how to claim. Your policy wording will also outline what to do if you disagree with how a claim is handled, providing you with details of the Ombudsman and the compliance officer if a complaint is not handled to your satisfaction. All other information should be included, along with your grace period or waiting period and your policy number. Lastly, and most importantly, a certificate of insurance will be included. This is proof that you're insured. so you should keep it somewhere safe. Our fourth step encourages you to familiarize yourself with the list of things that are not covered in your policy. These are your exclusions and exceptions, including intentional damage or loss, false claims, misleading information provided that impacts your risk assessment, normal wear and tear, and damages or injuries from before the policy was issued. Other exclusions include war and riot risks and damage resulting from illegal activities. The exclusions and exceptions specific to your policy may vary. Remember, knowledge is the key to unlocking the best from your insurance policy. In our next part, we'll have a look at rights and responsibilities of both the insurance company and the customer. Let's go.
Have you filled out our consumer survey yet? Visit MSWSA.co.za and scroll down to the bottom of the page. Click on the Consumer Survey 2021. There are some amazing prizes up for grabs. We are almost past the halfway mark of our program today, and next up we have Satrix, Cryptosphere, and Postbank.
Molweni, igama lam nguDuma Mxenge, ndiyi-Business Development Manager eSatrix. uSatrix lishishini enqinqeza phambili kwi-index tracking, kwaye siyaziqhenya ngokubambisana no-Money Smart Week 2021 khe sifumane ithuba lokucacisa ukuba yintoni i-Exchange Traded Funds, ngamanye amazwi ETF, uzikhetha njani, uzidibanisa njani kwiportfolio yakho njengomntu oneenjongo zokukhulisa ingxowa yakho ekuhambeni kwexesha. Namhlanje ndizawuthetha nge-benefits nomahluko kwi-retirement annuity ne-tax-free savings account. Zombini ezi investment products, i-retirement annuity ngamanye amazwi i-RA ne-tax-free savings account zihlisa i-tax ngendlela ezohlukileyo. I-RA yi-pension fund vehicle, njengocontributor kwayo i-taxable income yayo yehla. Le benefit ye-tax uyiva kwangoko. Xa sithelekisa i-tax-free savings account, i-benefits zayo utaxwa xa uye wathengisa investment yakho. Sinento kuthiwa yi-capital gains tax, kubekho nento kuthiwa yi-tax kwi-interest income, kubekho kunye ne-tax kwi-dividends. Eyona nto kufuneka uyiqonde ukuba utaxwa kule portion yemali yakho eyakhula ngenxa uinvesta kwi-market.
As we continue our goal to equip you with financial literacy skills, let's get to understand the basics when it comes to banking. For starters, what is a bank? Well, that's simple. It's a regulated financial institution where you can deposit money into a personal account, such as a savings or check account, in order to save and manage your money securely. Banks also offer lending services, including short-term loans, credit cards, and bonds for your dream home or other property. It's important to understand your bank charges. Bank charges are fees charged by the bank for services they offer to you. This could be a monthly account fee or for specific transactions like withdrawing money. These charges differ from bank to bank. There are different ways to interact with your bank and withdraw your money. The first of these is an automatic teller machine, or ATM. An ATM is a safe, convenient way to access or transfer your money, to check your balance, and to perform other available services. You can also go into your bank's closest branch for help from a teller. These fees for going to a teller are usually higher than when you use an ATM. Another option is withdrawing your money at a till up to your daily limit when you pay for your groceries. The development of electronic devices also offers you many ways to safely and conveniently control your money without ever needing to visit one of these locations. All you need to do is register for your bank's electronic services, set up a password, and log on to manage your banking needs. Internet banking is one of the main ways to do this. It offers an easy and convenient way to bank, any place, anytime. You can also sign up for cell phone banking to perform your transactions safely and securely through your cell phone or tablet. One of the newest options is the e-wallet, which allows you to send money to anyone with a valid South African cell phone number. These are the basics when it comes to banking. In the next section, we'll have a look at lending, or the ins and outs of needing to borrow money. Let's go.
Hi guys, my name is Max. Today I'll be touching on financial literacy for kids. I'd like to introduce my friend Tandi. She'll be helping me to conduct the session. First question, what is financial literacy? Financial literacy is the education and the understanding of knowing how your money is made, spent, and saved, and knowing how to make your money work for you and grow for you. Why is financial literacy important for kids? Why is it important for us to be financial literate? Because financial literacy, it helps us to be able to save money, know the difference between wants and needs, manage a budget, and pay your bills. So Tandi and I prepared a video for you guys to watch. So we'll be staying in tune to answer your questions. We'll follow up questions regarding the video. Thank you.
Welcome to learningmall.com. Today we're going to talk about financial literacy for kids. Did you have a good birthday party, James? Yes, and look, I got £100. Wow, that's a lot of money. I know, I'm going to buy lots of toys. But you just got lots of new toys for your birthday. I know, but I really want to spend my money. Why don't you save it? But what will I save it for? Well, anything. Holidays, new video games, or even to buy me a present for my birthday. But sure, I can just ask Mom to buy me those things. Well, you could, but sometimes your mom or dad or other family members can't afford to buy all the things you want. What does afford mean? Well, being able to afford something means you have enough money to buy it. It's all about income and expenses. Let me explain. Okay, I'm listening. Let's start with income. This is money which comes in through wages. You know, the money people get paid for doing work. Yes, like on payday. Exactly. Sometimes people get income from the government too, if they can't work or are looking for a new job. You can also get an income from a pension if you are retired. Wow, that's a lot of different types of income. Now, on to expenses. This is the money that goes out and that people spend on things that they need and want. For example, bills like mortgage or rent for the house you live in, gas or electricity for things like eating and watching TV, food and clothes, phone and TV, insurance and petrol. That's a lot of money going out. Would milk money be an expense? Yes, of course. Now you're getting it. So what does that all have to do with being able to afford stuff? You can only afford something if you have the money left over after you pay all of your expenses out of your income. Now I get it. So if you have no money left after you pay your expenses, then you can't afford to buy something extra that you want. Correct. That's why it's so important to save. I still don't get it. Well, put it this way. Sometimes you have unexpected expenses, like your car breaks down and you need to pay to have it fixed. If you don't have money left over or saved, then you can't afford to have it fixed. It's the same when Mom says she can afford to buy you a video game. But if you have savings, then you will always have some money for unexpected expenses or for buying an extra treat or gift. So you mean if I save my money, then I really want to buy something, or I need something that Mum can't afford, I can buy it myself. Yes, and you have to remember that Mum and Dad are saving too, for when something extra needs to be bought, like holidays or birthday presents. Oh yes, speaking of birthday presents, I have lots to play with. Woohoo! Oh, but Aaron, how should I save this money? Well, that's a question for another day. Why don't you put it somewhere safe for now? Piggy bank? Good idea. Now for some of that yummy chocolate cake. Don't forget to save some for me. Get it, save? Very funny, James. I hope you enjoyed learning all about money today. Don't forget to give us a like and subscribe. And visit us at www.learningmo.com.
The next step in our financial literacy journey is to look at lending. Lending is when an institution or person, known as the lender, temporarily provides money to another person, known as the borrower. This is done on the condition that the borrowed amount is paid back, usually with interest charged or additional fees. It's important that the time over which the loan will be paid back and the interest rate is understood and agreed upon upfront. We also refer to a loan as credit. Interest is usually applied to credit. Interest is the amount that you are charged to borrow money. Several laws regulate the process of lending, like the National Credit Act, protecting you and the credit provider by ensuring credit checks to make sure that you can afford the loan and fair terms. FAIS, which stands for Financial Advisory and Intermediary Services, is regulatory legislation protecting the financial services industry and their clients, while FICA, which stands for Financial Intelligence Center Act, is an act for the prevention, monitoring, and reporting of money laundering through various methods. When applying for credit, you will need to complete an application form. You will also need to bring your ID and payslips or bank statements. If the loan you're applying for is a home loan, you will need to provide deed of sale or approved building plans. Failing to pay back your loan within the agreed terms is a breach of contract known as defaulting. So if you need help with your debt, you should speak to a debt counselor. Now, let's have a final look at the different types of lending. For starters, there's a short-term loan. This includes borrowed money that must be repaid over a short period of time, between 3 months and 5 years, at a higher interest rate than a long-term loan. Secondly, there's the bond. That's when the bank lends you money to buy a house. This is paid with interest over a set time frame. Another type of lending is the credit card, issued by a bank to allow you to purchase goods or services on credit. There's also the hire purchase option. This is when you pay a deposit to purchase an item and repay the remainder over an agreed time period, including interest. Mashonisas, or informal lenders, are usually chosen when they are, or you may have, unplanned loans. They charge much higher interest rates than formal loans and are not regulated by the National Credit Regulator. Lastly, there's the pawnbroker. This is where you exchange personal items like appliances or furniture for a loan. If you are unable to repay your loan, these items will be sold off. That's it for our look at loans with this guide on money lending. Our final part of this module shines a spotlight on saving. Are you ready?
We are now going into our last and final session. What we would like you to take us through, panel members, can you just, we have spoken about where and how these collective accounts can be opened. But for the benefit of the community and colleagues, I would just like you to just unpack it a bit in detail so that we understand where to go and how to start it. Mr. Makade, from your side, for those who are interested and eager to start, where do they start? How can they start?
Okay, thank you. If they really want to formalize the group, they can firstly maybe develop a constitution or a set of rules. Once they've done that, they can nominate their members that will operate that account. And they can also, within the set of rules, decide how much will they contribute. In that meeting of the group scheme, they can decide which bank and which product they will use to deposit the funds, whether they want to do monthly contribution or weekly contribution. And the members that will be nominated by the groups, there are certain documentation that they need to provide to the bank so that they create a relationship with the bank. In most cases, it will be their IDs because the bank needs to deal with trustworthy people as well. Their IDs of all the signatories will be required. In most cases, the bank will also want to see that these people have been duly nominated by that group or society. So they will definitely need their set of rules or the constitution. And over and above that, because we are also now the bank regulated by Financial Intelligence Center Act, they would require the proof of address of those signatories nominated by the group. This will ensure that the banks deals with the people that are known to them. Hence we talk about know your customer. Yes.
Thank you very much. I'm going to invite Mr. Mudiba just to add to that process. What is the process for setting up this type of accounts? Dr. Makari has touched a bit on that. Yeah.
I think once the group has formed a group, they will always have regulation, they will have their constitution, they will have a purpose, they will want to know when and how, when they want to deposit, for what purpose, and when they want to withdraw. And they will put that in writing as and when they will be choosing a product that will be that they will be wanting to save their money in. So my advice to them is they can visit any registered or licensed financial services or a bank of their choice, and then request no information. But most importantly, it is very, very critical that they can go to 1 or 2, 3, so that they know that what they are getting is what they need. And then, you know, banks offer different types of product, different types of interest rates and so on, so that they can know what to choose. And then the other thing is, which is the issue of the initial amount. It will also differ from bank to bank. It's not always cut and stone to say, no, all these banks must open up their group account with this amount. No, it will depend. And also remember, as we're moving into the digital world today, some of the financial institutions have got digital platforms where you can open up the account and submit the documents at a later stage and so on. So it is very, very important to also understand that. And these groups must have been, in the past, be regarded, must have been operating informally or in unregulated. And then currently, the government is trying by all means to say, let's try and regulate most of these things. And that's not the topic for today, but I'm just highlighting it to say, as in when you are registered, there's a lot of regulation or legislation in the country that are governing the banking industry. One of them is the Financial Intelligence Center Act. Mr. Makade will elaborate more on the legislation. We also have the Banks Act and so on. So maybe let me give Mr. Makade to elaborate more on the regulation and why is the regulation, because most of the regulations are also assisting us as members of the public to make sure that we are doing business with the right people. Our money is not laundered. You know, money laundering, it's rife in South Africa. And I don't want to talk too much about what we see on TV on a daily basis about the fraud, the scandals, and so on. So, yeah. Mr. Makade, maybe
before Mr. Makade can come in, I just want us to wrap it for the community and for those who connected online in terms of what is required for them to open these accounts. You've already indicated that the information is freely available through the banks, whether it's through their website or in the bank through the brochures for this particular savings accounts. We're saying identification, definitely.
Yes.
There needs to be identification.
Yes.
There needs to be a constitution where the group has decided and engaged and agreed on what the purpose is and who are the nominated signatories. And I think Ntate Makade tapped into the regulation, what is required a bit as well in terms of banks needing to know who they're dealing with the ID book and proof of residential. So proof of residential, ID, and the constitution that will actually guide the bank as to who are the nominated people and what the purpose of the group is for. All right. Did I summarize it correctly?
Maybe,
all right.
Maybe if I have to add something. Remember, South Africa it's a country of many cultures, many people from different countries, different nationalities, and so on. Somebody may come and ask a question and say, I am from this country. Will I be able to be a member of a stokvel? Yes. Will I be able to be a member of signatories? Yes. But remember what is more important. You need to be having a valid passport or a valid document that is proving that you are in this country officially. Remember, there are also those people who came here as refugees. They also have refugee asylums and so on. Those documents are allowed and they are recognized by most of financial institutions, if not all of them, if I'm not correct. And they can be able to be part of stokvels if they want to, even going to the extent of opening up their own individual savings account.
As long as they have necessary
permit. As long as they have got necessary documentation, yes.
All right. Thank you very much for that.
I just come in as well and just to add on what we have already said, but just to clarify in terms of the Financial Intelligence Center Act, I think that this act it is there to protect the customers.
Yes.
And what is legislated is that every individual that interact or create a relationship with the bank must have the ID, any form of identification, even the foreign IDs that Mr. Modiba has mentioned, and also the proof of address so that they know where this person stays.
Yes.
And then it becomes a prudent practice for the financial institutions to also add to that to say they need a constitution, because it's better to understand that the group has got a specific purpose and also a set of rules. But what's also important is that in the constitution there may not be a resolution. So it will also be important. So it will differ from one bank to another. What processes do they have?
Yes.
But in most cases, the banks will also have a resolution of that group to say this group has resolved that 1 or 2 or 3 members will operate the account, as Mr. Mudima has already mentioned, that mostly to access the funds, as the deposit can be made by anyone. So the FIC rules or documentations that will be required that are guided by FIC is the identification and the proof of address. The rest, it will be required by bank. It will differ from one bank to another. Yes.
Thank you very much for that information. So I think the objective here is to have that shift. Ntate Mudiba already spoke to money being saved under the mattress, and that it's an element of trust. There are trust issues. We find that probably community members do not trust that when they put their money in the bank, they'll be able to access it. So for us to experience that behavioral shift, if we can just tell the community members, what guarantees the security of the money if saved with financial institutions through this channel, the collective savings or group savings? What guarantees the security of funds?
Yes, thank you very much. I think that is quite important. It brings us to the question of people preferring mattresses than going to the bank, because it all goes with the element of trusting the banks, the financial institutions. We all know that people's accounts have been defrauded, etc. There are various ways of community not trusting the banks. Hence, these regulations. These regulations, they might be a burden to the banks, but they protect the customers of the bank or the communities. So the community need to understand that the introduction of FICA was there to protect them and to make sure that there's no maladministration within their account and within the bank. They prevent fraud as well. That's the aim of the FIC, the main aim of the FIC. And also there's what you call now the POPI Act. That makes sure that once the bank gathers the customer information, that information may not be shared with anyone else except maybe the courts or any legal forum that can be shared with. So the customer information is protected as well in terms of the POPI Act. And then over and above that, we have legislation like FACE that comes from Financial Sector Conduct Authority. They also cover the customers in such a way that the banks are obliged to make sure that they provide accurate information and also understand the customer needs before they can sell anything to the customer. So the customers are also protected. In that act, it also talks about treat customer fairly, so that the customers should know that when they go to any bank, they are treated fairly. Should they not be treated fairly, the act also gives them a recourse or a channel where they can lodge their complaints. Hence, we have the bank ombudsman, we have the FACE ombudsman, and also there are also recourse over and above the FACE ombudsman, which is the Financial Services Tribunal, which acts like an appeal court, you know. They attend to those cases of the consumers. So the consumers now have got a lot of recourse if they feel that they were not treated fairly by the banks. And mostly important as well is that this FSCA has got another pillar which ensures that the funds of the customers are really guaranteed and protected in terms of the prudential authority, which is part of the FSCA. Prudential authority is part of the South African Reserve Bank. So that's when the Reserve Bank will come in if any financial service provider or the bank is not handling the funds of their customers very well.
No, it sounds like there is protection out there. The regulations are actually looking at the interests of customers. That was very informative, Mr. Magadi. Thank you very much. I have no doubt that the money is starting to move from under the mattress to where it needs to go. We would like now to invite the people connecting from different regions to just ask the panel members the last set of questions, if any. We will start in the Free State. Isaac, you may go for it.
Thank you so very much, Madam Chair, for the opportunity once more. Yes, I'm so delighted and so very pleased to learn that this program is only to build and to empower our communities. So I've just recently discovered a group of talented boys who are so good in soccer. So, and their coach is also a Malawian coach, an ex-former professional soccer player. So I just want to find out, will these young boys be able to go on their own to go and open a group, a collective account, or should anyone accompany them to go and assist with the account opening? Lastly, I just want to find out, how will I identify the legitimacy of service provider and its financial services representatives? Or can I go to anyone else who just come and approach me that he's coming from ABC Bank, he's here to advise me? I thank you.
Thank you for that question. Any of the panel members can take it.
Yeah, thank you very much. Let me start with the last one. It's quite important. It's a very important question because we know what is happening around here. Like Mr. Mudibe has mentioned that we've got 30 banks. We need to ensure that whatever bank that the group will choose to use is an authorized financial services provider. For that to verify, you need to contact the Financial Sector Conduct Authority. They will verify to you if that financial service provider is authorized, a license. It's got a license authority to provide banking services. They will provide you with the number. The one that you already know the number, you can also check with FSCA if they've registered with the FSCA. And then the second one, I think you said young, it depends on the age, because banks have got different rules as well, but the common one is that from the age of 16 upward, you can now operate the account on your own. But within that youngsters, if there are those that are still younger than 16 years old, then they will need their parents or guardians to assist them in opening their accounts. So if you can just clarify if those youngsters, they will be under the age of 16 or they will be above. Because if they are under the age of 16, that means they will definitely need their guardians to operate, to assist them to open their accounts. But as to whether they can open a group account, I think it will differ from one bank to the other. Okay.
All right. Thank you very much. We will now go to Limpopo. Maboko, you may come through with your question.
Thank you, Program Director. I have one question for panel. As we know often that individuals and families are moving around for the greener pastures or relocating, what will happen to a group if one or their signatories have moved to another city or country? Okay. So will that group still continue without that person as a signatory or in the case of death? Thank you.
Thank you for that question. Any panel member can respond to it.
Thank you. That's another good question, Maboko from Limpopo. Also, the banks, we emphasize that they also have their own procedures to attend to such circumstances when one member dies or one member has moved. to another place, because when they want to access the funds, they will need that member signatory. Some banks, as we have said, they will require 3 signatories on opening the account. But on accessing the funds, they will require 2 signatories. So if we take, for example, that that group has nominated 3 signatories which are registered with the bank, they will still continue to operate or to access the funds with the remaining 2 signatories. If they do wish to replace the other signatory that is deceased or has moved to another place, whether he's still their member or not, the group can do another resolution to the bank to nominate another 3rd signatory. Why will be more than 2 signatories that will be required by by the banks, or more than that, more than 3? Is that should one signatory be deceased, the account operation should continue until a new resolution has been drafted by the group and submitted to the bank so that they can register the additional or the replacement of the signatories.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think it's loud and clear. We will now, if you would, thank you very much. We will now take it to Bukoni Bupirima. Ntate David, you may come through with your question.
Thank you, Mayor. My question is, now we know where to go to open an account. Which institution can we use to open an account? What I want to know is, what is the minimum amount required to open a saving group?
What is the minimum deposit, opening deposit?
I think on my presentation I mentioned that it will differ from institution to institution, and I wouldn't be able to say these institutions for a collective account, initial amount for opening an account is how much. It will differ from institution to institution. I would never even try to say it's up to this amount. But remember, if you are saving collectively, it will depend also on your goal, on the amount, the initial amount, or the monthly contributions, or weekly or fortnightly that you have. That will also maybe make it even easier for you to be able to open up the account.
Thank you, Mr. Mudiba. Thank you, David, for your question. They initially said information is available from different bank website. Communities can access their website for more information on the minimum opening deposit. Let's go to the Free State again. Elias, you may come through with your last question to the panel members.
Yeah, so my last question is on returns to the groups. I mean, if we take the money to the bank, I mean, when we buy in bulk from the ShopRite or to the, wholesale stores, I mean, the groups do get the discount. I mean, if that is the case, can the group negotiate the discount on interest on fees charged on account, or maybe better interest on the account? If so, when is the right time to negotiate that? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Did you get the question?
Yes, thank you for that question. It's important. It goes to a point at the first point of onboarding the group by the bank, because the bank or the FSPs, they need to, whether on an advisory capacity or intermediary capacity, they need to be transparent about their fees, and they need to understand the group's needs. That's how we talk about need analysis. That's when the group can also negotiate about the interest rate or the fees that they prefer the bank to offer them. That it is also important that the groups can visit different banks so that they can understand which one will suit them best in terms of the fees and the interest. So any customer is open to negotiate the fees and the interest rate to the bank. And the bank is also guided by, what the customer is bringing to the bank as well. They also talk about economies of scale. The more you make more deposits, the more they will consider the request of the customer. And also, if you say you want to contribute on a monthly basis without skipping any month, some products, they give you a bonus interest over and above. But if you skip a month, that you forfeit that bonus interest.
Thank you very much for that. Wow, it's been a very informative session. I wish we can continue to engage and get more information, but I think what we have already received from our panel members is enough to get us started with this collective savings or group savings. So before I give you an opportunity to say your last words, I just want to say, I've read somewhere where they say it is not lack of money that destroys people. It is lack of vision and lack of knowledge. We would like to thank you for empowering us with knowledge. Have no doubt that the community and colleagues out there will take the knowledge and go do with it what needs to be done, where we can start seeing the dial moving and the culture shifting in terms of saving. We need to get to a point where we become a saving, or rather we have a saving culture. So I'm going to give you an opportunity to just give your parting words to our communities and the members that connected via online, virtually. We can start with you, Mr. Mudiba.
From my side, I would say it is very, very important to save as a group, because when you are saving your money with the group or collectively, you'll always not be able to, actually you'll practice discipline because you want to have access of that money at any given time. So definitely so you will reach your goal. And it's critical that we take care of the cent.
Yeah.
So that the rent can take care of itself. I want to repeat this. If we all in South Africa take care of the cent, automatically the rent take care of itself.
Absolutely.
And that will make South Africa a money-smart South Africa.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mudiba. Mr. Makari.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mudiba. I also like that one.
Yes.
The rent will take care of itself,
Yes.
and that's true. Yes, in my closing remarks, I would like to say to the community, take those monies out of your mattresses, bring them to the bank. Those monies are guarantees. We've got regulators that are regulating the banks, and those regulations are very stringent in such a way that they make the banks to look after your money. And also the South African Reserve Bank has an eye on it through the regulators like FSCA and the Prudential Authority. And also FIC ensures that your money are also protected in terms of fraud and money laundering, etc. So your monies are safe. Most importantly, the savings is a component of economic activity of any country. So the more countries save, like South Africa, there's a lack of savings. If there's lack of savings, we're pushing our country to go and loan from World Bank and IMF, etc. So to avoid that, let's bring those monies from our mattresses and put them in the bank. They will not only benefit the group, but the whole country.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your time. Thank you once more, our colleagues, community members, for your time. My parting would be the reality and value of money is not how much you make or earn, but how much you save and manage it. And they say having access to money doesn't make you rich, but having knowledge, vision, and purpose does. With that, I would say let's direct our money where it should go, manage it so so that we can understand exactly where and how we spend it. That will instill the culture of saving. Thank you very much for joining us. We have no doubt that we will shift the dial in terms of the culture shift. Thank you.
We've had a look at banking. Then we talked about lending. Now it's time to put a spotlight on savings and why this is so important for financial stability. To kick off, let's understand what savings are. In a nutshell, it's the money you don't spend every month to rather keep it safe. This can be done in a bank account, pension plan, or investment. Usually, this money will earn interest, helping your money grow with inflation. There are also other informal ways to save. So what exactly is interest? Well, it's the money you earn when your savings are invested or kept in a bank account. The interest rate refers to the percentage that your saved money or investment earns in a year. There are also other important terms to understand, such as inflation, which is the extra money that you need each year in order to buy the same things as the year before. This is because the cost of living is always increasing. Another term is compound interest. This is when the interest you earn is reinvested. Now you will continue to earn interest on the original amount plus the interest previously earned. Have a look at our handy table to see how this works. Lastly, the term return on investment. This is the amount of income that an investment provides in a year over the investment period. So what exactly are the different ways to save? The most common way is a savings account with your bank, which is an easy way to earn interest and access your money. There's also a retail savings bond, an investment that allows you to earn interest over a set time period. Other ways include a money box, where money is kept at home and doesn't earn interest, or money stamps, which can be collected and used to buy groceries. The Stokvel, a proudly South African way to save, allows members of the Stokvel or savings group to pay a set amount every month. Some Stokvels have one member of the group receiving the total amount contributed by the group, while others distribute the money after a long period or use the money saved to buy items that the members need. There's also an option of lay-by. Here you purchase something on credit without interest, but can only take the item home once you've paid for it in full. It's important to make saving an important part of your life. Without extra money, this feels like an impossible task. But if you examine your spending habits, you can identify areas to cut down every month. You will need to change these spending habits, like bringing your own lunch to work, for example, in order to free up money for saving. Paying off debts also makes more money available. Next, add your potential savings together like this. This will give you a goal to work towards. Now you can look at different accounts or investments that will help your savings grow over time. Finally, create a personal savings goal by asking yourself, where do I want to be in 5 years? Use this to keep you focused. That's it for our spotlight on savings. Financial literacy is power. The power to secure the future that you deserve with Streetwise Finance by Hollard.
Good day to our viewers. I'm Darren August, and with me is Jolly Mogorosi. This discussion is brought to you by the Association for Savings and Investment South Africa Foundation. We're going to have a discussion on retirement funds and how retirement funds relate to one being financially resilient. I'm a facilitator on a few of the consumer financial education programs that are conducted by the ASISA Foundation, and Jolly is one of our retirement fund trustee education lecturers. She also serves as an independent trustee and is an executive principal officer on a few retirement fund boards. She's also the program champion for the ASISA Academy's Consumer Financial Education Practitioner Program. What a beautiful CV, Jolly. Welcome, and thank you so much for joining us.
Hello, Darren, and hello to your viewers.
Jolly, so when we talk about retirement funds and how these relate to being financially resilient, please let us know what this means for me and our viewers who are members of retirement funds.
So, Darren, to enjoy financial resilience from your retirement savings in your retirement funds is being able to live a life during retirement that financially compares well to how one lived before going on retirement. Just to be clear, when I say retirement fund, I'm referring to pension, provident, preservation, and retirement annuity funds. So those funds recognized by SARS as vehicles for savings for retirement, and they therefore receive tax benefits now and when you retire. Pension funds and provident funds are offered by employers, whereas preservation funds and retirement annuities tend to be products offered by insurers that you take in your personal capacity. So the major difference in these lies in when you access your money, how you access your money, and how much tax do you pay and when.
Thank you for that. That is certainly a need that we all have, but especially so during these challenging times. There has been a lot of talk about the retirement fund reforms that came into law from the 1st of March this year. What's that all about?
Darren, I think the industry has had a good look at the outcomes of the last decade or two and realized that we're not seeing the resilience we would like to, with stats showing that only between 3 and 8% of retirees being able to live a decent post-retirement life that is comparable with their pre-retirement lifestyle. With this in mind, there have been a number of changes over the last few years. These changes that took place on the 1st of March were announced actually in 2017. So the industry has had some time to adjust to them. They are part of a bigger plan to treat all retirement funds the same, meaning pension, provident funds, and retirement annuity products should not be as glaringly different as they have been in the past, and give more South Africans greater and more equitable access to benefits of retirement. The changes that came into effect on the 1st of March apply to provident funds. The biggest change is that from 1 March 2021, when you leave your fund, your provident funds and pension funds will be treated the same. The exception is if you are 55 or older and you retire from the fund you currently contribute to.
Right, but if you're not older than 55, what happens to the retirement savings?
Well, if you're not older than 55, your retirement savings will basically be divided into two pots. One from before 1 March 2021 and the other from after this date. One pot can be called a vesting portion and the other a non-vesting portion, meaning all the rights you had before 1 March 2021 will remain or vest. Then new rights, obligations, and laws will apply to the portion after this date. You should be able to see this clearly in your member benefit statement if you are a Provident Fund member. The major differences between pension and Provident funds are being eliminated through a series of laws. Through these changes, Provident Fund members may be encouraged to save for retirement and experience the same benefits as pension fund members.
All right, so what kind of differences are we expecting to see, Jolly?
So one of these changes, for instance, is the requirement to buy an annuity, which is simply a product that gives you a regular income stream from your retirement savings. In the past, pension fund members were required to purchase an annuity, and Provident Fund members were not, and could on withdrawal receive a cash lump sum, which sometimes runs out as people tend to live longer after retirement than they expect to.
Longevity is actually not something that gets enough airtime.
I don't know about you, but quite a few of my relatives are making it to the 90-year mark, and we are fully expecting a few 100-year-olds. Let me put the implications differently. During my time in financial services, I've seen the life expectancy of the average South African increase by about 10 years. That means that the average South African has 120 more months in retirement than when I started in the industry. This is largely thanks to medical advancements and a better understanding of contributors to greater life expectancy, as well as a general improvement in living standards. The thinking is that annuitization will lead to bigger savings and more desirable retirement outcomes. I'm sure you'll agree that that means better financial resilience during retirement.
Absolutely. So on the subject of financial resilience, death is never a comfortable topic, but we cannot get away from it if one is truly doing financial planning holistically. From a retirement fund perspective, what are the issues that trustees of retirement funds see that affect members of retirement funds?
So the death of a member, especially if the deceased is a family's breadwinner, typically puts serious strain on a family's ability to survive financially. Such a stressful and emotional environment is not always the best for making major financial decisions. One of the biggest challenges that trustees have to deal with, and that challenges opportunities for financial resilience, relates to beneficiary nomination forms. For instance, most beneficiary nomination forms will ask members to list all their dependents, but not all members ensure that their beneficiary nomination forms remain up to date or are even fully completed with details like dates of birth, ID numbers of nominated beneficiaries. Some will only list their spouse or people that they live with, and not everyone who depends on them for financial well-being. For example, my mother in the rural areas whom I send money to every month. This is a mistake, and it makes it difficult for the trustees. These omissions often result in a delay in payment of any claims, as trustees are then obliged to investigate who the real beneficiaries are, especially in cases where people are not mentioned on the nomination form, but then come forward to make a claim. When such instances must be dealt with, your monies will not be paid as speedily to your beneficiaries, and costs increase. The law allows trustees to take up to 12 months, but if everything is in order, this process can take can take a much shorter period. So really, if families do not have the savings to see them through, this period becomes very difficult to live at the standard you are accustomed to. Something we also see is families struggling to produce documentation, be it bank account statements, proof of address, IDs, marriage certificate, birth certificates. So the type of documents funds need to FICA a person. These are surprisingly difficult to get in some instances. Keeping these documents in a place that is easily accessible for your family and teaching the elderly or children how to do some of these things helps them function better in a modern world. We have seen sad cases of children ending up on streets, children being pulled out of good schools, and families even starving. Families therefore need to plan for different scenarios so that they are not caught off guard financially. Many employers, some banks, some retirement funds offer the services of financial planners in addition to all funds having retirement benefits counseling. Members can approach their HR, retirement fund, bank, or insurer to find out more.
Are you implying that I cannot tell the trustees who to give money to and they will do just that?
Yes and no. The trustees do need the information you put in your nomination form. The more complete this is, the quicker a benefit can be paid out. But the law expects trustees to do a full investigation of the financial and emotional dependency of your loved ones around the time of your death and make an equitable distribution. So if you nominate your cat to receive your full benefit while you have family members who depend on you financially, or you have a young child you left out of the nomination, trustees can then override that nomination. This is different from a will that you have for your estate. In your personal estate, you have the freedom of testation. This is not the case in retirement funds.
I cannot imagine anybody leaving their money to a cat. But if I owe money, can this be deducted from my pension?
The short answer is no, but yes. Your retirement benefit is protected from debt.
So my Maserati, is that safe?
Okay, but there are exceptions. Your employer can seek a deduction from your retirement fund on account of loss that they experienced through an act of dishonesty, fraud, or damage caused by you. The employer will need to prove this through a signed admission of guilt or lodging a case and proving this through a judgment, a court judgment. So say you owe a major retailer money and they're looking for ways of claiming that money from your retirement benefit, they cannot. The other exception is if you took out a loan, a home loan, and your retirement benefit was used as guarantee with the bank for this home loan. If you fail to make the bond payments, the bank may seek payment of the outstanding amounts from your retirement fund. If you had failed to arrange with the bank before death or exit. Lastly, if you have outstanding tax or if you have outstanding child or spouse maintenance orders, or you have divorced and the retirement benefit forms part of the divorce settlement, these can all be deducted. So one way in which members can foster financial resilience is through remaining on top of their tax affairs and making alternative arrangements before retirement funds get involved out of legal obligations.
So what are boards of trustees doing to ensure that members are more financially resilient?
One way is most funds allow what we call an additional voluntary contribution, or AVC. This allows a member to contribute more than the minimum requirement. So members can take advantage of institutional rates, making this a cheaper savings option. Retirement funds have introduced what is also called retirement benefits counseling. I mentioned this earlier, but I didn't really expand on it. Funds are approaching it differently, but for the most part, members are given retirement benefits counseling through access to a person who can help them understand their options via email, telephone, or physically. Some funds are even approaching this actively and contacting members close to retirement to make them aware of their options. This meets a requirement of the law and is another way that financial resilience is being built into the new retirement framework.
So should financial resilience not ultimately be the responsibility of the member?
You are right. Whether it is ensuring your tax affairs are in order so that you don't have a tax liability that stops you from exiting the fund. I've unfortunately seen this during my time as principal officer, or understanding your financial affairs and having a clear understanding of where you stand. I once paid a member, and because he could not read his bank statement, he did not know and ended up pawning his precious prize kettle to survive. So for 18 months, this money sat in his account. Imagine all the missed opportunities, the stress suffered. In another instance, a member organized a strike at my office because, again, he believed he was not paid. I checked the system and I helped him obtain a bank statement and then showed him how to read the debits and the credits on his account. He was elated. Ensure you know how to read and understand your financial documents. Ask for help so that you are in a position to be in full control of your financial future.
Charlie, thank you so much for helping us understand this better. I see there are a number of things we can all be more vigilant about. I think on my part, my nugget is I'll regularly check my nomination form to ensure that everything is up to date. If I'm unsure of anything that may impact on my retirement or my beneficiaries, I'll consult with my employer and my financial advisor. Thank you so much for listening to Jolly and me discuss this very important topic related to us being able to enjoy a comfortable retirement. Remember, viewers, for more information on this topic, please visit the website that is indicated on the screen. Thank you for joining us.
Hi, South Africa. I'm so glad to be here with you today on behalf of Women Business Achievers. We are so excited to participate in Money Smart Week, and we know that our financial lives will be forever changed because of all the efforts that have been put, to improve South Africans in running their finances. So just a little bit about my organization, Women Business Achievers. Our vision really is to move women from the periphery into the mainstream of the economy through various methods, and one of them is hosting webinars and also having experts to come and advise women what to do in their businesses and in their personal financial lives. So I am together with my co-host and my co-founder of Women Business Achievers. His name is Rick Ed. Hi, Rick. How are you?
Hello, Daphne. Thank you very much for the introduction. And thank you very much for the opportunity to collaborate with Money Smart Week for South Africans, and particularly South African women. Daphne, this is a very special occasion for us. We are very grateful to be here, and I think we're going to do a wonderful service for women in business in South Africa.
You are so right, Rick. Today we've got a treat, as Women Business Achievers, we always have, so many people that are willing, to impart their knowledge and their expertise into women that are in business in order to grow their businesses. So today we've got Kilebogile Moeketsi. Now, Kilebogile is a best-selling author. She is a financial management coach. She is a financial therapist. And she helps so many people because of her experience, that she's gone through difficult times in her finances. And so her topic today is make your money work for you. I'm so glad that Kilebogile is able to impart her knowledge and her experience to us today. Take over, Kilebogile. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that introduction. I'm going to talk to you about how to make your money work for you, especially during this time when financial crisis and COVID-19 has just made things very difficult for one to progress financially. So when you talk about finances, this is a silent dilemma in all our communities because nobody wants to talk about it. But if you give me a permission to really tell it like it is, and why do I say that? Because I've walked my journey of making bad financial decisions. I have experienced bad situations that would affect my money negatively. But the thing that I've learned with that is that numbers don't lie. And for you to be able to understand your financial world, one needs to be critically clear and honest about their finances. So as a financial therapist, I always like to start with the why, the root factor, why you haven't or you don't make your money work for you. Because until we uproot that, what can come as solutions might not be as valuable or effective to you. So getting on with it, there's one thing that I call financial victim mentality. But what I mean by that is that when you find yourself focusing or blaming the external forces, circumstances, or other people that have affected your finances and your life, and you remain a victim for a very long time, that's when you are tapping into a financial victim mentality. And it's really not a healthy way to live your life because you end up having this negative belief system, negative financial belief system, which will end up affecting your sense of purpose or your life vision in totality. When you find yourself in that situation, obviously you end up seeing symptoms like procrastination, denial, and inaction, or being late, just pure laziness. What I mean by that is that, for an example, you find yourself in debt and you're about to lose your car, but you're not finding solutions, or you take forever to look for a debt expert until the debt collector knocks at your door and say, I need to repossess your car. Or you see that your business is really not doing well, but you take forever to reinvent, to break out of the silo and move into a better space and take risk, or to make sure that your business becomes financially viable. When you don't do that, you find yourself in a financial stress or financial stagnation phase, because now everything is just piling up on you and you don't know what to do. And sometimes it's a little bit too late to save your business, or rather your personal finance issues. Now, in order for you to be able to overcome the financial victim mentality, one needs to have what I call financial warrior mentality. What do I mean by that? Is that it's important to acknowledge your past and your current financial habits and decision-making process, and also your life challenges in totality. I refer those things as money bucket holes. I'll tell you more about what money bucket holes really mean. So stick with me on that one. So the second thing that you need to do to find out why you haven't or you don't make your money work for you is be honest in diagnosing your financial state. Are you experiencing financial freedom, or are you financially vulnerable, or are you over indebted, or do you think that you're tapping into a poverty level when it comes to your finances? So if you don't know where you are, you cannot really plan a way forward. When last did you check your bank statement to see how you're spending your money? When last did you check your credit report for you personally and also for your business? So this is when you make an honest diagnosis, not a perceived diagnosis of your business or your finances. Be purposeful and be intentional with your life, your time, and your resources. In a better way to manage your finances. In that phase, it's easier for you to plan and implement timely life and financial solutions, because now you've acknowledged, you see where your shortfalls are, you have your plans, and you can even implement it because you have an informed decisions making a process at hand. What do I mean by money bucket? Because if you have this financial warrior mentality, it will be easy for you to find out where to start to move forward. Money bucket is actually a metaphor that I use to explain this imaginary bucket. Think back from the time you start earning money, whether let's say it's 20 years ago. If you were to ask yourself, what have I done with all the money that I ever earned in the past 20 years ago? Would you be proud of it? If you were to put it in an imaginary bucket, will your bucket be full? Will it be overflowing? Or is it empty? And if it's not at the level that you would wish it would be, what could be the challenge? So this is when now I talk about money bucket holes, meaning holes in your imaginary money bucket. It means there are things that are locked in this 20 years of you earning money or trying to make a living or trying to get wealthy. There are things that dripped away or sipped away your finances, and you end up not knowing what you did with your money all along. And these are the decisions that you've made in the past about your finances. These are decisions you made about your life, and this could be external forces. But how you dealt with external forces, again, it depends on, it dictates as to how many holes do you have in your money bucket, what sizes do you have what sizes are those holes, and what level is your money bucket in terms of your financial stability. Now, the other thing that I would like to highlight is that normally we spend our money based on what we perceive or what we think is our personal brand. It's something we're not aware of. But let me take you through that. You see, a personal brand is about who you think you are. If you are imitating people, if you don't know who you are, what you stand for in life, and you are forever trying to impress people, or the people, in terms of your business, in terms of personal life, then you tend to spend your money in that manner. What do I mean by that? You spend money to impress, not to improve. So if you spend your money on a personal brand that is not a true reflection of you, you would start spending money according to what you think the world wants to see in you, or what the world thinks of you. So you'd spend money on how you look, what you drive, how you socialize. So that becomes your priority in spending your finances. And that's not a good way to make your money work for you. If you continue doing that, it's not easy for you, or you don't create a room to think about how do you see yourself as in real life, in true perspective. What are your gifts? What do you stand for? What is your X factor? What do you want to do in life? What do you want to achieve in life? So if you pleasing the world, it's not easy for you to give your mind a space to think about who the actual person you stand for. And then it's not easy for you to spend your money in terms of your purpose. You probably don't even know where your purpose is, or you're still confused, or you haven't even tapped on it, or your business as a business person. So the unfortunate thing is that you tend to spend and prioritize your money in that order. You please the world before you can even please yourself, or spend money on to improve yourself and become a valuable person, or spend money to improve your business or your sense of purpose in life. So that is not a great way of spending money if you don't know where your true sense self is. What is your genuine personal brand, and how do you spend your finances in that space to make sure that you are able to grow your money? If you understand your purpose and your business very well, and you're doing your business for the right reasons, not for anything else, and you are there to solve a problem, remember what you focus on expands. Then it's easy for you to interconnect that with your real you, which is your personality, your gifts, and your X factor, and what you stand for. It's easy for you to spend money on the things that can improve your business and yourself before you can spend money on the things that you think the world wants to see in you. So, when money is limited, it's very key that you end up spending money in that order. That's how you would grow and make your money work for you. Because when you start being valuable, you attract money. And then when you attract money, people are willing to pay you. But if you spend money into trying to impress, not to improve, those are not a long-term strategy for you to become financially stable. So spend to improve, not to impress, especially during a financial crisis. So how do you now close your money bucket holes? How do you make your money work for you? One, you need to decide to pay yourself first. That does not mean when you get paid, the first thing that you do is go to your favorite restaurant or buy a new pair of shoes. That is not paying yourself first. What it means actually is that you give, you save, you invest. When you give, allow your heart to guide you to how to give on a personal level. I will not delve much into that. So, but the essence of giving is that you create space to receive more. And you can do that in your personal space and also in your business, not only because of BEE, not only because of compliance with employees, performance, but you can create something interesting like vouchers for employees who are doing well. And it does not necessarily have to be a formal thing, but it's your sense of giving within your business and in your personal space. You need to save and invest. So before you spend, so find a way to create especially passive income vehicles that you can put your money before you start spending on anything else the moment you receive your finances or your income, be it on a passive level, be it on any other form, but it's important that you save and invest. You do this before you can start spending your money. One tip is to say, if you are earning an income on your income on the 30th of the month, what you can do then is that you arrange your debit orders and everything on the 15th of the following month. That way you've got 15 days to think about how you can give, save and invest before you can spend. Because when you do that, slowly but surely you end up being in control of your finances. Not that debit orders and all the spending controls your money. Have you ever heard of someone say, I don't know if I'll be able to pay for this thing. Let me see how the debit order goes. Let me see how much would I have once I get paid. That's when you realize that that person does not have control of their finances and they are not paying themselves first. Now, the second thing that you need to do to close your money bucket holes is to acknowledge any debt or financial problems or issues that you may have, because there's a high price for that. It's either you're going to pay arrears and litigation like your judgments, which come at a high price, or you're going to pay a lawyer, a debt expert, to create a debt intervention, repay your credit, or help you exercise your consumer rights. There's always a higher price to pay if you ignore your debts. Be boss of your money. Simple, by creating a budget. If you don't know your ins and outs of your finances on a personal level or also on your business level, there is no way you can say you are boss of your money. Like an example that I just made of someone saying, I'll see after the debit orders how much am I left with. So once you have that mentality, or you find yourself in that space, you must know you're not a boss of your money. So when you budget, you understand what is it that you need to be mindful of in terms of your finances, what is important and what is not important. The other tip that I can give around budget is separate your living expenses and your debts and see how much weight do they get into in your income. So living expenses, I'm talking about your school fees, your grocery, your data, and all that. And then your debts are all your accounts. Anyone that is a creditor would fall under your creditor. In that way, you are able to see what exactly are you spending your money on. And it's best if you spend your cash, you use your debit card where your income comes in to pay for your living expenses. Because once you start using your credit card to pay for your living expenses, then you're messing up your flow of your budget. So when the next thing that I would like to give you as a tip, financial coaching tips, is never interlink. It's very important to interlink personal goals and your business goals. If you say, I want to get married at the end of the year, and you're a business owner, business is your source of income, that needs to align with the revenue that you're going to make in your business. How much sales do you need to make on a daily, weekly, or monthly basis in order for you to have a salary that can enable you to save money in order for you to get married, to pay for your wedding? So those goals need to interlink, but never mix business and personal finance transactions. So you cannot. It's not wise to go and spend time with your friends and use the business card, swap it to entertain your friends or to buy for your living expenses. Then it means you are not paying yourself well from your business, or you need to make some ways to say, should it happen under emergency, then I need to record this thing as a loan from my business to my personal account. And when I get paid, I need to pay my business back that loan. Don't use credit card to buy to pay for living expenses, like I mentioned earlier. Use it to improve, save, or income-generating activities. Check accounts are more expensive than savings accounts on a personal level. I've been a debt expert for a very long time. And as a registered debt counselor, I actually understand what qualifies you for a credit. And the most important thing is your credit score or your credit ratings, your affordability. Yes, the check account can come as a positive factor, but it's not as important as you having the affordability and having a good credit score. Speak to your kids and your loved ones about your personal finance state. If you find yourself in a bad financial situation, we underestimate their understanding, especially if they're a bit grown up. And it's the same with your business. Speak to your suppliers and your other stakeholders and see if they can accommodate you so that you can create a cash flow, because cash flow is the bloodline of any business. Pledge to have more than one source of passive income. As mentioned earlier, paying yourself first. And if you know that you are impulsive buyer, like you go to a grocery store to buy bread and milk and you come up with a trolley full of things that you didn't plan to do and it's of your budget, then rather leave your cash, rather go to the store with cash and a grocery list all the time or most of the time, and leave any cards that you don't want to use in your car or at home. Check your personal and business credit report at least twice a year at minimum, so that you know where you are and where things are going, and also check your fraudulent accounts against your names and see if ever you've got any blacklisting. And most importantly, in as much as it's important to have business coach or business mentor in your business, or a personal trainer or a motivational a person in your life, it's also key to have a financial coach or a debt expert or a financial advisor in your life, someone you can reach out to as and when you come across financial challenges or you need to start making better financial decisions. So that's all for me, Kelebogile. Thank you so much.
Fascinating. Kelebogile, that's wonderful that you were willing and able to share your personal insights from your experience, from your knowledge, helping thousands of women to manage their finances. And all of that information that you have distilled into your book, Your Money Bucket Holes, you have shared with us today. Enormously valuable. Thank you very much, Kelebogile.
So women, you've had just a little bit. But for you to learn more, you need to contact us. Not only contact us, but you need to join a community of women in business. And you can find more information on our website, which is on the screen right now, is womenbusinessachievers.com. womenbusinessachievers.com. And our email address is info@womenbusinessachievers.com. info@womenbusinessachievers.com. You'll find all the information and you'll see also upcoming webinars. Our webinars are fully sponsored, and if you want further information, you can register there on the website. We are looking forward to hosting you, and we are looking forward to see your businesses grow throughout the nation. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for tuning in to our Money Smart Week South Africa campaign. I am your host, Samkelo Ndeta from the Finance Gym, and I am joined here by two gentlemen from the financial industry. We're going to be talking about how the 1% create wealth. And we've got a couple of questions to ask these gentlemen. But before we do, we want to wish you a very happy Money Smart Week South Africa as we join in the Global Money Smart Week campaign festivities. Before we begin, I'm going to ask these two gentlemen to introduce themselves and tell us a bit about what they do. Over to you, gentlemen.
All right, thank you very much, sir. I'm MSWSA. I'm an associate at Fumco Capital and Investment Advisory Services. Previously was at Standard Bank Wealth and Investment.
Thank you. My name is Brian Gift. Spending the midday, I represent the company called BGSL Company Professional Accounting. I'm the founding CEO.
Thank you, gentlemen. Very great to have you here today, and we just want to make a more financially literate South Africa. And essentially what we want to talk about today is how do the 1% create wealth? And we want to sort of get into their heads, get an understanding of what is it that they do that makes them better at creating wealth. And so the first question is going to be, many people boil down the difference between the 1% and everyone else to habits. Mindsets, poor planning and innovation in terms of creating different systems of income. In your opinion, what would you cite as the definitive line that has created those who are financially prosperous and those who aren't?
I'd say, first thing first, you need to be passionate about what you do or what you want to do. I think that's the first thing that you need to discover. What is it that you're passionate about? What is it that you love to do and you enjoy? Once you figure it out, the rest is just easy. And then you need to have grit, tenacity. I would say that's pretty much how I do myself, because I'm in the process of becoming that 1%. So I would say have passion, love what you do, enjoy it, so you won't get frustrated when things don't go your way. And that will automatically create tenacity, grit, and determination. You also need it as well.
Yeah, when it comes to having passion, what would you say defines passion as the characteristic that helps people create more wealth? Is it in terms of how they go about doing their work? Is it in terms of how they excel in their industry? What is it exactly could we talk about that makes passion one of the core fundamentals towards, becoming financially prosperous?
I would say finding passion, it's a bit of a process because you try things as you grow as a kid. So by the time you're an adult, you know exactly what you need to do. This is what I'm good at. So I think before passion, it comes with what I'm good at, and then comes passion. And then you just master it and say good at it. And then obviously this creating the world doesn't happen overnight.
Yeah.
So you just you need to be consistent. But I think it comes with figuring out what do you love to do after you've done a lot of things. And then you say, okay, this is what I think I'm good at. Do I love it? And then the passion comes. And then you put it in the work.
And I totally agree with that, because another thing that I've noticed, it's also being versatile. I've noticed a lot of the people who are wealthy, they have a very versatile mindset. They don't want to do one thing, they want to do multiple things. They want to try to multitask, have a lot of eggs, crack them and see which ones work out. And then when you see that in the future, what happens is you're basically you're throwing tissue at the wall and you want to see what sticks. And that is a very good strategy. You can go from your current guys that you see now, a lot of guys like Elon Musk, your Jeff Bezos, they've had several other businesses before they are made successful businesses. And I think that's also the one thing that is very great. I think that comes from being able to have an interest in multiple things.
Yeah.
For example, myself, I'm interested in a lot of fields, engineering, medicine. I read a lot about everything. And what I find is that my passion is mathematics, but my work, it's more on finance. And I think what's that to do about it is also about opportunity. as an opportunist, you observe your passion, but you say, this is where my skill sets will really take me far. I'll get my passion in the front of the line, but in the time being, what opportunity can I exploit to actually make it in my life?
Yeah, a very fascinating thing you said when you began. You said it's like throwing tissues to the wall and seeing what sticks. Mm-hmm. And I'm taking that and I'm thinking, Warren Buffett, I think, said, you put all your eggs in one basket and you watch it. Those are very two different mindsets in terms of the world we live in now, where we've got your Elon Musk, who'd probably be more like throwing tissues to the wall and seeing what sticks. And then you look at the old wealth generations, your Andrew Carnegie's, your Warren Buffett's, who went all your eggs in one basket, and watching the basket. What does that speak of today's world in terms of the world we live in and how our economies work that has made that shift in terms of how people now create wealth?
I'd say with what Kanisa said, it depends. You can do all the tissues on the wall, and it depends which one sticks, but it should be with the industry that you are targeting. Because we have an industry and there are a lot of sub-departments within the industry. Yeah. So with Elon Musk, we know that he's a tech guy. Yeah. So you can't go into insurance, you can't go to property for example. We know that he's a tech guy. So whatever he does, it's within the spectrum of technology. So, and as I said, let's say, jack of all trades, I think I'm old school. I believe in mastering one craft. If it doesn't happen, you stop, you go to another one. Master that. And then if it doesn't work, but eventually you will find something that says, this is what I'm good at, and then invest on it.
I think it's a very interesting debate, this one, because if COVID-19 has taught us anything, I think one of the most popular terms during the pandemic and the lockdowns all over the world has been multiple income streams. And not having an income stream or not basing your income in one industry. And so this debate becomes a real one as to should you, and we're in a rapidly growing world where, one line of work or industry can change dramatically in a span of 18 months, leaving one, finding themselves in a very limited industry, And so, I want to get back to things like multiple income streams and, in terms of focus and compound interest. But before I go there, I've got a question here. There was an interesting article written by CNBC titled Building Wealth in 2017. And one of the methods they included was automate your finances through utilizing automatic debit orders to pay for your expenses and deposit money into your investment account without the debate in your mind that urges you to delay making payments manually. How effective is this method given the high levels of debt in South Africa?
It's a hard measure when you ask about the effectiveness of something as simple as letting your app control your debit. It's in the end, would you say it's effective? We can't be so sure. It's quite efficient, I won't lie, because for one, in a personal sense, if I think about the fact that I have to send money to every creditor, I'll probably skip a few. I'll probably say, this guy can wait.
And we're all at that.
And then in the end, it messes up my credit record, and now I find myself blacklisted, I can't buy a car, I can't buy an apartment, I'm in so much trouble because of missing a few payments. So it's efficient, I won't lie, it's efficient, but effectiveness, I can't really say. I think that really boils down to your financial literacy, your tenacity to make good financial decisions, which orders to take, what is necessary, having the proper options. Don't let, it's a small example, but for me it's relatable. I honestly don't need Spotify, but I have Spotify. I love the access that I have to Spotify. I love the access that it provides. I don't really need it. So I think I only got Spotify because Google Play stopped working. And then that switched to YouTube Music wasn't great for me.
Yeah.
So, was it a good financial decision? No, it wasn't. I wouldn't lie. But I have options. I have options that I can listen to my music, I can download music that I like and have on my phone. But for me, it's 60 rands that's not really something I need to be off my bank account. So when it comes to effectiveness, there's no surefire measure that we can have. But efficiency-wise, I won't lie, it's a burden of your shoulders.
Now, before we extensively cover the debt side of things, because debt is a hot topic in South Africa. People go out and they accumulate bad debts, and we also talk about good debt now. What are the types of good debt to go and accumulate? But I think what you touched on is the habit of actually assessing, does this expense or does this debt, is it a need or a want? Are the t-shirts that I'm going to get from Truett a need? Or is it a want? Is my Spotify monthly debit order a need or a want? And we can't leave this, someone said when speaking about needs and wants, it's one of the fundamentals of economics that I think even grade 5s learn as a base. But what can you gentlemen tell us a bit about assessing your needs and wants in terms of how you go about building wealth?
Yeah, I'd say the world today urges us to automate our financial transactions. And one thing I've picked is that the COVID has shown us the future. The future is digital and online. So if you're doing things the old way, you're going to be left out and you're going to have a problem in the future. So I'd say it's effective, like my fellow said here. But I would say it goes down to the mindset. So first, the mindset must be clear. What do I want? Because there's only two types of workers, and you're either a worker or you're an employer. And if you're an employer, you're a businessman or you're an entrepreneur. So if you're a businessman, you'll get someone, you'll do the same thing that most people are doing, hire someone to do it and be the boss. But if you're an entrepreneur, you'll be in that thing. You are the one who's going to be coming up with the ideas, innovate them, and execute them. So automating your finances makes that part easy for you. So you're actually able to focus on what you need to focus on too. And then the financial part of it, it's on the tip of your finger. And then you actually get someone to monitor it. Because it might not be that good, so get a professional, someone like me. But I would say it's the mindset, and then if you're not in the finance, financially literate, you get someone to advise you like me and this guy. To advise you, okay, this is what you need to do. This is what you need, this is what you don't need. Really don't need. If you want to go this route, you get yourself a financial advisor to advise you on your finances. You need to have a good accountant. So I think that's how I see it. That's my view on it. But it's very effective on effectiveness. It's very effective.
Now, of course, someone can go and get a financial advisor, financial planner, or have an accountant. But, it sounds like, and I love what's going on here, because it seems like every time we touch on a topic, there are old ways and there are new emerging ways. It sounds like you've effectively replaced the financial planner when you said someone can sit down and do all of their finances and automate them. Of course, I know I have to put together a budget before allocating the different automation, but it sounds like I may not need then to go and see an accountant and see a financial planner unless now I want to do bigger transactions. Is that a legitimate thought there?
Well, if you're someone like me, you have the accounting background. But for someone who's not into accounting but they're in business, yes, the system will help you, but to present it, you will need someone like me or someone like Kayus. And then advise on that, what it means, because the numbers are speaking, so you need someone to interpret them for you. So that's where we come in. So it's like we integrate. It does not mean that because you come from the old era, you can't make it go forward.
And I also do want to say that having been exposed to a financial planning environment for the better half of my career, I would say financial planning is still quite important. it's very difficult actually because financial planning is not just about your income and your expenses. There's a lot to it. What about estate planning? What about retirement planning? Investment planning? Investments, I think it's okay. The rarest one that people are not in touch with the most is for some reason estate planning. It's something people tend to overlook and they have to be told or reminded. But the most difficult one, in my experience, is investment planning. Because investment planning, that's where your true wealth is built. That's where your estate comes from, basically. It's how you invest. Whether you invest directly into small businesses or you invest through capital markets, that's where you build wealth. That's how actually everything that you do starts up, and that's how everything arises. Now, that part I won't lie, it's difficult. I remember there was a time where I was still a Standard Bank. It was something that was reiterated through a lot of papers that I read, through a lot of discussions that we had at the office, that this is a very important thing. Yet people don't have the service being provided to them, either at a particular level that is required, or in a sense that will create wealth for them. So I think I was very fortunate to be in the part of the business where we deal with the highest net worth clients. That's where I saw and that's where I learned the tricks and trade of building wealth. Different people do different things. There are people who do just one business and focus on solely one business. There are people with multiple businesses, people in multiple industries, people who have wealth through generational wealth. There are people who build their own wealth and now want their wealth to pass down to other generations to their kids. It was a variety, but you learn lessons. You get to see how they do things. Even small things. It was even small things like the type of investments you take when you have certain amounts of money. It makes all the difference because the more money you have, the higher the risk you can take, and so there are certain types of investments for that. It's not something you can do on your own if you don't have the acumen for it. So I think getting a professional service is always best. It's still quite relevant, and I think our financial planners, the modern ones, they've adapted quite well. I interacted with a lot of financial planning houses, and their adaptation has been remarkable when it comes to technologies, methodologies. Also keep in mind with the new laws, there are so many laws.
So I think, gentlemen, you put a strong argument for the financial industry here. So your firm will be replacing the financial planner and the financial advisors and the accountants. You touched on net worth, and I do want to come back to debts, good debts and bad debts. But I want to just touch a bit about net worth. Often the wealthy place prominence on building a solvent personal balance sheet, because that's the journey one takes towards building their net worth. How would you break down this idea to someone who really hasn't endeavored to start purchasing assets? To say to them, how do you acquire liabilities responsibly, and how do you work towards building up an asset reserve that works well for you? I think I heard you talk about an entrepreneur or a business person, how they have to have a solid amounts of finances to be able to take on different opportunities. But what advice would you give to someone who's maybe just starting this journey as to how to go about building a good asset base?
There are actually so many bases on that, because I would say just ask yourself one question. If you're beginning, there's a very good question I like to ask. How much money is there at the end of the month? If there's more money than month, you're good. If there's more money than money, then it's a bit of a problem. I think starting small, managing these little things that will hinder you. It's very important. Things like credit score. I mean, it's one thing being in debt at a sustainable level, but remember, every additional piece of debt, it squeezes you out. It squeezes you out quite a lot, especially when you start defaulting. As long as you can still pay, it's fine. But again, it's not just about being able to afford a debt. are you living beyond the debts? Are you living beyond the debts? Are you able to do other things? Are you able to pursue other, say, hobbies, passions? Because that's where entrepreneurship comes from. It's hobbies and passions most of the time. Opportunity, yes, but if you look at most people who generated wealth, some people are selling shoes. Phil Knighton is an example. That guy, it's not that he had a passion for shoes, but he has a passion for athletics. And he found his opportunity in shoes. And then his story took on from there. And then look at him now. Okay, yeah. It's a good story, but it's not all the stories that pan out like that. Some stories, it's a matter of people who are just being able to manage the small stuff and then build on that, making sure that if you can manage your own personal finances, when you get into business, because entrepreneurship is a costly endeavor, especially at the beginning, it is expensive because you can go on for months on end with no income. I remember I was reading a book. The book it's a biography, but it's a biography based on Steve Schwarzman. Steve Schwarzman, he left his company. He left his former firm. They built Blackstone. Blackstone. Those guys went on for 2 years. No deal that was coming through nicely. They were struggling, and these were guys with reputation, 20 years plus experience in the field. You'd think people would land themselves with them, but it wasn't the case. Entrepreneurship is like that. That's entrepreneurship. And so you can't do that if you don't have a good financial base by the time you start. And a good financial base, it starts with the small things. Don't listen to Steve Compella. There's this thing Steve Compella said. He said, ignore the budgets, focus on your emotions. You get hurt. You get hurt doing that. So it's the small things like that, at the very beginning, that put, again, it goes back to mindset. You have to train your mind. You have to have the grit to say, okay, I don't need to go to the banner every weekend. I don't need to pop moes and mums and every outing. No, have a bit of self-control. Have fun, yes, but have self-control as well. Know your end goal, know where you're going, and then a lot of dominoes will fall in place if you just discipline yourself.
And before I let Bright take this one, I'd like to just expand on it. But essentially, we're talking about the habits here, we're talking about the mindsets of building wealth, or how the 1% build wealth. What we're seeing here, whether it was the automation, whether it's having financial, whether it's an accountant, a financial planner, it's building the system around you that helps you build the wealth. And part of that is discipline. You can't run away from that one. And also, I suppose accountants in one way or another kind of help you set out a plan and you stick to it, or a financial planner, Now, just something I want to get to is like from the very basics of what an asset is, as well as what debts and liabilities are. But one takes money out of your pocket and one puts money into your pocket, as Robert Kiyosaki would say. How can someone who is not very, clued up on all of that, I have to say it might be hard for most people to identify what's an asset that I can build, what's an asset that I can start. I'm earning an income, I'm an employee. What is an asset that I can have that can make, put money into my pocket? But from the base of it, and what are the types of debts not to go seek out that are going to take money out of my pocket,
Well, to answer that, there's an easy one, real estate. Straightforward, easy one. It has been working for people for quite some time in studies, and I presume in the future it will be. So there's this saying that says cash is king. But now I believe credit is king. Because you can use the level that you're in to get good credit, and then you can have access to huge liability that you can use to buy assets that can generate you passive income.
Which requires discipline.
But you have to be disciplined. And the mindset is always there. You cannot isolate mindset. So you need to set your goals first, and your mindset, you need to know what you want out of life and how you're going to get there. So it starts with surrounding yourself with relevant people that can help you. And then, like I said, the first example would be the real estate. So you go apply for a bond, you get the bond. Instead of you living there, you rent it out.
Yeah.
So the bond pays itself.
Sacrifices.
Yeah. Or you can even live there too, if you don't have any other option.
Yeah.
So you look at it, but you're paying rent. The rent that you're collecting from other tenants, you use it to repay the bond. Maybe 2 years, 3 years down the line, you can reapply. You get approved again for another bond to buy another property. You see, you haven't used any of your money. You're just using your credit scoring because you have good credibility, and you pay your debt on time. You know, and then the other one would be, okay, Uber has made things easy.
Yeah.
You can buy a car instead of driving it your own. You put it into Uber, it makes money for you.
Yeah.
So, and then I'll go back to say, you really don't need capital to start a business. Because there are businesses that just don't need capital. Like if you're a service provider, you can work from home, all you need is a computer and your skills. And then if you need, if it's capital that requires capital, if it's a business that requires capital, you can act as an agent. Get someone who has the money, get someone who's willing to produce the product that you want to sell, make some sort of an arrangement, include yourself there for a small share, and then you start trading. And once you've accumulated enough money, then you can start.
Yeah.
So capital shouldn't be the barrier for you to start. You can start with absolutely nothing. Just it's your mindset. Also goes back to your mindset and like how much do you want this thing to work?
Yeah.
Don't let finances be the barrier. Because I can tell you, most of us, the people of color, we come from a previously disadvantage, and there's a lot of red tape.
Yeah.
So don't let the finance be the barrier of you not doing what you want to do because you don't have the capital.
I love what you just said because it just goes back to one of our first biggest assets is ourselves.
Yeah.
You know, some of the examples you mentioned, you bring it back to that, it's your mindset. It's your abilities and your capabilities. And so even when you don't have, capital, one of the first assets you can invest in is reading a book.
Yeah.
You know, one that helps you then begin to create the other assets. You know,
take a free course.
Take a free course. You know, things have become so easier nowadays.
Yeah.
You touched on a couple of types of assets that people could look at, and I love that. You know, from what would I suppose as easy as you said it could be, but for some it may be a little bit of a far stretch. But you then got to a few basics of how you can go about using yourself to start a business, or But now I want us to just touch. We did say we'd come back on it, but good debts and bad debts. I think you already touched a bit on the good debts, but let's talk a bit about the bad debts, because I think in a country like South Africa, many people have made it a culture to collect bad debts, where they go about and they think, this might be a need, whereas it's a want, and they go and they take a credit facility for it.
I'll say that Instagram.
Yeah, sure.
Instagram, which creates pressure. So if you're weak, you will fall for the trap. And most people, they like to flaunt and show off, and living beyond their means just to impress. So if you're weak and you're not disciplined and low self-esteem, then you'll fall for the trap. But if you focus and you know your story, that shouldn't be a problem.
And I think it's something we've taken it lightly, because I think we're in a position where we attach so many things or achievements We attach our age to our achievements. We attach our jobs to achievements, degree to achievements. There are so many things that we attach that we end up getting squeezed in this little corner where now I'm earning 20K, but I want to live in Sanson. I want to pay 10K rent too. I want to be on Twitter.
You want to live a 60K lifestyle with 20K.
Exactly. Yeah, and it's also, we've been deemed the generation of instant gratification. We want things to happen quickly. We want to be driving M3s at the age of 25, which is absolutely absurd. Because another thing that I've come to notice, there's something we as black people, we don't have, that we see from other people, and then we think, oh man, I need to. Generational wealth is so important. I remember in university, there were kids who were driving G-Wagons, Porsches to school. Not for a second did I envy that. I knew this guy comes from wealth. He's probably coming from generational wealth too. It's money from a business that's probably 60 years old, been in a family for 5 generations or something. I can't say now I want to compete with that guy. I want to be like him. Yeah, it's impossible. I understand where I come from. I understand how hard I should work to get to where I want to be. So let me work on that. Stay in your lane, focus on your path. It's such a simple thing, but it's very difficult when you look around you and people your age, especially if you have friends who are doctors. Hey, doctors, before they even exit school, they have a car, and in your head you're like, oh man, my friend has a car, now I need to get a car. Now your friend will go buy Merc. You can't afford a BMW, but you buy it because you want to be at the level of your friend. Whereas you can just congratulate your friend. My friend, congratulations, nice car. He can afford it, so congratulate him. Your time will come, and when it comes, even if you're 40, it doesn't matter. I feel like wealth is not something that can be rushed. That thing takes time to build. It takes a lot of time. You can be the owner of a company that's making $1 billion. You could be worth less because there are so many intricate things that go into your net worth. There are so many, because maybe your company is worth $1 billion, but your exposure to debt is a lot as well. So it brings your net asset value down. You have a large exposure to debt. So your company is worth $1 billion. You probably own 25%. So your valuation based on your company is only 250 million. But your exposure to debt is 200 million. You have 200 million in debt. You have a net asset value of 50 million. Your exposure it brings you down less than 10% of your company's value, just because of the choices you made when it comes to taking debt. And there's nothing wrong with that, honestly. There's nothing wrong with that, but it's understanding that it's part of a bigger picture. The sacrifice. There are sacrifices that you make. There are places you don't go to, things you don't do, cars you don't buy. It's like what someone was saying, living a 60K lifestyle on a 20K salary, and it's 20K before tax. so it's also a matter of what we do. What we do as our generation. It's really detrimental to our livelihood. We can't view our life holistically. We can't plan properly because we want to be seen. We want this thing of people saying, ninja game, don't. And these are what's that gonna do for you in the future? These are things we're gonna pass on to future generations. Exactly. Now imagine all in your estate, all you have to pass on is a little Facebook post that says, hey, you send me post. That's your legacy. That's your legacy that goes to your kids. It can't happen. It can't happen. So going again, discipline, mindsets, all of that goes down to that.
And just to add on, I think most people, when they start business, they don't have that mindset of leaving legacy. They start a business just because they want to fund their lifestyle. So I'm tired of working, taking orders from someone else. Let me do this for myself, so I can walk up at the office at 9 and leave at 1. So already you've lost it. and then the kids, and they don't train their kids how to run a business, how to earn money. All they do, when the kid comes, ask for something, they just give it to them.
Yeah. No lessons.
No lessons, you know, they spoil them. So as a child is growing, the only thing they know is that money is for spending.
Yeah.
This is honestly great. This is honestly great.
And then the owner of the business passes on, the business closes.
No legacy.
No legacy. And then the child, what is going to do, they're going to go to the business, squeeze the money up until the business has no money. And then they toss out because they were never taught how to run business and how to manage their money. They were just spoiling them, you know, buying them nice cars, nice clothes, posting on Instagram. But they actually never taught them how to make money and how, and what was the vision. They didn't share the vision and the mission of this. Because initially, even the founder didn't have a vision and a mission. It was just to find a lifestyle. So once you can have a vision and a mission and pass it on to your kids, I think that would help in building generational wealth and black businesses that can last long.
And it's a mindset thing.
And it's a mindset.
So we're coming to the end now of our interview, but I've got just one more question, gentlemen, and I'm going to take this one very briefly. But what books would you recommend for young people out there to watch, to read, in order to begin building their wealth? For someone who's just starting, what books would you recommend?
Okay, for that, me, I'm a bit of a weirdo when it comes to books. I don't like self-help books, so I'm very contrary to guys like that rich, that poor, that guy. No. Not for me, eh? No. I'm more on books that show you the grind and the grit. So there's two of my favorite books. It's Barbarians at the Gates. That was a lovely book. So Barbarians at the Gates was awesome. Another one, similar, it talks about Steve Schwarzman. It's called King of Capital, The Rise, Fall and Rise Again of Stephen Schwarzman and Blackstone. I feel like those books, I like them because they show you, they give you an image. They give you an image of this persona, or these personas, how they were like, what they went through, decision-making processes that they had, that they were faced with. It's more like I'm living the book. The only thing I tend to run away with self-help books is like, I don't connect very well with them. Because it's like you're telling me, listen bro, be smart about this. Be smart, but you're not telling me how to be smart about it. There's no application to it. It's similar to a debate I had with one of my friends was saying, if you were to major in mathematics, which mathematics would it be? I said, applied mathematics. He said, why? I said, I don't want to be going looking for how to model a donut. I don't want to be doing that. I want to be saying, okay, here's a structure. Here are the mathematical equations to determine the stresses and strain. I'm like, I'm that type of person. I'm more hands-on. I want something that is applied. And having those type of books with actual numbers, books with actual decision-making processes, comments of the person who is actually being spoken about in the book. That's the type of book I want to read.
Thank you, Shans.
And just to add on what you said about those books, but I would say first it depends, it works for you. And I like the fact that you say for you. So what is working for you might not work for someone else. Because we're all different. But the books that I would suggest would be The 5 AM Club by Robin Sharma. Very good book. And there's a book that he wrote, The Monk That Sold His Ferrari. It's regarded as one of the best writers. And then I'll bring it locally. Vusi, the Magna Carta of Exponentiality. So I think it will be more relevant for you because he's showing you how to do it and there are numbers to back that. So I would suggest that. And then maybe I'll throw in an Apollo Hill think over.
Yeah.
That's a good book.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. This has been extremely powerful, and I'm very happy for our viewers at home. I hope there's a lot that they can gauge from this. Once again, thank you very much for joining us for the Money Smart Week South Africa campaign. This has been an interview about how to create wealth like the 1% by the Finance Gym. I am your host, Samkelo Deta, and I've been here with these two gentlemen from the finance industry. Thank you very much. Have a lovely week.
Good evening, viewers. That was CISA Foundation, the Women Business Achiever, and Ubank. That wraps up our 6th day of Money Smart Week South Africa. Remember that if you have missed out on any of the segments, you can watch them anytime, anyplace, at the end of the week. From us here in studio, have a wonderful Saturday. See you tomorrow.
Money Smart Week South Africa 2021. The importance of being financially savvy cannot be underestimated. MWSA 2021 is taking place virtually and will consist of a host of online events throughout the week, all of which will be live streamed on MSWSA.co.za. Learn from the experts, make better informed financial decisions, and empower your community. 1 week to take control of your finances and safeguard your family's financial future. Take charge, become financially literate, and influence an entire generation. Money Smart Week 2021. Creating a money smart South Africa.